Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Good.
One time is enough. You know, there's one global time zone is all enough. Anyway, I will
Oh,
go back. Yes, it is. It is. It is. You because I already told people it's Friday, and you know, Will, that's true for you too.
it's true, but you know, you got to be sensitive to all the co-hosts.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
I'm
just
not.
going to say it's
I'm
4:29
not.
p.m. in San Francisco, 7:29 in New York City, 12:29 a.m. in London today. Uh, uh, 1:29 a.m. in Kiev, and obviously 7:29 a.m. in the workers' paradise of Western Australia, meaning it's 9:29 in Sydney and Melbourne, and 8:29 in Tokyo. See how you keep everybody happy. Now, Chuck, I see you're back.
I am here.
You're going to get loaded up as co-host here any second. You were rudely interrupted right when you were explaining why they might have chosen the point at Sumy to cross into and hold territory. Please proceed.
Absolutely, and I'm certain that General Ryan dealt with this. Well, let's rewind a little bit. Ukraine needed a win. It needed a win. It needed a win that was achievable, and it needed to attack in a place where Russia was least well disposed to meet the attack. Okay, what does that mean? Well, of course, you want to attack where the enemy is weakest, where the enemy is disorganized, where the enemy, his dispositions are not optimal. Any condition, negative condition that the enemy has, you want to be able to, exploit on that. There's a couple ways to do that. You can, through intelligence operations, you can examine the enemy's terrain and his material states of readiness, and you can see, is the enemy strong or is he weak here? There's another thing you can do is you can inflict that disorganization and those negative factors. You can clobber your enemy and make his dispositions weak and then take advantage of it. Ukraine very wisely thought, look, Putin is if not on the ascendant, he's very strong in his logistics are working, at least to the necessary requirement that he is able to shove fresh conscripts into daylight battles, using his kill a battalion one company at a time. So let's find a place where he's not expecting us and he's not going to be very strong when we get there. Okay, so having identified a couple of places like that, let's just say there were 4 or 5 or 6 places where Ukraine could have done it, crossing the border, because that's another thing they needed. They wanted this operation to resonate in the information, right? They wanted the world to look at this and, let's say if it was a counterattack against Bakhmut, they've heard Bakhmut, Bakhmut, who cares? Now they're across the Russian border. One of the reasons they picked Kursk was it's going to be a long way to get Russian reinforcements from Kursk. They timed this attack and the magnitude of this attack, so it was absolutely necessary for Russia to respond. They couldn't shrug this off. They couldn't ignore this. They couldn't take the blow. So it achieves a number of things, but one of the biggest things it achieves tactically is that it's going to force Putin, and he's already doing this, to withdraw troops from eastern Ukraine and send them on the very long journey up to Kursk. Now, Ukraine could have tried to cross north of Kharkiv. They could have crossed anywhere in between, but by picking Sumy, and you can see where the battle, where the frontier is there. Again, Ukraine has interior lines. The frontier bulges up towards Kursk, which means again Ukraine can put all of its logistics inside the barn and force Russia to embark on this very long journey to sort of try to push the Ukrainians back. One of the reasons that I think, likely like General Ryan in option 2, and Will, I share your position here, Ukraine is going to fight and hold something that's reasonable, something that they can hold on to. And we know that because 48 hours into this thrust, they were already building defensive position, which I hope Russian listening guests, those of you at the Moscow School of Languages who do tune in to bullet points, get your pencil out. They're going to be there to stay. And you are going to have to take back the territory that your troops have given up. And for right now, Russia is still trying to come to grips with how many Ukrainian forces cross the border, what their order of battle is, what their possible objectives are. And right now, as we speak, in the night in Ukraine, there are special operations guys on electric motorcycles, which don't make very much noise, and they are zooming around the countryside. They are planting mines, setting ambushes. They are performing in the reconnaissance role so that tactically, Ukrainians in Kursk know what the battle situation is because they are attacking. Their forces are consolidated. Their logistics are sound. On the other side of the equation, Russia doesn't have any of the kinds of soldiers that can reconnoiter. They don't have any of the kinds of soldiers who can absorb a blow, fall back, reconsolidate, and counterattack. Why do I say that? Well, just today, Ukraine engaged a position with 102 Russian soldiers in it, a fortified position. And what did they do? They all surrendered, 100 of them at a time, an entire company. And we have seen surrenders, squads, platoons, now an entire company, entire units throwing down their weapons and surrendering. And Will, we talked about Putin is never going to run out of conscripts, but he's going to run out of army. And he's running out of army in Kursk right now. And it's a home game for the Russians, and they're still losing.
And I'll just note before we go to Randy that thousands of conscripts now, I mean, multiple thousands. It is at least 2,000 people have been taken prisoner. And a lot of those are conscripts. And in this case, Chuck, I think the conscripts are incredibly valuable for the replenishment fund because these are 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids whose parents couldn't help them avoid conscription. So they went to do their duty on the understanding that they basically wouldn't ever be going to war, though, right? Because that's not the way constitutionally Russia's allowed to use their conscripts. But in fact, now that the war has come to Russia, they are, in fact, moving them in significant numbers. I note 2 units from the Murmansk area, one of which was this unit that was captured, are in there. And as you said multiple times, you could call those people, they're in uniform, but I'd hardly call them soldiers. And as soon as their commander wasn't there, who had fled them, they were isolated and surrendered very quickly. There, we've also seen conscripts interdicted in another location when they attempted to move into the area. So, yeah, it's those people are going to be very valuable for trading back as prisoners of war, aren't they? Because of the fact that their families will be quite upset, given the fact that these are supposed to be people that are protected. So in this case, conscripts aren't very valuable to Russia, really, effectively, but they're very valuable as captures, aren't they?
No, absolutely. You know, the 3,000 prisoners, and I suspect that number is maybe 25% higher. They've reported 3,000, but I think they've actually captured more. And we're seeing by the performance of these troops that they're conscripts. It takes 6 months to make a soldier, and that's an infantryman. You're making someone who runs an air defense battery. What does that take? 18 months. But these guys that Russia is throwing into the fight, these guys are by no means soldiers. They're kids. They're 18 years old. We know that people have made the trip from Moscow to the zero line in 7 or 8 days. We know that because they've been captured and reported it. They don't have any of the skills necessary for soldiering. It's possible to get this gaggle of kids off a bus, point them in one direction, hand them all 3 magazines, and tell them to attack. It's possible to do that, especially if you stand behind them and poke them in the butt with a bayonet. But you take that same group of people, put them in a combat situation, in contact with some of Ukraine's best and brightest troops, right? Battle-hardened units that work together. These guys don't stand a chance. And then when their officers leave them, they all surrender. And I commend them. Don't throw your life away. You don't have a chance. You absolutely don't. And whatever blood you spill for your country will be to naught. But this is what I mean about Russia running out of army, right? You've got 500 of these kids. They're not soldiers. They don't know how to work together. We know that the Russian army is hamstrung by the fact that it doesn't have a professional NCO corps. The non-commissioned officers are the backbone of any army. It's not the officers. It's the buck sergeants. It's the staff sergeants. It's the sergeant first classes. It's the top sergeant. These are the people that are the sinew and the lifeblood of the force, because they're the ones that, they take the interest in creating soldiers, in taking the young soldiers and bringing them in to the profession of arms and teaching them the requisite skills to survive in combat. And Russia is not going to change what it's doing, just shipping meat waves into they're not going to change. They're not going to revolutionize their training cadres and create soldiers because they don't care. These guys are consumables. They don't care about teaching them the profession of arms. They don't need them to do, or they think Russia has made this incredible error in judgment. They don't think they need trained soldiers. They think all they have to do is throw them in front of Ukrainian positions and overwhelm them. But Kursk proves that doesn't work, because when these guys get attacked, and we have said this, Will, over and over again, the Russian army is no longer capable of getting knocked on its butt, getting up, reconsolidating, and counterattacking. They can't do that. That's what soldiers do. That's what paratroopers do. That's what Marines do. That's what Rangers do. Ukraine has eviscerated the best troops that Russia had. The VDV forces have been turned inside out. Their naval infantry have been turned inside out. Their special operations forces have all been wasted because Ukraine or Russia used them as firemen, right? They take somebody who can speak 3 languages, has operated under false passports, is a trained saboteur and a high altitude parachute expert, and they kill him assaulting Krinky for the 900th. Ditto their Marines, ditto their paratroopers. And what they're left with is this shambolic force that we see getting their butts kicked in Kursk. And I'm making this prediction. We're going to start seeing those Russian forces get their butts kicked in eastern Ukraine as well. especially as Putin's priority right now is to relocate troops, take them out of Ukraine, and get this thorn out of his side, because he's not digging it, and the Russian people, they're not digging it either, Will.
Yeah, we'll go to Randy and the other questioners that have come up. Thanks everybody for joining us, and do what these speakers have. If you want to ask Chuck a question, please come up and request the mic. We'll add you in, and then we'll go to hands in order as usual. First up, Randy.
Hey, great stuff as usual, Chuck. I wanted to make 2 points. One is the classic combat arms formation is 2 units up and 1 back as reserve. Classic. And they're all equally strong units, not just the shit in reserve. That's basic military tactics, probably going back to Frederick the Great. And what the Russians did was predicted maybe in 2 situations in the past. One was when those Russian Free Legions just went right into right across the border, and could kind of roam around and cause chaos, and there was really nobody to chase them or to stop them. And the second one was when Prigozhin left his position with his Wagner forces in patch-up mode after Bakhmut, and drove right through Rostov and was headed up the highway to Moscow. And the only units that could chase him were the Chechens, which would have been interesting if they'd caught him. They probably were not driving that fast. I don't think they wanted to. And we saw the Chechens were the reserve up here besides the conscripts, and they all ran. So there just isn't. The Ukraine Minister of Defense, I think, made the point on Twitter today or yesterday that they knew there were not Russian reserves. So, as Chuck said, they have to find some way to address this whole new salient in the line. And what they're doing, at least their initial reaction, maybe it's changed now. They're building that defensive line, way up the road. But what they were doing was just kind of charging units in, columns of trucks and everything piecemeal. And the worst thing you can do is do a piecemeal attack, especially when the enemy knows you're coming and has long range weapons, and you're relying on roads. So it's just been and the thing the Russians don't do is coordinate very well with command and control and mobile operations, and have secure comms that are effective, and a chain of command from the core level down to maneuver elements that really directs operations in an intelligent way. So all the weaknesses of the Russian army are exposed by this. So it was a brilliant move, and probably more brilliant politically even than militarily. And I don't see the alternative. I mean, and remember those units that they're rushing up to fill, shore up the conscripts, are filled with contract troops with very little more training than the conscripts have. The units have these impressive names, the Guards Motor Rifle Regiment or whatever, but those units have been thinned out, and are nothing like the veterans and professional soldiers that rolled across the border when they first moved in. So and they probably will have real problems with cohesion after a long road march in under fire a significant part of the time. So it'll be real interesting what he can possibly put up there to plug it or slow it. And while they're building the line to the north to protect Kursk, like every line, if it doesn't have secure flanks and strong units on each end, even if it ends up being a decent defensive line, manned by people who know how to shoot and will stay there and shoot, it could be, that could be bypassed as well. So I think as long as the Ukrainians have the initiative and keep the Russians guessing, and it's a fluid situation, they will continue to exploit. And I don't see a really logical, coherent Russian response that will really address this. and it does clean up the lines a lot. And it also leaves open, remember, the rest, not just the place where the offense occurred, but as they're now doing in Belgrade, the lines are thin everywhere on the border. And there could be another Ukrainian probe, 200 kilometers, one way or the other, that would probably have similar results until the Russians defend their border. And they've just assumed that the defense of their border was going to be a magic red line using the threat of nuclear weapons that would stop anybody from crossing the border. And it doesn't work. And politically, the fact that the red line, another red line has been crossed and nothing's happened, also indicates their fundamental weakness. So it seems like they have to deal with this threat with conventional means when their conventional means are sorely lacking. Thanks.
Andy, that's right on. And I got a headline that you just said, and that is the Russians do not operate well in fluid situations. And Ukraine right now is dictating the place and intensity of battle. They have the initiative, and I'm not joking about special operations guys with night vision goggles on electric motorcycles. They are zipping all around. Ukraine is controlling the night, and we know the Russians, they can't even operate at night anymore, and that's down to a couple things: failures of command, failures to train, and the abysmal quality of Russian forces. And you know what? It's pretty easy in daylight, and the Russians prove this, to tell the guys to get out of the bus, cock a rifle behind them, and tell them to walk over there until they contact the Ukrainian forces. It's a little harder to do that at night because these guys will run away. As soon as they're out of your sight, they're going to curl up under a tree, which is what they do until dawn. And we've seen it. And that's where the first-person drones find them at daybreak. You've seen it 100 times. Guys curled up around a tree, and he gets a drone for breakfast. So I agree with you, Randy, absolutely. Ukraine's future is to keep this situation as fluid as possible, keep the Russians guessing. There are 4 or 5 major highway systems leading to the north, to the northwest, and to the northeast. And I think a credible threat against the Kursk nuclear power plant, not only would it be karmic, but I think it's a worthy objective as well. And imagine how it's going to feel for Putin to sweat out whether or not a nuclear power plant is connected to the grid, whether it's on emergency power, whether its containment buildings have been shot at, whether rockets have been fired into the adjacent town. And if you think I'm talking about Zaporizhzhia, I am. And now that's something that it's not on Putin's plate yet, but I can hear it coming out of the kitchen.
Yeah, all stops are coming out. We'll talk about all of the weird, bizarre escalation type things that Russia's doing if we get a chance to later on as a result here. That I think show how desperate this situation is for Russia. But Robin, you're up next.
Thank you. By the way, can you hear me?
Yes,
we got you.
Yeah, we can be fine. Thanks.
Perfect. So, we know that Russia has suffered some casualties in the Kursk area or in the Kursk Oblast province. Honestly, I don't give a care how the Russians call this oblast or whatever. It doesn't matter. We know that so far the Ukrainians have captured few thousand Russian POW stops. Without a doubt, it's a success to a certain extent, I think, because if we take a look at history, Russians proved very capable of mm, of fighting on no matter the cost. Um, when the Operation Barbarossa began in June 1941 and ended in um, December 1941, in that 6 month span, they lost 3.2 million men, and yet they fought on. And four months later, they reached Berlin. Uh, sure, Ukrainians have some success in Kursk, but let's not overestimate it and let's be realistic, because Russians do not care about casualties. They really do not, and we have plenty of examples from history that prove my point. Thank you.
Well, there's one thing I would first of all, I agree with a lot of your premise, but we've got warfare has changed fundamentally. This first 21st century warfare has been changed by the Ukrainians. 600 days ago, there was no such thing as a first-person drone that was going to destroy a tank or hunt down an individual soldier on the battlefield. 700 days ago, it was unthinkable that a helicopter could be shot down by a first-person drone colliding into its tail rotor. Warfare has changed fundamentally. The Black Sea flotilla has been rendered obsolete. It no longer controls the Black Sea. It's been defeated by a technologically innovative people that don't even have a navy. And there are going to be even more technological developments that are going to happen and I hate to say this, in the 3 or 4 more years that are remaining in this war. There it is, I said it. And I'm the same guy who says that Russia is never going to win this. They are never going to win it. First of all, at their fighting best, they could fight a 20th century war. They're ready to go if this was 1983 and they were going to blow through the Fulda Gap and drive NATO into the English Channel, which they probably could have done, right? And remember, it was NATO saying, we will use nuclear weapons if you attack us. We would never sign the first use prohibition. It was the only thing that kept the Russians out of Western Europe. The Soviet army turned into the Russian army, and they had no technical innovation. Putin raised a generation of general officers who are not military men. They're criminals. They're kleptocrats. They were in on the grift. They are fundamentally corrupt, and they are militarily idiotic. They are up against a country that has changed warfare to the equivalent extent that Germany changed warfare in 1938. As much of a yeah.
Sorry, but I have to disagree. Germans didn't change anything. A blitzkrieg, de facto, it doesn't exist. It's an imaginary concept. They merely took. They merely took Moltke's Bewegungskrieg, maneuver warfare, and
wait a minute.
And they just added a few layers on it. That's all. They just use more radio and build more panzers, but Blitzkrieg is de facto a Bewegungskrieg. That's all.
I don't agree with you that it didn't work, and I don't agree with you that just having more radios was the integration of air power, highly mobile, armored warfare. It changed everything, and the fact that Germany was ascendant for the first half of the war shows how well it worked. They were eventually defeated economically. They were eventually defeated because they ran out of fuel. You know, don't forget that at the end of the war in 1945, Germany produced more airplanes than it did for the entire rest of the war. There was just no gas for it, right? But what's happened in this case? Look, no one could have thought 2 years ago that remote control unmanned surface vessels were going to sweep the Black Sea clean. Nobody thought that the Moskva was going to be sunk in the Black Sea. Nobody thought those things. This is, but I mean, I am adamant. Look, this war is going to go on. I'm sorry. That's it. But Russia cannot retool itself. It cannot rethink itself. It doesn't have the military leadership. It doesn't have the ability to train and multiply its forces, and its thinking is too backwards. And the corruption that is endemic in the Russian military has doomed it. It is never going to win. And I think I'm off here. Will, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. We had a little disruption there. You had said that Russia's never going to, and then cut out.
Okay. Yeah. Just that, you know, it's still my estimation that Russia is not going to win this war because it can't. It doesn't have. Look, the tactics have changed fundamentally. There is a difference between having an army that is motivated, that is capable of carrying out complex military evolutions, including large-scale ground maneuver warfare. Look at everything that Russia had going for it at the start of this war. It was a superpower invading a weak neighbor. It's almost 3 years later, and they still haven't won this war. They had absolute air superiority. They can't turn that into success on the ground. They just can't. And throwing 500,000 dead into the last 2.5 years of war, that's not winning. It isn't. It's the functional equivalent. Every single Russian soldier who crossed the border and entered into Ukraine on February 22nd, 2022, they're all dead. Now, maybe not every single soldier is dead, but the amount of soldiers who crossed into Ukraine, they're all dead. You can't win a war sustaining casualties like that. That's just dead. So they've had 1.5 million casualties, and they're not on the Dnieper River, right? They're never going to get there. They're never going to get back to Kyiv. They don't have a plan. Putin's got a 40-foot desk. He bangs on it every morning and says, who's going to win this war for me? Shoigu? Gerasimov? Fill in the blank. Now he's hired his bodyguard to lead the Kursk anti-terrorism operation. Look, I'm all for the Secret Service, right? You're on a protective detail. Buddy, Putin made you a colonel general. You got a fancy hat, but you don't know one end of a rifle from another. You've never walked a compass bearing in your life. You don't know how to call in an artillery strike. And now you're in charge of this operation, and you are up against some of Ukraine's best troops. And frankly, they're kicking your ass. They've taken 1,000 square kilometers, give or take, in 8 days. And you've got to take it back. And the best person for the job in the Kremlin is who? Putin's bodyguard. Never interrupt an enemy when he's making a mistake. And the Russian mistakes are, the depth of their idiocy is truly amazing.
Well, and their original answer appears to be build another brand new trench line just south of Highway 38 and prepare to hold at that line meaning to me that they're pretty worried about how far this exploitation phase could go. And it also might be a serious mistake to try to hold behind that line, because that will put a number of strategic targets within even conventional artillery range. Michael's joined us, and AB, Alan Brewer's probably come back to kick me out and take his job back, but we'll go to Michael first.
Hey there. Hey, Chuck. Hey, Will. Two of my
Hi,
favorite
Michael.
two of my favorite MriyaReport voices. Hey, I had so many questions for y'all. It's a really good time to talk about these things, and I wanted to first talk about the legal aspect of things. I know we talked quite a bit about the conscripts and where they can and cannot be used, and the point I'd like to make is, yeah, not having them where they can go into the special military operation, but I think that Putin doesn't have a leg to stand on as far as committing them into this area, because what Putin's been saying in his threats have been since September of 2022, when he said, "Oh, these four oblasts are now Russia forever. Here's our ceremony. Here's the Kremlin and everything." Is that those four territories they're fighting in are as much a part of Russia as where the Ukrainians are now, and he's putting maps up and things like that. So uh, I don't see how he could use the conscripts in this area specifically. So I want to ask, do y'all know anything from a legal perspective as far as where they can, like, is there some distinction they're having for those four oblasts compared to pre 1991, 1991 border Russia? So that's my first question that I have for you, Chuck and Will.
Wow, you really got me, and that's an excellent point. Right, what is the difference between Russian territory and Russian territory that has been yanked from Ukraine? Boy, I don't know. When I will just say this, and this is a question. I always wonder, why is Putin honoring the Constitution about not sending conscripts into this? He doesn't honor the laws of Russia. So and I'm asking your opinion. Why do you think he ignores everything else he wants to ignore, including whether or not he can be president, et cetera? But he seems to be reluctant to send conscripted soldiers here. In my heart of hearts, I hope it's that he fears the people, but I don't think he does.
Well,
Yeah, I think you're right.
from
Part of, if you're asking me that question, Chuck, or I'm sorry, I can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay. So I think you're right. I think Putin likes to pride himself in that he has a way to read the people, that he is the voice of the Russians. And like when you saw him in those Kabuki theater with Shoigu on one side and Gerasimov, and he's browbeating them and he's putting the other one in his place. I think in his own mind, he's feel like he's channeling what he thinks is the voice of the Russian people, the motherland. And I think that he feels like he knows the psyche of the Russian people and what he can or cannot get away with. That it's a visceral thing with him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly soliciting your opinion. Yeah, it's look,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
hope he fears the wrath of the people, but I don't know, man. He is, it's always so easy to vilify the leader, the enemy leader, but look, he really is a vicious little psychopath.
no, you're right, Chuck, and I've stopped trying to read into his mind and just try to kind of play your opponent. For those of you that know American college football, you just had the legendary coach Nick Saban. I'll land the plane quickly, Will. I swear to God, I will. But people are like, "How is he so good? How is he the greatest of all time?" And thank goodness he's gone. And when is he going to go? And there was like, when is he going to retire? It's like, it doesn't matter. You play the opponent, and because it's just I don't have that many brain cells to be able to try to read into the criminology or whatever you call it. And so I feel the same way about Vladimir Putin that I do about Nick Saban.
Yeah, and
And
the best
you.
part about that, Michael, is I don't think we have to, right? You can deal with people not based on their propaganda and their words, but based on their actions, and you address their actions. This is the whole problem with the whole escalation management approach to things. Just live your life. Just live your life to your principles, and follow the doctrine that is successful for you that you have followed, this is why I think it is essential that they pursue option 2 of Mick Ryan's proposal. Take and hold some land, because it doesn't matter if it's 50 square kilometers or 1,000 square kilometers. The point of principle at the end of this war is going to be, will all lands be handed back to the other on the basis of the 1991 borders? And the answer will be yes. All lands will be handed back, and holding land in Russia is the key to making sure that they can have that point of principle addressed in that. And Putin's Putin's statements and annexing and making places part of Russia actually leads into Ukraine being able to enforce that position, I think, at the end of the war more effectively if they hold some Russian land at the same time. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, I definitely think we got something to trade. And again, if Putin, by his conventional means and by the lights of his generals, if he wants Suja back, he's going to have to do what he did to Bakhmut, what he did to Severodonetsk, what he has done to Crimea, what he has done to every other city that he has liberated, Mariupol. He's going to have to turn it to sand. And that's a sweet irony. And Alan, please come up. It's so good to hear you. And I guess you are in the wilds somewhere, but thank you for joining us.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, Will. I'm not quite in the wilds. Going to jump off tomorrow, depending on the rain. Don't want to put into a flooded river ever. But I am headed into Thoreau country. Chuck, heard your comments about the Kursk nuclear power plant. And it strikes me even more important is the rail network that winds through Kursk and Belgorod oblasts. What can the Ukrainians do to, and you mentioned some of that rail line is under Ukrainian control. In other words, it's under within fire, not under control. But what can they do if they interdict that rail network? They're not only cutting off military supply to Ukraine, but they're cutting off domestic supply to Belgorod Oblast, especially, which is also a key military point for the Russians.
Yeah, it's, they are, this is another reason why I think they picked Kursk as a place to hit, because they can interdict those rail lines. And it is going to affect, we talk about internal and external lines of communication and supply, and this is going to negatively inflict Russia's own internal communications. So, I mean, this is a win-win-win, and there are so many places that Ukraine is going to, making a humble prediction, there are so many places that Ukraine is going to pop up in the next 14 days. Russia cannot rule out another crossing in force somewhere else along its southern border. They can't rule that out. One of the largest drone strikes of the war, 117 Ukrainian drones, were used against a contiguous airfield here in Russia around Kursk, an airfield that was feeding air support into the Kursk area. But among those 117 drones were two that addressed targets, or two strikes that were 1,000 kilometers from the zero line, 600 miles. And another thing to our Russian listening guests, a railroad is one of the most vulnerable and important assets that a country can have. First of all, a railroad doesn't go anywhere, right? It's laid and there it is. And every railroad has innumerable places where it crosses. Rivers, culverts, ditches, valleys. And if you cut those rail lines, even if you cut 4 or 5 culverts in 20 miles, you've given the Russians a huge headache. And I know it sounds kind of ridiculous. The railroad doesn't move, but that makes it a fixed target. That means an ATACMS can fly to an 8-digit grid coordinate and cut the rail line. So I think we're going to see a lot of that.
And then, Will, if I just can, with a couple of quick follow-ups. I see Scruff is with us as well. We need to get to him for sure. But Chuck, if you can, describe what the Ukrainian special forces will be doing, especially in the night. I'm thinking they're probably in contact with Russian partisans who oppose Putin. They must have a list of critical targets, and they are probably deploying small teams of special operation forces to damage, to sow panic and confusion behind the lines in Russia. What's a typical night for such a band of Ukrainian special force fighters?
Yeah, well, there's another thing that we can take this as a proof, as we used to say in geometry. Ukraine's intelligence about disposition of Russian forces in Kursk Oblast, it was rock solid. Ergo, it had agents, assets, partisans on the ground. Here's a target, for example, and I'm not giving much away because the Russians know this, and if they don't, you're going to find out about it. And I mean literally the hard way. Let's take the Kursk nuclear power plant. Nuclear plants, as we all know, they are consumers of electricity. It takes a lot of electricity to run your nuclear plant. A prime target for Ukrainian special operations forces and or Russian partisans, which again, they have to be, to get an active partisan, a partisan who's capable of carrying out or facilitating or assisting in special operations, it takes a while to train those people. But Ukraine has been playing the long game here in Kursk. And one of the best things that partisan can provide to a special operations force in a really dynamic situation like this is local knowledge and providing guide services. Guiding a special operations force. For example, write this down, Russian listening guests, to the power lines that feed electricity to the Kursk nuclear plant. I would be looking at a special operation that blew down 4, 5, or 6 big pylons that carry those large cross-country power supply to Kursk. That's an eminently doable target, and I'm happy for the Russians to think about it because you're going to have to divert hundreds of troops to guard those power lines. And every one of those idiots sucking their thumb under a power line, they're not on the front. And I'll also say this, they're not going to be much of a conscript with a rifle standing under a power pylon in the middle of the night, long way from his mommy and daddy, is not going to do much to slow down a SEAL team or a bunch of Budanov's boys who are there to drop that pylon. Believe me, he might as well just put his rifle down and put his hands up all night. That's the only way he's going to live through. But those are the kind of targets, and they're demonstrative. The world isn't going to end tomorrow if the Kursk power plant is unplugged from the power grid. But it's going to make Putin look even worse, which is why I think it's a reasonable and maybe even a priority target. It's also going to let the Russian people know that the Ukrainians can do this. They can attack, in air quotes, our one of our power plants. So, this is what I was intimating. The Ukrainians are going to be popping up in so many places. And in the map that I was able to put up today, there's sort of solid blue areas and then there's striped blue areas because nobody really knows where the zero line actually is. But if you're looking at the 2300 UTC map from today, everywhere you see a Russian airstrike tells me that Ukrainian forces are in contact and the local Russian unit is getting overwhelmed. They're calling for airstrikes. And you can see some of those airstrikes are pretty far afield. They are well in advance of where the zero line is. And we're going to see more and more of those points of contact, I think.
Right.
Thanks, Chuck. And Will, I'm just going to jump off here. I see Ben listening. I hope he can come up, join Scruff and Chuck. Just want to say, how can you become a citizen gunfighter? You can't, but you can become a citizen storyteller very easily, and that's by contributing to the current fundraiser MriyaReport has going right now to support Ben's second film. Your donation will be matched, and so it doubles its power. It's just been so great to join you here for a few minutes' time. Chuck, great to see you. Will, great to see you. A word to that question asked about why does Putin observe the Russian Constitution? I think we're going to see the apathy of the Russian people come to the fore. Most Russians don't care a whit about Kursk or Belgorod. They just don't care. Putin relies on that apathy, and he relies on this war to stay in power. Now, Will, I heard Chuck say, you're the thunder from down under. There's another word that rhymes with down under. And, I'm just joking with you, Will, but it's the blunder from down under. I'm going to see you both very soon. Very, very soon. Thanks, Will. And thanks, Chuck.
Absolutely, Alan. And you have fun and come back safe.
Yep. Keep that canoe upright, buddy, and we will see you soon. I'll keep the seat warm for you. So now, everybody, we got a plethora of questions. That's my big word for the day, plethora. So if you can keep them brief or comments brief, we'll move through them as quickly as possible. I have Alex, Steve Murray, Aria, then Mark Toth. Go ahead. Alex.
Thank you. Hello, Chuck. Wonderful to hear you again. So I was really amazed with this, how Ukrainians took this fortified unit, because I would understand if it was kind of like totally unexpected.
Oop, did we lose you?
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I think we've lost Alex. You might need to recycle, and I'll plug you right back in. Meanwhile, we'll go to Steve Murray.
Hi. I just wanted to take you back, Chuck, to something you were saying, I think about 10 days ago, even before the incursion occurred, about the training facilities that were available and how, I forget the number you gave, but Ukraine was in a capacity because of both training in Ukraine and in other neighboring states. It had 4 camps or more dedicated to training new troops. I wondered if you could comment on, I think you commented at the time that one of the constraints on preparing new troops was that you might be able to send, I forget the number, you said it might have been 10,000 a month or more. But you then had to supply them with the armaments to go with them. And to what degree is that constraint because of the slow walking of supplies? how much is that going to be an effect over the next 2 to 3 months?
Yeah, that is a great question, and it's also something I don't want us to lose sight of. We were saying last Christmas when Mike Johnson was preventing arms from being shipped to Ukraine, that this summer was going to be the time of consequence. And it was going to be made worse by the fact that inevitably the arms were going to be shipped. It was going to happen. Mr. Johnson, if you're listening tonight, or some of your staff members are, you are totally on the wrong side of history. You extended this war by possibly 2 years. At least a year you added to this war. And the arms and material and ammunition and equipment that started to come back in, it had to be diverted to strategic reserve. That stuff couldn't go directly from the pallet to the zero line because Ukraine had to burn through its reserves to fight this summer, and it had to constantly be prepared for what is increasingly a very unlikely event, which is a major combined arms ground operation put together by the Russian. Personally, I don't like to underestimate my enemies, but personally, I don't think the Russian armed forces, they're not capable of doing that stuff anymore. They're just not. And every time they try, and there's been a couple of, in the last month or so, there's been a couple of times they put together assaults that included, approximately 70 vehicles, APCs and main battle tanks. And, that's not an inconsequential effort. But every time they've done that in the last 3 months, they come to grief. Those attacks are destroyed. And what was very interesting to me in the last 2 cases, when those forces came into contact with their Ukrainian adversaries, they lost, 5 or 10 vehicles. That was what you could have expected reasonably to come in contact with the Ukrainians. But the Russian attack totally fell apart at that point. They had sustainable losses, but they stopped their vehicles, the hatches all opened, and all of the Russians ran away. Their infantry dismounted, and I've seen the video. Not one of them ran toward the Ukrainians. Every one of them ran for their lives. And that is a really key sign to me that they're no longer up to the fight. But to get to your question again, it is still hurting Ukraine. Because, it's one thing to hand out rifles. Easy to learn an infantry weapon. You learn to shoot it in a week or so, and you learn to take it apart in a couple of days. If you get handed a Bradley, if you get handed an M1 tank, it takes longer to learn those systems. But the most important thing to do is to teach all your soldiers their basic military occupational skill, whether you're a tanker or a man-pads gunner or an air defense guy or an artillerist, whatever you are. But then work everyone together. Work the artillery with the infantry. Teach your forward air controllers, your JTACs. How do they call in airstrikes? How do they call in artillery fire, et cetera, and work those guys together in larger and larger scale exercises so that they can be interoperable. They can operate as cogs in a bigger machine. Mike Johnson, not you personally, sir, but you, Mike Johnson, you prevented Ukraine from doing that. Not only did you hold back on their arms for whatever godforsaken reason you thought that was a good idea, you prevented them from training with those weapons. You prevented them from becoming a better army. I congratulate you, sir. I've been around a long time. You are the most despicable Speaker of the House of Representatives that there ever has been, and there have been rascals. I put you right back there to pre-Civil War days as one of the most despicable speakers of the House. And I'm not political. You're just a clown. But that baggage that Ukraine had because of Washington, Russia suffers under that. They don't train soldiers up to the military occupational specialty. They don't conduct large scale training exercises, or if they do, it's extraordinarily cursive. And here's the nail in Putin's coffin. He's raised up a generation of military buffoons. They got funny big hats, but they're all hat no cattle. These guys are not infantry leaders. They're not artillery. They have no leadership skills, and they have come up in a military system that treats their soldiers as expendable commodities. And those kind of armies, history shows us, break down. You cannot lead your men to defeat after defeat after defeat. You can't prove to them every day that you don't care if they have fresh water. You don't care if they ever get hot food. You don't care if they get dry socks. You don't care if they get mail. History shows us that those armies fly apart. They fly apart. And as we saw in those 2 attacks down south, they take 5 vehicle casualties out of 70, and everybody runs away. They're already at the point of failure, I think.
Mark Toth, you're next, and Scruff's joined us. So we'll go to Scruff, then Heimars, Jeff, and back to Robin. Go ahead.
Hey, well, thanks, Chuck. Good to hear you again.
I'm an avid reader, sir. I'm an avid reader of your stuff.
Appreciate it. I tell you, this many articles into this war, it's all starting to meld together in my mind. I think we're closing in on 300 different articles, and sometimes it's hard to keep them straight. But thank you for...
That's some serious scribbling. Good on, and I'm serious. Folks, if you don't follow Mark and John, look, please do. They're in my timeline all the time. Great stuff. They write for the Kyiv Post, as I do, and great guys. They also write for The Hill. They're in a lot of places that I will never get. So please do give them a follow.
Hey, the door's always open, Chuck, to co-write at any of those places. You know how to get a hold of me. More than happy to do it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very generous. We'll do it.
Yeah,
no,
definitely. Yeah, I mean it. Anyone you want to get into, let me know. Just a couple of quick points, really, observations based on what Chuck was saying. Absolutely. I think if you look back, and not to praise the Nazis by any means, but if you look back at what Guderian was able to accomplish during World War II, he added speed to warfare, to modern warfare, and that was key. And yes, technology played a huge role in that, just as we've witnessed in Ukraine with technology bringing, accelerating the curve of warfare on the battlefield there. So, I think it's important to understand how warfare changes, because that's the core strength of the West, right? That's what NATO does best, is it incorporates technology into its fighting capabilities. Russia, however, is not. John and I, somewhat jokingly, but in the Kyiv Post the other day, we said, look, this isn't even your grandfathers or fathers, playing off the old Oldsmobile ad army in Russia. It's your great grandfather's army of World War I. I mean, they just have not kept up with the times. And so you have a very static Russian army led by a very one-dimensional command structure. It simply can't get into the modern era of warfare. And so far, Ukraine's been able to eat, their lunch over this repeatedly. And now what you see is finally when really the first big instance where we're really seeing combined arms warfare happening on the Ukrainian side with all the latest equipment that they've gotten from the US and weaponry, as well as the NATO allies, is you're seeing that the Russians can't even come close to competing with that. They don't know how to fight with that. And to Chuck's point, the idea of taking a conscript soldier who barely has had 6 months of training, let alone any type of battalion training, any type of brigade training, any type eventually of combined arms warfare training, they don't understand what's going on around them. They're looking around, they're stunned, they don't get it, they don't get the layers that are attacking them. And so to expect them to be able to pull off a miracle isn't the case. And I think we're seeing that in the Russian responses. They get it too. They know that they're not going to be able to confront this. The only thing that they can do is start to create these outer trench lines to hopefully defend from their standpoint. down the road once the Ukrainians get there. So, I would argue that the Ukrainians indeed have embraced technology. Indeed, as Chuck pointed out, they've modernized modern warfare to an incredible level, and that it's really got them reeling. And so my one quick question for Chuck, because I'm interested in his perspective, is, I still subscribe to Ben Hodges' belief that Crimea ultimately is the decisive terrain of this war. It's what ends it. It's what Putin can't afford to lose from a face value standpoint. And so from my perspective, what I see Kursk is that key that's opening up the door to Crimea, whether it's pulling troops off, whether it's ultimately a scene very soon, hopefully the Kerch Bridge falling, but that it's going to denude those defenses in the south that eventually allows Ukraine to bring its maneuver warfare into the peninsula and take it and hopefully put an end to this war. But Chuck, thanks again. And anytime, just let me know.
Thanks so much. And I definitely will take you up on that. I agree with, first of all, I'd be a knucklehead to not agree with General Hodges. His experience, his scholarship, and his knowledge of geopolitics, and also the tactical grasp there that, Crimea is the blue chip, right? It is what's at stake in this war. It's the one thing Putin cannot lose. It's the one thing that Ukraine cannot lose. It is imperative that Ukraine reacquire Crimea, because as long as the Russians hold Crimea, they will hold Ukrainian commerce hostage. They will be able to eventually, reapply surface warfare, naval assets, and interdict Ukrainian commerce. So Ukraine cannot allow that to happen. But Crimea is very vulnerable. I mean, we often call it the island of Crimea because there's only 3 roads in and out of that whole area. So there's the M17 and the M18 in the north, and there is the Kerch Bridge. Eventually, Ukraine is going to turn Crimea into a liability for Russia. If the Kerch Bridge is blown and the M17, M18 corridors and their associated rail links are cut, people are going to get hungry in Crimea. And I think that's a likely case. I think that is maybe 18 months away, 24 months away. It's not on the near horizon, but I agree with you completely. And everybody, I'm just going to take this time. I really want to get Scruff up. He is our drone operator extraordinaire. He is reporting directly from the zero line. And Scruff, you always bring a ray of sunshine in here, and welcome so much, Scruff. Come on up.
Доброго ранку, Rusha.
Hello, Mr. Silky Voice.
you knucklehead. I'm so glad to hear you. Please, it's so good to hear you.
A long time, huh? A long time.
It's been a while. I've been away a little bit.
Yeah. I've been away. I had some stuff to do. I actually tried several times. I tried to jump in, but every time I connected and I just started to listen to your voice and fell asleep like a child listening to it. So,
I sucked the oxygen out of the room.
I think you saved some Russians that way.
Yeah, I'm really working for them.
Alan, Will, happy to hear you guys, and I really hope that we'll be able to jump in more often. I was told actually that I'm being remembered here from time to time, and I also wanted to support this fundraising for a movie, and this is not because I'm gonna help with this movie. No, this is not the reason. How about advertising like this? and you know, actually, what I wanted to hear, and what I wanted to focus on is that, you know, many people, they talk regarding Kursk. They talk about what happened or what's happening, but not many of them are talking about what did not happen, if you know what I mean.
Well, go into that for us.
No, every conflict, every war has such a thing which called rally around the flag, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much people hate the government, or how much people from one area of the country don't like people from another area. But anyways, at the moments like this, they unite. They realize that this is their common business, and they are starting to let's say to group behind the government. I mean, they think that this is their problem too. Nothing like this we see at the moment in Russia. Just nothing. I presume that people from, for example, I don't know, from Texas, maybe they are not delighted by somebody from New York or something like this. But can you imagine that New York is invaded and Texas just doesn't give a damn?
Yeah, you're right. They will tear each other apart until someone else is threatened. Right? It's like sailors fighting Marines. That they'll fight each other until the army shows up, then they'll fight the army.
Yes, exactly right. But nothing like this happens at the moment in Russia, and you know, there is no resistance from civilians at all. No partisans, guerrillas, or something like this. Just nothing, and the whole country just pretends that nothing is going on. 100,000 of refugees. 100,000. These are only refugees that have been registered. So they called, and they were actually they were put on the record. And those of them which just left this area, and they left to their relatives, or they just rented apartment somewhere in another part of the country, they are not in this list. So there are more than 100,000, but nothing, just nothing happens. And do you remember all of this alpha male bullshit, like Putin was saying, like if anyone will try to interrupt our mission of denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine, you will get a response that the whole history of the world never seen. All of this propaganda when Kisilov said from TV that we are the only one who can pulverize US into radioactive ashes. Those words that world will be pointless without Russia. We will destroy everything just because the world just pointless without us. And they were telling all the time that if you only dare to do something against us, especially within our borders, you gotta be smashed. Can anybody hear something like this within these days?
You know, I'm glad you brought this up, because there's this important disconnect, obviously, between what the Russian people are either trying to ignore or trying to tell Putin with their silence, right? And you know, when I first was getting on the getting my arms around the Kursk offensive, you know, first there were thousands of displaced people, then there were tens of thousands, and I take you at your word that there are hundreds of thousands of Russians leaving this area. Those refugees, those displaced people, those fleeing civilians, you know, they hindered the Russian response. But you know, you brought up a really important point here, and it's, you know, it should be really frightening to Moscow. And you're right that the analogy, what would Texas do if New York was invaded? Well, you know, I think we all know what Texans would do, but it's pretty shocking. What are you seeing in terms of your adversaries, Scruff? Are you what are you seeing in terms of their motivation? You know, I know that they can fight like hell, absolutely. But what's your assessment of your enemies in your local area there?
We seem
We
to have
lost
lost Scruff.
Scruff.
I'll reload him back up, and we'll get there. Arya, you've got a quick one for Chuck yet?
Hi, Arya.
Hi, Chuck. Always a pleasure to get your updates. Always learn a lot. I wanted to bring up two things I've seen that I think are important. I'm not sure how many people listening have seen these. The first is in regards to the rail networks and the conversation that was going earlier. There were reports, unconfirmed, that train drivers are refusing to get anywhere close to Kursk because of fear of getting shelled. This seems to be indicated by certain reports of backups in the Russian rail line, which seem to be legitimate. I cannot, though, 100% confirm this. The Russians seem to have realized this was going to happen, because the other day they announced that there would be shortages of vodka along with a 9% tax increase. Vodka was not the only staple good that this happened to. There were a dozen others that they said there will be shortages of. Plus, they said there will be shortages of large objects that require rail links to move them. So this tends to indicate to me that the you know, what we've been talking about and seeing of a collapse of the Russian transportation industry, you know, infrastructure is actually happening on some level. How complete that will be, I don't know. And there does seem to be an uptick in the amount of sabotage from individual Russians doing attacks on the rail lines, or Ukrainian special forces behind the lines. Who actually knows? The second thing, really quickly, is over the last 3 hours, there has been a concerted bot effort on Twitter by the Russians for the search term Russia in English and in Arabic, possibly several other languages. And if you type in Russia on the Twitter search and, you know, go to the latest, for the last 3 hours, 95% of the posts being over somewhere between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. every couple of seconds, there was a new account posting the same exact post with a scantily clad picture of a woman, normally the same couple of women, with AI, and it's being done to suppress information. And I've seen, and many of the listeners here have seen similar attempts to suppress information when there was breaking information in the past, but I have never seen something on this scale, and Twitter seems to not care at all. Because they are well aware of it.
I wonder what sort of information is actually being blocked. Think of it.
I can give you a hint. Do you know what's going on right now?
Well, I'd love to hear.
The Kursk Bridge might be coming down right now. There's a bunch of shooting into the sea. The Panzer S1 on Mount Hades was just taken out by Ukrainian missiles, and I'm posting some great videos right now. Kursk Bridge has been closed for 25 minutes now. I'm monitoring 2 Russian Telegram channels, one from each side of the bridge, one in Tamak and one in Kursk, where there's just shrapnel raining down on them.
Lovely.
So
it's a rainy day.
Well, you know, that's one of the things I love about MriyaReport, because it isn't just who's on the microphone. It is about all of our listeners who are monitoring all the time with language capability. You know, it's literally have the resources and the output of a global news network, and it's all us, you guys, volunteers working together. I mean, it's amazing. It's just great to be part of. Yeah, say what else is going on.
Hot and heavy now. Smoke's pouring out of the SP5 MIS ferry crossing into Kerch. Let's see. I'll post some more videos here. Sirens sounding in Fedosia. There's shootings in the sea. Just looks like pretty broad range of targets here, all under attack right now.
Lovely.
It's all part of Putin's plan, Chuck. It's all part of Putin's 3-day plan.
Yeah, Yehuda, it says it's part of his plan to create a new coral reef in the Kerch Straits with his 15-mile bridge.
Hey,
Yehuda,
maybe we'll go check out that dive site when we're there for the beach party then, Chuck.
We will. Have to get a couple of dives in there.
I'm glad to see you're well, Chuck, and it's really great to have you back. I just want to let you know.
Thank you. I am. No one is happier to be back than me. Let me tell you.
So up next is Jeff Allen. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey, folks. Good to be here. Good to see you. I'll try to keep it brief. 2 questions. One dovetails a little bit with the rail discussion that was just going on that I couldn't hear but was able to read the captions. That is, with the cut of the rail at Sudzha, do we have any sort of quantifiable measure as to how much tons of rail is no longer passing through that line between Kursk and Belgorod? Second question, which I'll toss out here and then go back to listening, is, you know, I am a great fan of tracking artillery losses, and they're running at close to 400 a week right now.
Wow.
So wow. It's impressive. So I'm wondering if you have seen or heard anything quantifiable about any sort of decline in the use and kind of artillery being used for support by the Russians. I know we've been pushing up the fabs, though that's been kind of crimped by those depots getting blown up pretty hard. But I'm curious if you've got any numbers, heard anything about decline in the quantity, kind, and frequency of artillery being used. And I'll listen.
No, you know, I'm sorry, Bob. Go ahead, please.
You do the artillery question, but first let me clarify what you're asking about in the railway section area, Jeff. In fact, the railway that goes through Sudzha goes down directly to it goes down directly across the border into Ukraine and goes to Kharkiv. It doesn't, in fact, connect to the Kursk line down to Belgorod, goes through Stary Oskol and then down. So there is
I thought that was
there is a possible opportunity to break that line if they expand far enough. But the rail line down to Suja from Moscow doesn't go directly to Belgorod. It goes down over to Belaya, Rakitnoye, and then down into Ukraine. Go ahead on the artillery question, Chuck.
Oh, yeah. Well, just a quick redirect. I thought there was a line that ran from Sudzha in the direction of Belgorod, about 15 to 20 km behind the line of contact at the border.
It kind of does, right? Like I say, it goes from Sudzha over toward the east until it gets to Belaya, and then turns south, goes through Rakitnoye, and then down to the Russian border. That does, and the Russian telegram has talked about how if Ukraine was able to take that line, it would help them threaten Belgorod from the west, but it doesn't, in fact, connect up that position. There is a line out of Rakitnoye that spurs out from there, but it doesn't actually connect over to the Belgorod line.
Okay, well, then I'll let Chuck speak to just how much difficulty there might be in trying to actually take that junction that we're talking about. Anyway,
Rakitnoye would be very important.
Absolutely. And and again, this is, excuse me for being Captain Obvious for a minute, but you always know where the railroad is. So there are points of vulnerability along the entire railroad. Destroying a section of track is a very easy 15 minutes work for a trained group of special operations guys. And I mean, actually, time on target for that should really be like 5 minutes. Then you want to compound that. I mean, you don't want to just destroy a stretch of track, even though that works great. You want to hit a culvert, you want to hit an overpass, you want to hit you want to damage the switching components. And when you get to something like a marshalling yard, a switching yard, I mean, that's an ATACMS target. And when you can coordinate all of those kinds of attacks, and they're on a sliding scale, taking out 50 yards of track, that can be repaired in a day. Taking out 100 feet of track that goes over even a little tiny stream, that takes longer. And especially if you do it in an expert fashion, which is you don't want to sever the crossing members. You want to bend them. And that means that the Russians actually have to, you make them destroy the bridge in order to replace it. So getting back to the point that you always know where the railroad is, interesting development that I just saw today, or just moments ago, it was a formation of Ukrainian helicopters landing in the Kursk region, troop carrying helicopters. So this was in broad daylight. It tells me that air mobile forces are being used. It tells me that the air defense and air superiority situation in this particular area in Kursk Oblast is favorable to the Ukrainians. And if you can use 4 or 5 helicopters to land a company of air mobile forces in daylight, believe me, those helicopters can prowl around at night, flying on NVGs and insert and extract sabotage teams anywhere in the Oblast. So the good thing about hitting a rail line is you don't have to go look for it. You get your guys in there, get them out. And also, we've seen HIMARS strikes on Russian road convoy. And you think of it this way, a convoy on a road, it's a moving target, right? That tells me when the convoys have been hit that, as I mentioned earlier in the program, Ukrainian special operators were there. They knew a convoy was moving. They knew what direction it would move. And they set up an artillery ambush in front of the convoy, knowing the convoy, again, the Russians showing the least amount of military aptitude right? They're barreling down this one direct road. They don't disperse the, they don't disperse the convoy into 4, 5, or 6 little packets on converging roads. They don't dare do that. They don't have guys that can even read road maps. They don't have logisticians anymore. They just roll down. In this case, it was the 38K 004 highway, and they got smoked. So Ukraine can hit a moving truck convoy, which is harder to hit. It's a more flexible target than any train moving down a track, because there, course and speed, the Ukrainians probably even have the timetable. But to me, it's interesting, and you brought up, or the previous caller brought up, that Russian engineers are refusing to man trains going into Kursk, and there has been this ever-present and now increasing low level of sabotage on Russian railroads, and really easy to do. Somebody, let's just say it's Russian kids, you open up a signal box, you throw in a Molotov cocktail, and it does a lot of damage for the price of 6 ounces of gasoline. And you ask yourself, why are these people doing it? Part of that is frustration with the war. And those acts of sabotage occur everywhere. So interesting. And I'm glad you brought up those points. Really interesting to hear that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. So I just want to remind everybody it's the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. We have a fundraiser on to help promote the development of Ben Goldhagen's next film, Citizen Gunfighters. It's the first tweet in the next, and there is still a match on that will allow any donation you make between now and the end of the show in an hour be matched by some generous donors here. So if you have the opportunity to do so, please pop over to MriyaReport. It's the first tweet in the nest, or just MriyaReport.org. Smash the big blue button in the upper right-hand corner and make a donation that will be matched of any size that you can. Thanks very much, so that we can help get Ben's documentary made and keep Ukraine in the front of everybody's minds. Up next, Robin, then Aria, then Freedom. Go ahead again, Robin.
Thank you very much. I have just one question. I assume that most of you on this space are from the US. And I would like...
Nope, Australia.
Australia?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, never mind. I guess it doesn't matter much anyway. As you can probably imagine, the Central Europeans, especially Poles, Lithuanians, Czechs, even some Slovaks, but they do support Ukraine very much because they realize what kind of threat the Russia is. And I would like to ask you, what do Australians think of this situation? Do they support Ukraine, or do they even care at all? Or is it like in the US, where give or take 30% of radicals would like to see Ukraine fought, and 70% would like to see Ukraine win or prevail in some way? Thank you for the answer.
Hang on one second. We've just lost Chuck for a second. We'll get back to that question in a second, Robin. And unfortunately, we've not only lost Chuck for a minute, I also skipped Yehuda. Yehuda.
Yeah, my hand is up. You can't see it. I don't.
Well, you know,
Something's wrong.
you're Canadian, so you're mostly invisible to me anyway. Go ahead, Yehuda.
Yeah, all right. Said the guy from Australia. All right, I appreciate it. Our smaller, less important Commonwealth cousin. No, I was just going to say about Chuck. You know, as we fight disinfo, I had the pleasure of speaking to or listening to him. You know, a man, one of the largest Vatnik accounts. Babble on about how Ukraine is losing the war, how this this is only 820 kilometers and this is nothing in Ukraine, the graveyard. Like, I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up, and we got to keep pushing. You know, got to keep pushing the same narrative. Tell everyone it's not a secret. This isn't some like the last straw, the last hurrah for Ukraine. This is a core minus that's been made under our noses over the last year. They've done combined arms training, level 5 live fire exercises in Wiesbaden. There's a group called Security Assistance Group Ukraine, which trains them. These people didn't just make this up. It is not a bunch of hodgepodge forces of conscripts with no training, and yet there are still enough troops on the line of control to stop the Russians. People talk about Ukrainian losses in and around certain areas. Well, there's defense in depth. The Ukrainians can afford to do a lot of things, give up a bit of land, trade space for time, trade space for security, do all sorts of stuff. None of this is controversial. And so I just want people to keep their hands, not their hands up, keep your hearts, your spirits up, and your hands up. If you want to speak next on the panel, ask the hall monitor Will here. Keep your hands up, and things are going very well. And remember, the Ukrainians could stay where they are if they so choose, or they can withdraw, having affected their strategic or achieved their strategic goal, which would be to move Russian forces from one place to another. So that's very important. And I think we need to remember this is not some desperate act. It's not done because of this election or that election. There are reasons why things are being done. So I just want people to know that and keep their heads up. And I guess I was going to say something to Chuck, but he's not here. And Will, so I marked time for you a bit if you want to rock and roll. I just thought I'd add that
Yep,
Russian Vatnik world is
everybody
going
should
bananas.
everybody should put their hands up, because that's what we Australians normally say to people when we greet them. Put your hands up, right, Yehuda?
And no, give me your wallet. Which is first?
That's the second thing we normally say to people. I think Chuck's having some connection issues, but we're going to get him back here any second. I'm going to go to Aria and then Freedom, but Prince has popped in, and usually if she pops in, it's usually to tell me I'm fired if I do one more bad thing, but usually with some breaking news. Go ahead, Prince.
I apologize, and hello, Yehuda. It's good to see you. No, actually, I don't have breaking news at this point. I'm watching messages flying by rapidly, watching some donations come in. Keep those donations up. If we get $1,000 match tonight, that would be fabulous. We can make $1,000 of donations into $2,000, which will go to help Ukrainians, and it will help to go to help units like the unit Scruff is in, with some humanitarian aid, with medical aid, with tourniquets, with chest seals, with all of the kinds of things that they need and all the kinds of things that they ask for. I'm going to send you a message in the background, Will. But I put my hand up because you said everybody put your hand up, so I did. But this is going great tonight. I'm so excited about the Kursk Bridge. I'm debating if we need to wake up Axel. Didn't he just go to bed?
He did just go to bed, but I am sure his phone will be blowing up like a suicide bomber. So we'll see. I'll bet you we see. I'll bet we see Axel here any second now, if that is in fact the case. And we're just trying to clarify whether or not what's happening on the Kursk Bridge is a freak out or whether they've struck it.
Diversion.
Well, I'm hoping it's.
That's what it looks like.
I'm hoping it's. Well, I'm a good guesser, so I'm just going to go with my guess and hope I talk it into reality. That some Mark 57 ATACMS warhead items were delivered 8, 2 for each point on the piers of the main portion of the bridge span. You know, just out of interest. I hope that's what we're seeing there, because they don't have Taurus. Chuck, great to see you back. Let's check let's check your voice, and then we'll go to the questions.
I think I'm good. I got kicked off, but you know, I know the way you guys really feel. So
well, see,
let's
the way not to get kicked off of Twitter, Chuck, is to remain irrelevant like me. I never get blocked. I never get shadow banned. I never get anything, because he knows I'm harmless.
There you go. So I was going to say this. I said it in the previous space with Will. I want to say it with Chuck. People are, aside from all the noise from all the strange ones who are pretending this is a nothing burger for Russia, this is far from a nothing burger, not just symbolically and politically, but militarily. What Ukraine has managed to do is, and I know this part is a guess. I suspect Ukraine, you know, withdrew a bit of troops here and there, probably gave the Russians a false sense of security in some other parts. The Russians put all in certain areas. Kursk is completely undefended, as we know. And then on top of it, you see the Ukrainians with this explosive break-in exploitation. Let's say it's a raid at first, and then they say we're going to hold on to it as long as we can. And then on top of holding on to it as long as they can, what I said the next thing I'd be looking for, if I was a military man, Chuck, is I'd look for mass fires on the line of control. I'd look for, you know, once the Russians start to move around forces and try to figure out where they want to go, I figured wherever the Ukrainians want to push through in occupied Ukraine, this is the good time to do it, right? So what starts every offensive, Chuck? The artillery.
Is the artillery. Right? Absolutely.
Mass fires. So I'm
queen
looking
of battle.
Hmm?
The queen of battle.
I agree. Or I say the Duke. I don't like giving the artillery that much credit. So, or the Duke of Earl. So, so how I see it playing out is Ukrainians continue to disrupt. They continue to hold terrain. Russians panic. They do something really stupid, like take some of their more veteran units from Kherson, Donbass, and pushing them up to Kursk. They're still not going to be able to get organized and do anything. They're not good at maneuver warfare. They'll try to see where the Ukrainians dig in, if the Ukrainians dig in at all. And I would suspect they're going to move around as much as possible just to screw up the Russians, because they're fast thinkers in the military sense. Their command and control structure is not geared for that. That's how Prigozhin was able to do the Blue Danube up the E105, because the Russians couldn't figure out, the only way they got them to stop is I guess they bribed them, cut a deal, and said your friends in Moscow aren't playing. So if they think that Prigozhin was an issue, imagine combined arms divisions. First of all, this isn't 2 brigades. 2 brigades don't just fight on their own. 2 combined arms brigades, let's just go and hang out. No, if it's 2 up, it's 1 back. If it's 2 up and 1 back, that means there are 2 other divisions, maybe minus, maybe plus, hanging out in the rear, combat support services, and then another in reserve. And guess what happens? RIPs are being conducted left, right, and center, I'm hearing. Okay, reliefs in place. This is a force that can hold off and do a lot of stuff. However, I don't think Ukraine, if faced with a serious Russian counteroffensive, will retain, because they don't need to. They can withdraw, fighting withdrawal, some people call it, mobile defense, whatever you want to call it. Just they're fighting withdrawal. And they're going to move back to positions that they can more easily defend and secure with lines of logistics. But if at any point in that time, however long it takes for the Russians to come around, I'm thinking, what will the Ukrainians do elsewhere? Now, Kerch Bridge, I would say, is a diversion. There's no land that they're going to take around Kerch. They don't have Crimea yet. They don't have Zaporizhia. But if this is something that's going to happen, I expect that's a great move. You know, if they were to sink the Kerch, the next step would be somewhere near Zaporizhia, I suspect, power plant, somewhere near Kherson, maybe somewhere easier near Donbass, and you're going to see the Ukrainians mass fires, Russians head down, tons of EW, tons of air, and you're going to see a push forward. I think that's a natural conclusion, or else the success will be limited to having penetrated Russia, exploiting, destroying, and then forcing Russian troops to relocate and thinning out their lines in different places. Or take it a step further, they can actually exploit in other areas should the Russians make more fatal mistakes. That's my assessment. I'm just kind of curious what you think of that. Thanks, Chuck.
I can't disagree with that at all. Ukraine has done so much to change the tempo of the whole war. They're now dictating military necessities to Putin. I agree with you. Putin is going to prioritize trying to eject Ukrainian forces from Kursk. It's going to take a long time to get those reinforcements. He is not the kind of guy who has any sort of sense. He's going to take his most capable units and going to pull them out of wherever they are. He's not going to, he's got target lock on Kursk right now. They picked Kursk because it's a long way from Avdiivka to Kursk Oblast. And the Russians are paying the freight. They're going to pay the freight in fuel. They're going to pay the freight in disengaging. It's one thing to say, I want all my paratroopers up in Kursk, but they've got to disengage. Maybe the Ukrainians aren't going to let them fall back. That's why this was such a well thought out strike. It's forcing Russia. Anytime you could force your enemy to do something, whether by compelling him, baiting him, encouraging him, deluding him, or in this case, you've put this political dilemma on his plate. Putin is going to overreact to this this seizure of Kursk. And the other thing is, Ukraine is going to keep the situation as fluid as possible in Kursk right now. And in my humble estimation, they came across the border early with 3 battalions of special operations. They've got plans for these guys. And anytime your special operations forces can, besides doing all the Gucci missions and the sexy stuff, you really earn your money when your special operations forces facilitate and act as an exponent to the conventional ground operation. And these guys are spreading out right now. They're conducting artillery ambushes on Russian convoys. They seized one of the most important strategic objects in Kursk Oblast, which was the gas metering station. They did that. We don't have any reports that any Russians even fought back at that location, which also indicates to me that perhaps that was a perfect surgical special operations strike that grabbed that target. Again, that's the meat and potatoes for a special operations force. Go in on a raid and seize something and get relieved as soon as possible by the conventional forces. So, Yehuda, I agree with you completely.
And also, Chuck, we now know the manner in which they took the 100 prisoners of war yesterday is appropriate use of bypassing strong points, holding them, fixing them, and then reducing them, because the SBU are the folks that came along, with their skill set to isolate, clear, breach, and clear that stronghold, which is also very smart, right? Bypassing and isolating rather than stopping and trying to reduce everything in front of you is really good tactic.
I'm a small unit guy. I am always for bypassing a strong position. And the other thing is, you don't want to fight the enemy's war, right? You want to fight your war. And if there's something that the enemy is not good at, in this case, dealing with a dynamic, fluid
war fighting in general.
Yeah, exactly. Make the Russians fight the war they're not good at, right? Make them react. Make them deal with deep strikes. Confuse them. Make it so. Look, there are 4 major highways coming out of at Kursk. One goes north, one goes northwest. One goes northeast, and one's kind of going to the southwest. Russia's got to guard them all, and the farther they diverge from the border, those blocking forces are farther and farther from each other, so they're not mutually supporting. I mean, this was, of all the places that they could have come across the border, Yehuda, I think this was just a clinic.
It's wild though. But Chuck, they've left that border undefended for 2.5 years, the ding dongs. And I don't know why they thought Ukraine would never dare attack Holy Mother Russia. How dumb. How dumb.
Well,
they did dig some nice trenches that Russia will have to assault though, up just north of Suja, their second line of defense, because Ukraine now holds the first and second lines of defense put in there. That those fortifications will be quite useful for them. But the key with fortifications and trenches is you got to man them and cover them with fire, don't you?
The obstacles need to be covered with fire and definitely manned or personed. Now we say, well, come on.
Sorry, we haven't got fully woke down here in Australia yet. Freedom, you're up next.
Mic check 1 2 3.
5
You're
by
golden.
5.
4 5 6.
Thank you. Hi, Will. Hi, Chuck. I'll just be brief.
Good to hear you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to have you back. After a career in broadcasting, I got my dream job, and I work for a retired colonel in the Air Force in the aerospace industry now. So I'm really interested in these F-16s getting to Ukraine, and just saw it, a couple of days ago, and then another video today of Dan Hampton saying that if the bottlenecks are removed, he and other ex-F-16 pilots would be willing to go to Ukraine. My first question is, we've talked about ITARs before. How does that figure into this? Is he allowed to go if he wants to go? And is that what the bottlenecks that he's talking about are? And my second question is, any possibility of F-16s in the Kursk region that we don't know about yet? And I'll listen.
I don't know about the F-16s Kursk region, but I do know this. I just saw half a squadron of Ukrainian helicopters landing troops, and that cannot happen in a contested airspace. So so I have a problem if I'm looking at something that wasn't geolocated. But when I looked at that, it tells me that Ukraine has inflected the air superiority balance in that area, and you can do different things, right? So you might not have air superiority, but you can have air parity. You can have air superiority for a limited amount of. Let's say this: is it possible that helicopter movement of troops was made possible because there were some F-16s prowling around in top cover? Yeah, absolutely. That's what we could have been looking at, no doubt. And we also know it's highly likely that the Ukrainians shot down a Russian Su-34 fullback, one of Russia's best strike fighters. That was likely shot down within the last 48 hours. That tells me that the Ukrainian air defense is prowling around north of the Russian frontier. So now I'm looking at Ukrainian, and I've been preaching about this for a long time. Ukraine needed mobile air defense to cover its ground war maneuver element. That's necessary in 20th and 21st century warfare. You've got to protect your troops from being picked apart from the air. So we're looking at the air defense situation and the possible downing of an Su-34. And again, that was probably not downed by a Stinger. Su-34s are, complex fourth generation strike aircraft. They've got electronic warfare capabilities, and I bet if one was taken down, it was taken down by a blue chip air defense system. Probably not a Patriot, but something like a NASAMS, something like Iris-T, and these are systems that, in the case of the NASAMS, it's portable. In the case of the Iris-T, it's mobile. And again, I see helicopters landing. I see 6, 7 helicopters landing, putting down troops. And the insert that I saw was, I would say, leisurely. These guys were not coming in hot at 10 feet, banging down on all 4 gears, and their troops disembarking like the helicopters on fire. They came in high, they came in slow, and they landed in a nice little echelon formation. So I think, the dynamics here on the Kursk battlefield are more favorable, arguably, than they are maybe anywhere else in the war right now. And Mr. Putin, that's on you, dude. And as Yehuda just said, these guys were not guarding the back door. And I think it's just as Yehuda said, that the hubris that they thought Ukraine won't dare try to do to us what we're doing every day to them. We're seeing something we're witnessing something in Kursk that is going to be one of the inflection points of this war. I really mean that. And the information we're getting tonight, both with the with the information warfare that's being carried out right now against Twitter, and with this undisclosed activity, interesting activity we have going on both sides of the Kerch Straits right now. I mean, this is what I was saying about Ukraine beginning to dictate military circumstances to Russia, and that's a big move. Arya, you got your hand up, bud. Come on up, bud.
Hey, Chuck. I just wanted to give 2 updates as I've been watching the Russian VK and Telegram. As far as the Kerch Bridge, even though they freaked out, it does not appear it was actually hit. Sadly, there were hits in the surrounding areas, possibly to the Panzers. But the bridge itself does not appear to be on fire. They did close it temporarily out of fear that it was being targeted. However, the 3-hour-long Russian bot attack to try to suppress the searches for the word Russia in several languages, including English and Arabic, it has entered its 4th hour. And Twitter still has yet to do anything about it. So I thought that was worth bringing up. Back to you.
Now, I wonder how sophisticated the attack is, or how big it is, what it's hitting, why Twitter isn't doing anything about it. Maybe Twitter can't do anything, but the timing of it is interesting. And Russia is, I mentioned earlier in the show, I did a thing for the Kyiv Post today. It'll be out this weekend, discussing basically daily what has been happening in the Kursk offensive, and part of the assessment was looking at the increasingly desperate and implausible statements from Russia, trying to convince the world and themselves that they were in control of this. At first, they wouldn't even admit Ukraine had crossed the border. Then they said it was 200 guys, 300. They finally said it was 1,000. And I don't know if everyone caught this, but I encourage you to go back. There was a splendid press conference with General Gerasimov telling Putin that 1,000 Ukrainians had crossed the border, but they had killed 314, as well as 40 armored personnel carriers and 8 tanks. And the camera shifts to Putin, who has a look on his face that tells me that General Gerasimov is not long for this world. And if you don't think my opinion matters, within 48 hours, he had been fired. He's no longer has anything to do with the Kursk counter-terror operation. I think that he whistled his last tune at a briefing because Putin looked at him like, don't do that to my shoes and tell me it's raining. Even Putin isn't buying this stuff anymore. And, you know, it's hard to get in the head of a psychopath. It truly is. This is a guy who nerve gassed people, used radiological weapons and chemical weapons against a NATO country. You know, this is a guy who is 3 tacos short of a combo. It's hard to get into his head, but heavy lies the crown, right? Putin is looking at an invasion of his country that's stuck. Scruff, who unfortunately we lost, he was up here, brought up this important, nugget of information. 100,000 Russians skedaddled out of the Kursk Oblast. And Scruff has yet to see any sort of outrage from the Russian people. They're not rallying around Putin. They're not saying, we've got to eject these Ukrainians from Russia. Their silence says a lot. I don't expect them to go out in the street and get clubbed to death by Oman riot. I don't expect them to put their families at risk to do that. But their silence, it's resonating in Putin's little pointed head. Putin goes to sleep at night and he tries not to remember what Colonel Gaddafi's face looked like when he got pulled out of that culvert road. He tries not to remember the look on Ceausescu's face when he looked out at that crowd of 100,000 people and they all went quiet and rushed for the doors of the building. He's worried about it. We don't think he's worried about it, but he's worried about it. And remember, this is a guy who watched his best fighters, arguably, the Wagner group, which he has resurrected. They turned on him, right? And as insane as it was with Prigozhin trying to attack Moscow from Rostov-on-Don, right? He got a convoy together, and it was the equivalent of him rallying his troops in Jacksonville, Florida, and driving towards Washington. That's crazy, but he made it halfway, shooting down aircraft and helicopters all the way. You know, then Putin had to rope-a-dope him for several months before he could shoot down his airplane. Putin's got problems, and Kursk is just one of them. And as he looks in the next coming weeks and pulls off units out of Ukraine and pulls them up into Kursk, I predict he's going to be losing some of the terrain that he's gained over the summer at prohibitive cost. 70,000 dead in 2 months? 70,000 dead. And everything that Russia's gained in the last 8 months is not equivalent to what Ukraine has gained in the last 8 days. So we're talking about quality of soldiers, quality of leadership. Hey, when you got generals like Shoigu and Gerasimov, and I know I beat on these guys all the time. They're stooges, right? They're stooges. I learned an interesting thing from my father, and he told me the soldiers with the simpler uniforms, they always win the war, right? You got the redcoats up against the American patriots. The guys in buckskins beat the redcoats. You got the Viet Cong. They wear black pajamas. They were up against the Americans with a fancy camouflage uniform. It's the simple that triumphs over the complex in war.
Hey, while we're waiting for Will, thanks for that long answer. Can you just maybe comment on...
I was stalling. I was stalling for him.
Can you just maybe talk about ITARs and Dan Hampton and fellow F-16 pilots who would go if the bottleneck was lifted, whatever that means?
Yeah, there's, I have heard rumblings that the ITAR may be amended for precisely that. So ITARs are international traffic arms regulations, and they apply to companies that make weapons and certain equipment, night vision, everything from the humble night vision devices that you can buy literally across the counter in the United States, up to Sparrow missiles, F-15 Strike Eagles. The Department of State says what can be sold abroad, and it's really the truth. The optics that I have on a rifle I own can't be taken out of the United States. So it's hardware, it's material, sensors, weapons of war, but also radios, radars, thermals, types of UAVs, etc. But it also applies to military skill set. So if you're a fighter pilot, if you're a Navy SEAL, if you're a cryptologist, you have these skills, but they are also covered by the ITAR regulation. So I can't get 10 of my SEAL buddies and head over to Ukraine. We can't do that. I'm not saying that people haven't, but there's a lot at stake, both, and so it's not just SEALs, it's fighter pilots. There's a lot at stake in this because your retirement, your veterans benefits, etc., they're at stake. You're not supposed to be going over there. In my case, I signed all sorts of security termination agreements, acknowledging ITAR, acknowledging all these things. And they're very serious about it because I read in my informational packet that if I did violate terms of this agreement, I would be recalled to active duty and court-martialed, which meant I would not be tried in U.S. criminal courts. I would be tried under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which has, let's just say, it's a much more rigid system. The rules of evidence are different. Trial procedures are different. The penalties tend to be more draconian. For example, there isn't really any parole if you are in military custody, all sorts of things. We may see that, the government decides that if you are a F-16 pilot and, it may be possible for you to answer Ukraine's call, because right now they've got X number of aircraft and they have some fraction of X of pilots who can fly them. And with all the admiration that I have for the Ukrainian Air Force, and I have tremendous admiration for them, their bravery, airmanship, everything else, there are F-16 pilots out there who have thousands of hours in the aircraft, right? They are virtuosos of the F-16. And in war, if you want to have a career, you've got to be extraordinarily good. Right? I used to joke that I was the Jimi Hendrix of the M4 rifle. You have to be a virtuoso. And America and other NATO countries, they've got some pretty high-skilled pilots. And I am certain that every one of those fighter guys who's flying for the airline would much rather be flying for Ukraine. But again, they've got families and they've got pension.
Sounds like Congress might need to amend that ITARS rule, and then maybe that's the way they're going. Who knows?
I would, I would love to see it.
All right, thanks, Chuck. I'll listen.
Hey, Chuck.
Yes. Hey, come up.
How you doing? So, little co-host snafu there, but we'll just continue with hands. And because we're just rolling here, what do you think?
Listen, let's fry it up. I think we managed to get rid of Will through some technical snafu, and actually got rid of me too, but I was able to crawl back. So yeah, absolutely, Adam. Let's take some hands and pry this thing up.
So I think it was Timothy and then Carl.
Chuck, good evening. Glad to have you back. I don't understand the land warfare stuff coming from another branch, obviously. But how far do you have to get from Kursk to take out the Moscow lights in the middle of winter? How far do you have to go before the HIMARS or those will work on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about interdicting the power grid?
Yeah, I'm talking about how close do you have to get to Moscow to shut out the lights?
Well, they have a network of power stations as we. And if you specifically wanted to target, the power supply in Moscow, a good way to come to grips with that is, how do you black out New York? First of all, you don't need a frogman. You need an electrical engineer to assess the system, and so there's a lot to power systems. You of course have the power generation itself. You have the power transmission, and then you have the electrical infrastructure. For want of a better word, substation and transformer yards, etc. So in my business of blowing up power facilities, we get told what are the key nodes in the power uh, nodes in the network itself, and if these three stations are taken out simultaneously, it's going to have a wider effect. So it's probably within Ukraine's capabilities right now to make for a dark night in Moscow, but they're using those longer range assets, and they are address that would be a symbolic, right? It would be a symbolic act to black out Moscow. I think what they're looking at those longer range drones, and they've got drones that can reliably hit targets at 1,000 kilometers. I suspect they've got drones that can go even farther than that. But I think they're probably going to use those to address more truly militarily relevant targets. For example, the Ingalls 1 and 2 strategic aviation bases are basically halfway between Kursk and Moscow. And that would likely be a more lucrative military target, especially if you were able to take out a couple of Tu-95s or some Tu-22 supersonic strategic bombers. However, those bases have already come under attack. The Russians have realized that any strategic aircraft they keep at those locations are vulnerable, and they have moved them out of there. They have moved them farther into Siberia, which means that, they have to fly longer to get into their weapons envelope. Ukraine is therefore afforded more warning, and these cruise missile attacks unfold. And we saw a Tu-22 just within the last 24 hours. It crashed due to Russian quote technical difficulties today in Russia, and that, to my mind, it's an artifact of dispersing these Tu-22s away from their traditional bases and infrastructure. Sending them halfway across Siberia where they're being maintained in, let's just say, a less salubrious environment. Right. The Ingalls 2 base, the hits on that were very, very significant, because that was the equivalent of hitting Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, the head of the former location of Stratcom, but also location of the Strategic Air Command. That's a base that by all means, the Russians should have thought was well beyond anybody getting it. So in terms of turning out the lights, they could do it, symbolic operation, but I think they might save those long balls for some targets that are going to pay a direct military dividend. But just my opinion.
That's a pretty educated opinion, I would say. Chuck, let's go to Carl.
Hey, just an observation. We were talking earlier about the reaction of the Russian citizens down in Kursk. We saw, and it was mentioned, we saw that same type of reaction when Prigozhin was in Roston, heading north towards Moscow. And the local citizens were, I can't remember if they were cheering him on, but they weren't throwing Molotov cocktails at him, right? It wasn't just the citizens, it was also the Russian army in that area. They really didn't do anything to try to stop him. And so when we talk about Putin being in trouble, I think Putin is in a lot of trouble because, he's got his backing forces shooting troops trying to retreat. And if there was none of that business, I think this war would be over very, very quickly. Just an observation. Thank you.
Good observation. It's, I bloviate about Putin worrying about Ceausescu and Colonel Gaddafi, but it's a legitimate fear for these dictators. I don't think there's going to be imminent political change in Russia. However, I don't rule it out. And this Kursk operation has, it's already achieved a very important objective, and that is just in its information warfare significance. We're looking at a chunk of territory that Ukraine has bitten off in 8 days, and it's more ground than Putin has bitten off in the last 8 months. Ukraine. And Ukraine did not expend 70,000 lives doing this. And it cannot be lost on Putin, who's fired 3 commanders of this special counter-terrorist operation in Kursk. He fired Gerasimov, he fired the FSB chief, and now he's hired his own bodyguard. And good luck with that. Good luck with that. It also shows, Putin's legacy is a generation of incompetent military officers, right? Incompetent admirals who lost control of the Black Sea. Incompetent military field commanders who have been unable to deliver victory, starting this war as a superpower, beating on the weak neighbor. Look, they're getting their asses kicked in Ukraine, right? They've lost 500,000 men, right? 10 times as many men killed in 780 days as were killed in 10 years of war in Vietnam. It boggles the mind, and I say this a lot too. Look, the war's going to go on for 4 more years. I'm sorry to tell everybody, but I am adamant about the fact that this Russian military is never going to win the war. They just can't. The best thing for Russia to do would be completely withdraw from Ukraine, take 10 years, revamp their army, and come back at it. That would be the best thing to do. That would be the thing that would scare me to death. But in the meantime, they're being bled to death in a war that they can't. They don't have the right army. They don't have the right leaders. And I use the analogy with the United States in Vietnam. The United States had an army that was designed to fight a conventional and possibly a nuclear conflict in Europe. They didn't have the right sort of armed forces. They had Green Berets and they had SEALs, and they won every engagement they fought. They were highly effective, but they were chalk and cheese between the regular armed forces and the special operations forces. And look, Here's another thing. And let's just face it, American soldiers in Vietnam, the draftees, they didn't want to be there, right? They did not want to be there. These Russian soldiers, they don't want to be there anymore. They're fighting like it. Right? They're fighting like it. Again, it's a big thing to say the war is going to go on for 4 more years, but to be dead certain that the Russians aren't going to win it. But look, I'm joined in this opinion by a lot of military analysts who are a lot smarter than, but they're seeing what I'm seeing. When you've got an attack with 80 vehicles, 10 of them get taken off, and all of your troops dismount and run away, you've got problem. And why did those guys dismount and run away? Because they're tired of carrying out daylight attacks where the Ukrainians are waiting for them. And I saw everything in that attack. But you know what I didn't see? I didn't see Russian artillery fire softening up the Ukrainian position. I saw a bunch of clowns driving on a single road perpendicular to the zero line and getting crushed. Ukrainian artillery, Ukrainian mines, and Ukrainian first-person drones. And the Russians do this time and time again. And believe me, their soldiers are noticing.
All right, listen up, you buggers. We got 10 more minutes of Chuck, and we got 3 hands, and I think you guys can do it. Be crisp, be concise. Redstone, Brian, Lexicon.
Thank you, Chuck. Really quick, I've been off and on, had connection issues, so I maybe missed this. You may have been asked this question already. What do you think is left of Russia's conventional military? The human beings that have served rank and file, that they know what they're doing, but they've been withheld from the front lines. How many of those troops do you think are left?
Wow, that's something that I'm absolutely going to find out. But I do know this, and I said it earlier, but I'm happy to say it again because I would like everybody to remember this. Russia invaded in February of 22 with approximately 500,000 guys. They've sustained 500,000 casualties, right? So that's the functional equivalent of everyone who invaded is dead. Now, there could be a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand guys who invaded on the 22nd of February and somehow still survived, but the numbers don't lie. So the casualty number is itself, whopping. And let's just say that 500,000 casualties is a functional equivalent with a casualty. What that means is everyone who invaded, every unit, every company, every battalion, every brigade task group, every division, every army, getting up to that size, with a division being 20, 30,000 people and an army being 100,000 people. Those are terms of art and formations in armed forces. So he's lost the equivalent of 5 armies. He's lost, 20 generals? He's lost all of the NCOs. He's lost all of those field grade officers, which are majors, lieutenant colonels. He's lost all of the company grade officers, lieutenants, captains. He's lost them all. He's lost thousands of tanks. He's lost many more thousand of armored personnel carriers. Just had a guest up tonight saying, look, he's losing 400 artillery pieces a month. He's getting mauled. He's bleeding to death, and he's fighting a war, Putin. He can bang on his desk all he wants. No one has a plan. There is no young lieutenant colonel in the Kremlin who's going to walk in, slap 400 pages down in front of Putin and say, this will win the war for you in 6 months. No plan. It isn't happening.
So then, can we say that now is a really good time then for Ukraine to be handed over some A-10 Warthogs?
You know, there is no greater sound that I like better to hear than this. I love it, but I don't. I don't know. I mean, I would love it if they were, but Ukraine's still dealing with this sort of, they don't have sovereignty over their own airspace in a lot of cases. And you know what? We will get some better air war guys on here. Hopsy, of course, is an air war expert. And I'm more of a consumer of air power, than a air battle planner. I'd love to see him get the A-10s, but there's many more steps before that. The A-10 itself has to operate in a pretty permissive air environment. A-10s can carry sidewinders, but that's definitely a self-defense. And an A-10 isn't likely to survive an attack by a fifth generation fighter, or even a third generation fighter.
Understood.
But I like the way you're thinking, though.
I like to bring it up whenever possible. It's something I'm always going to bring, and it's a little bit maybe not serious, but I always hope it could be a serious topic.
Listen, I made that thunder fart sound for you because I just want you to know I'm with you. There's nothing I'd like to see better than warthogs in blue roundels grinding up Russian tanks.
Thank you.
5 minutes, Brian. Go.
Well, Chuck, good to talk to you again. You picked a heck of a time to be offline.
I listen, and believe me, I know, I know, but I'm back, and I'm still trying to get my arms around everything that I missed. So, but I'm just so glad to be back, and thanks.
So I'm just thinking in terms of like the troops. I think of this left hook, right? I'm thinking Incheon as sort of channeling my Korean War history in terms of the boldness of what we've seen here. And so my question is it at least theoretically possible that if you're looking at Belitsa, I guess it is, on the southeastern extent of this incursion, do you think the Ukrainians would it be, if you were advising the Ukrainians, would it be an objective to sort of outflank the Russians that are facing both shanks? Not to get all the way obviously down to there because it's quite a distance, but at least to get close enough that they could, and you wouldn't have to actually engage them directly. You could try to cut rail lines to cut for the railroads and the logistics and put the roads that are going down there from Volgograd under fire control, because we've heard anecdotal reports of Ukrainian forces already being in the Belgorod Oblast. Do you think that this is a realistic possibility that they could have troops that are in both shanks looking over their shoulder and compromise because they're not able to get the logistics there to continue their pressing forward southward? I don't know, listen.
Yeah, that's these widely spaced battle areas, they don't exist in a vacuum. I mean, just because it's 300 kilometers away, this is, here's the interesting thing. By attacking Kursk, by succeeding, and by doing their homework, by locating a weak spot, by so thoroughly planning for this operation, getting, look, this operation in Kursk, they had to rehearse it. They had to get all the logistics in place. And all of this was done without Russia even being a whiff of this. So, and again, to those at the Moscow School of Languages who are listening tonight, you have to worry about Kursk happening all along your frontier. You have got to worry about this could happen anywhere else, and you by attacking Kursk, they are compelling Putin to act, and they've done this really important strategic assessment. Putin has zero military aptitude. He is a dictator. He is a kleptocrat. He knows nothing about conducting a war. He has no idea. He is surrounded not by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not by the best and brightest military minds of his nation, but by the biggest crooks. Gerasimov is a clown. Shoigu is a clown. They've both been kicked upstairs. Gerasimov just got fired for the fourth time. He was in charge of various sectors of the war. Once he was in charge of the whole war, he's been fired. He just gave this farcical briefing to Putin, who knew he was lying through his teeth, and fired him again. But Putin is being compelled by Ukraine. He's being led by the nose. They're waving the red cape at him, and he is going to make precipitous decision. He's going to pull his best units out of eastern Ukraine, and he's going to send them willy-nilly to Kursk because he wants this breach, this occupation of the motherland. He wants to eject the Ukraine. And he gets no military advice. Nobody speaks frankly to him. Nobody, and here's the interesting thing, he no longer respects his general. He has come to the realization that they're militarily useless. They are all multimillionaires. In the case of Shoigu, he's a billionaire. But he was no kind of Secretary of Defense. He's no kind of military leader. Gerasimov, the same thing. He's a multimillionaire. He's been in on the grift. He couldn't lead a platoon of Marines to a cold keg of beer. And Putin is slowly realizing this. And the great thing for Ukraine is no one is going to stand up to Putin and say, look, boss, I got to tell you something. If we pull these forces out, our best forces out of eastern Ukraine, and we put them on the road, it's going to take 2 weeks to get them into Kursk. And let's just think for a minute, boss. What have they really got in Kursk? What we should do is contain them, right? We should contain them in Kursk. That's all we need to do right now, boss. You tell that to Putin, and you're going to go out your balcony and land on the street tomorrow. He doesn't want to hear the truth. And the good thing is, for the rest of this war, no one's going to tell him that. And he, like the other great self-appointed military geniuses of the last century, Saddam Hussein, Bashir al-Assad, these great military geniuses, he's only going to take his own advice, and it's going to get him into trouble, and it has already. Because remember, Putin is the commander-in-chief. There was a soft target around Kursk, and Putin created it. Right? Putin created it. He didn't want to hear anyone who said, we've got to shore up our frontier. We have liabilities here. He didn't want to.
Well, it's the top of the hour, my friend. How are you feeling, Chuck? I'm sure Prince Heather's waiting in the wings.
Prince Heather,
get out of here.
You know what? I have only got to pull this tonight because I wasn't kidding. It's my father's 93rd birthday. So I am going to pull chalks a little early tonight. But thank you, everybody. Bullet points is the listeners. It is, that is all it is. And I am privileged to be on here and working and talking to such wonderful people. And I will remind everybody, and it is my pleasure to, Citizen Gunfighters is a very worthy cause. And we are all functioning in the information. And to have a brilliant filmmaker make a compelling film, his second compelling film about Ukraine, it does so much. It does so much for the cause. Resonating in the information space is everything. Perception is everything there. So thank you. And remember, your donations getting matched. You can't ask for more than. But Adam, thank you so much. Prince Heather, I'm going to drop down. I will have a co-host slot. And thank you, Prince Heather. Thank you for telling Dad happy birthday. And listen, love you guys. And I'll probably see you this weekend and certainly on Tuesday. And watch for the Kyiv Post this weekend. We are going to do that day-by-day summary of the Kursk offensive. So good night, everyone. Thanks again.
Thanks, Chuck.
All right, guys, let's have a hand for Chuck. And so we are raising money for, good job, everybody. We are raising money for Citizen Gunfighters. It's Ben Goldhagen's second documentary film on the state of the war in Ukraine, and he takes a very personal and in-depth and personal, like heartfelt view of real people, you know, fighting in the war. And the first one was a lot of stuff about the volunteers, and as you can guess from the name of this one, it is more about the Citizen Gunfighters. But I will go to my friend Alex here, who was the only hand left standing after Prince left, or after Chuck left. And howdy, Prince, but we'll go to Alex.
Oh, what a shame that Chuck actually left. I had a couple of questions for him, but that's okay. I'll probably have another chance. I am a professional electrical engineer. Well, I don't work as an engineer, I'm a technician, and I work in the field of transmission, distribution, generation, protection, relay protection. And I wanted to mention that the Soviet system is not as, oh, I see Adam is also the same way, okay. So the Soviet system and the Russian system, when they designed that back in the day, they designed it to be many times, what's the right word to use? More reliable, like than actually necessary, right? Many times more reliable than necessary, because of the fact that the people in power, they were scared, they were paranoidal. That's the right word. They were paranoidal. They are constantly in fear that someone will invade Russia, and that was going down. That is going down into centuries, because unlike United States, here we have oceans from the left and right, and we have kind of okay neighbors on the north and on the south, and none of them is going to be invading us, unless, you know, militarily. I'm not talking other ways. Russia, however, has always been on the flat surface and has always been in constant fear of getting invaded. How founded these fears are, it's a question to the historians, because you can look at it in both ways. Russia was a militaristic and imperialistic colonizing power for hundreds of years. That's how they built that giant empire from the little principality in Moscow. And the reason I'm mentioning all that kind of stuff is that they reached the pinnacle of that fear, of that paranoia, when Stalin and Khrushchev and Brezhnev continued the same approach to the outside world and to the inside world. The way they build this system is, it's very robust. They have enough generation so that to disrupt that monster, it would not be easy. Not only because they have excess of generation, even if we take into consideration aging infrastructure and everything is crumbling, but they build it so powerfully that comparing to us here in the United States, I don't want to go to the details. I don't want to give them any ideas, but economically, United States power system was designed on the principle as necessary. So they did not have the idea of triple, quadruple boosting the power supply generation, because if out of fear that the nuclear war will knock out a lot of electrical power stations, and so we would continue the normal operation. Here we have capitalism, and it's a great thing, but when it comes to a zombie apocalypse, the capitalism probably can fail, unfortunately. There, they have the command and control economy, that everything was controlled from the top. So to disrupt that electrical power system in Russia, it would be very, very hard task to do. Also, unlike in the United States, where most of the substations that Chuck mentioned earlier, I don't know whether Chuck or was it Adam, but I don't remember. But most of the substations in the United States are not manned. Here we have this thing called a SCADA. It's acronym that is for supervisory control and data acquisition, so that if a dispatch wants to execute certain command to redirect the power flow from point A to point B, he just clicks the mouse and the command is executed. But in Russia, to achieve the same effect, the dispatch actually has to call a guy that stays there 24/7, 365, and call him on the phone and tell him, I want you to go ahead and open breaker number 10, for example, and open the disconnect number 11, and all 9 yards. All these commands have to be executed by a human hand. So it is going to be very hard to do exact same thing as the Israelis or United States did in Iran, when they inserted virus into their system that controlled the centrifuges in the uranium enrichment facilities, and basically, and that was a very clever thing to do. In fact, it was like a beautiful thing to do. They just changed little parameters, and the centrifuges just got out of sync, and they basically got themselves destroyed. That was beautiful. When I read this, I almost have intellectual orgasm by reading this kind of stuff. But what in Russia, it's going to be very difficult to achieve that point. So that's that. And that's why we also have to be very vigilant. And I'm talking about not just the energy infrastructure, I'm talking about everything. And I know that a lot of people are listening here. We need to kind of up the ante in terms of emails. When someone sent you a suspicious email, I know I sound like an HR guy, but still, suspicious email, just don't click, don't open it. Because these bastards, they're very clever. When it comes to destroying and disrupting something, they're very, very clever. They want to achieve the cheap and dirty result. When you don't need to use like a multi-billion-dollar stealth bombers. Instead, just send an email and use the different methods. Some of them are called whaling instead of phishing. they go to someone like they disrupted the same thing in Ukraine. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but that was in 2000, I believe, 2014, when now we know who was the culprit. They disrupted Kiev electrical power system, local electrical power system. I believe it happened at the night of Christmas, and that was, American Christmas, the Western Christmas. I think it was on 24th of December. It's a long story, but what they did, they basically imagine that you are a dispatch and you are monitoring your system. They normally work for 12 hours, and they just normally just sit down and talk about non-related things and do some studies and stuff like that, because normal system is predictable and stable. But in Kiev, they actually went ahead and they started modernizing their system, installing the supervisory control and data acquisition, and a lot of electrical substations within the Kiev area were automated. So that means that dispatch could have control. Dispatch could control everything from dispatch's table. And what the Russians did, they sent an email, and it was in Ukrainian language with Slava Ukraini in it, and everything that goes along with that. That email was asking the workers of the power system to upgrade their Windows. And even though some people actually detected that stuff, but somehow someone clicked on it, and they inserted the worm. I forgot the name of that worm. I should have been more prepared for that conversation, but well, imagine that you are a dispatcher sitting down and you look at your monitor on your display. All the closed breakers are shown there as a red squares, little tiny red squares, and the power lines connecting those red squares are normally in green. That means that it's all nice and healthy. If the breaker is open, it's normally turn its color to the green. And so when the dispatch wants to change the status, open the breaker, he takes the mouse and move it towards the breaker on the schematic, clicks on it, and the system asks him what do you want to do? Do you want to open the breaker, or do you want to do anything else? Because there are some other things that dispatch can do. And the dispatch says, yes, I want to open that breaker. They usually go, are you sure? Yes, I am sure. And click twice, sometimes 3 times. Are you absolutely sure? Yes. And the breaker goes open. Now, imagine that you're looking at that stuff and see that the cursor, for some reason, starts moving. And you know that it's not you who are in control of that mouse. And, sometimes mouse moves on its own, right? And you grab the mouse and move it away from the square, but it continues to move toward the square. And, you have that bad feeling. You have a cold sweat on your back, and you're realizing that you can't control it. And then you try to call someone. You try to reset the system, but you cannot, because the system completely kicked you out, and you cannot even get into your control system because the password has been reset. They managed to basically to kick out probably a dozen or more substations. I don't remember the exact number right now. So they put in the dark big chunk of Kiev region, not only the city of Kiev, but the whole region of Kiev, the one that was actually automated. That's how their system got vulnerable. The Russian system, unfortunately, is not that vulnerable because it's manned. Our system here is very vulnerable. I want you people to understand, and I just don't want to be alarmist, but we're all talking about our Ukrainian brothers and sisters moving towards Russia, and I just don't like that celebratory. So is that the word? Celebratory tone. Like we're already like a drumming the drums and trumping the trumpets. It's too early. There is a Russian saying that you don't want to cut and share and sell the bear's skin before you actually kill the bear. It's way too early. And another thing that, like Chuck said, that there's someone probably in the Institute of America and Canada. There is actually an institute like this in Russia. It used to be in the Soviet Union. I don't know if they still have it, but there was a special think tank. They call it think tank. They call it Institute of America and Canada, which was basically a wasp nest of bringing up the new KGB agents and the GRU agents, or sometimes not just agents that would come to the United States and Canada and elsewhere to steal the secrets, because KGB basically was not in business of stealing secrets. It was about like 15%, or maybe even less, stealing secrets. They actually were looking for the influence. They were looking for that influence. And thus, Institute of United States of America and Canada, there are actually people that listening to that stuff. I am 100% sure that there are special people that listening to these spaces. They watch the YouTube videos. They watch the videos on the on Telegram and other sources. I just want to tell you that these people are not stupid. They are absolutely not stupid. And even though we see that Putin and his facial expression as if he is shit can is full of it, right? And he is almost there. No, he still has a lot in it, you know, and he has a lot of nasty surprises up his sleeve. So I just want to warn everybody from that celebratory tone, saying that, oh, it's all done, it's all over. Putin has about 10 weeks to leave, and then something, we don't know. It might turn into another North Korea. It might collapse. Who knows? I wish. But yeah, that's about what I have. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, that was some very interesting commentary on the electrical infrastructure. And would Ukraine have been part of that, like the old, you know, in the Soviet times, would Ukraine have been part of that robust electrical grid that you were describing?
And that's precisely why Ukraine still continues to operate. Yeah.
That was my next question.
Yes, because they bombed the living hell out of it. They were bombing everything that is humming, and I'm talking about the transformers. And they still managed. And of course, we have generous help from the West. I really don't know how much help was done, but I know that the electrical engineers in that neck of the woods are pretty darn brilliant people, and they really know what they're doing. And I can't help but just to admire these people, and that's why I'm helping them. We can't just stay and watch like in casino and see, okay, you know, Hail Mary, where the little ball stops, red or black or whatever. We have to act, and that's why you people are here, and I'm here with you. So again, thank you so much for everyone. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava, Alex. I understand your take on the celebratory tone, and but I personally welcome that sort of thing if it wakes up our populace to the danger that is fascist terrorist Russia. So I'm for one am ready to live a few days without power if that's what it takes for our leaders to wake up. And I also always celebrate any Ukrainian victories on the battlefield because I love it. And also, I'm not scared of Putin because we can't be, because you got to stand up to bullies. And so, like, I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree. I think they probably will have more tricks up their sleeve. but I would hope that that I would be very confident that that if we were attacked in any sort of serious way, that the people of the West would finally wake up to this, and make a stand, become more vocal about supporting Ukraine. Hi, Alan. Where is Prince?
Hey, Adam. Where is Prince? I was coming up to say hi to Prince and to you, and also to say a couple of things about citizen gunfighters. This is Ben's next film, his second film. There will be more films after this. But, the important thing about this film, it is about telling the story of Ukrainian people, the story that has not been told yet. How do you become a citizen gunfighter? Well, you can't become a gunfighter, but you can become a citizen storyteller by making a contribution to the fundraiser that MriyaReport is running right now. Your contribution will be doubled. Adam, we're focused on Kursk, of course, but there is so much destruction that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine every day. I had this idea. You want to become a citizen storyteller. Take a photograph of the hospital in your local town, post it, and mention that more than 200 hospitals in Ukraine have been destroyed by Russia in the course of this war. That's how you become a citizen storyteller. Take a picture in your hometown, relate it to the destruction in Ukraine, and you are helping people understand the massive destruction that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine. That's just an idea. The most important thing is for you to become a citizen storyteller, make a contribution today to Citizen Gunfighters, Beneficial's next film.
Thanks for that. It's so great to hear your voice, Alan. And what a great voice it is telling us and reminding us that there's a $1,000 match tonight. So whatever you decide to give to Citizen Gunfighters tonight is matched up to $1,000. So you can double your money, guys. Let's do it. And here's Ben. Oh, he just got up. I shouldn't tag him like that so quick. How are you doing, TKD? Have we ever co-hosted together?
No, we haven't. I was just going to say it's an honor to be co-hosting with you for the first time. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. But since we're talking about citizen gunfighters, let's go to Ben.
Absolutely.
Wow, thanks. And Will Teal said a lot about it already tonight, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. But I do want to welcome Alan back. I have missed you, Alan.
Did we just lose Ben?
Yeah, he kind of roboted out there. We'll see what happens. But I agree with everything he said. Will and Alan are awesome. What do they have to say about that? Or what do you have to say about that, TKD?
Hey, I think
yes, Will and Alan are awesome, but we have to be really careful not to let it go to Will's. We have to be really careful not to let it go to Will's head, because I think he has more than an accurate
Alan
assessment
can
of
take it,
himself.
but Will doesn't need the golden spiel. Doesn't need that feel.
I do see that
Go
Alan
ahead,
has his hand up, though.
It's great to be back. I hope that Ben gets back online because I want to talk a little bit to him about preparations for citizen gunfighters. I'm going to be gone for the next 2 weeks at least, again, taking a canoe trip, and it depends on the wind as to when I actually get back online, but there won't be any connection where I'm going. So, Ben, you're back. It's great to be with you tonight.
Are you telling us that you're going to be cutting a cable on your canoe trip? Is that what you're saying?
Basically, that's what I'm saying. Where I'm going, there's no internet.
Yeah, I got something, the gremlins here dropped me. And I just want to mention that one aspect of MriyaReport that's been really helpful was it's helped me understand some of the opposition that some people have out there to supporting Ukraine, and with the idea that Ukraine can't win. And I'm just reading something in the New York Times that says, like, why is Ukraine poking the bear? Ridiculous stuff. And so what the Kursk adventure has given me a way of thinking about how to present Ukraine can win. And the Ukraine can win because it's always surprising us. All the predictions that have happened from from the first day, saying it's only going to last 3 days before Ukraine would fall. There have been so many predictions, and not just predictions, beliefs. It's not even a prediction when it is in some people's minds an absolute belief, and they can't imagine anything other than that. And I think that's how, and I have some idea of how I'm going to put that together to show that Ukraine will continue to be on its course to win the war, to have victory, and all of the naysayers at different times of the war have been proven wrong many times. And then something like Kursk comes by, and they couldn't even be a naysayer about it because it was a surprise to even those people. So I think that, and so it's better than saying Ukraine can win. It's saying Ukraine continues to defy their negative views on their march to victory. So just want to pass that on. Thank you. I don't want to take any more of your time tonight. Will and Alan have done a good job of telling you all about it. And it's just getting better and better as we talk about it on MriyaReport. So thanks.
Oh, please don't leave. Me and TKD have some questions for you after Alan, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. You got it. I do whatever you want.
Yep, Ben, stay and remember the basic fundraising advice of Wayne Gretzky: you only score as many shots as you take. Never be shy about asking for money, especially for citizen gunfighters. This is a film that will tell the story of why and how Ukrainians individually are fighting this war. And it strikes me, Ben, you were talking about predictions and beliefs. One thing that has struck me in the course of this war, now over 900 days long, is how predictions publicized and enhanced in worldwide media, how predictions have become beliefs, defying the news of the day, defying statistics from the zero line. And I don't understand it. We have to protect ourselves from allowing predictions from becoming our own beliefs.
Oh, powerful stuff, Alan. Okay, TKD. Ben, have you get your TKD gets your music question. We're gonna double music team you here, because I want to know if you've got any cool pieces picked, and if you've had any idea about what you want to do for music, or if you have anything percolating, or is that 100% of a post-production question?
That sounds like it's directed to Ben.
For Ben.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to go into particular pieces, but Russia wants to erase Ukrainian heritage, and music is part of Ukrainian heritage. And I want to highlight Ukrainian heritage. So just like the first film, there is a good deal of Ukrainian music that will be in the film. And I've listened. TKD has sent me a bunch. Of course, we listen to it. Other people have sent stuff, and I continuously listen to music. And so it goes two ways. One, because, and it needs whatever is put, and it's old music, sort of like the very old traditional music, all the way to hip hop, Ukrainian hip hop. So it's and then there's Ukrainian pop music in it, and then also there's crossover, which is like American tunes or British tunes that are songs that are done in Ukraine by Ukrainians in Ukrainian, and because the whole idea is to highlight Ukrainian culture, but also to make it familiar to the ear or pleasant to the ear of Westerners. So it's not just like some weird things like, oh, look at these weird people kind of thing. One of the purposes of it, and it's actually true because everything I put in the film or everything is true, is that the Ukraine and the people in Ukraine are a Western country in many respects, and with their own heritage and culture, and so so it needs to I want a person in the West to feel like they're at home in Ukraine with Ukrainians, and music helps perform that function. And then we've recorded some stuff live already, and I can tell you some things. The cultural force of Ukraine, which is the musicians who have been injured, they did a tour in the United States last month, and so they said that they would be in it, and then there are just it's at this point it's pretty large number of possibilities, and so and that's really useful to me and to the film and to the other people who work on the film, because sometimes we shoot scenes or have something in mind with the music that we're going to use, so that we can film basically to the music. And one example of that is when we were driving through Bucha in the first film to the Zero Line, there was a piece of music I wanted. So while we were driving the car at a certain rate, it was like maybe, I don't know, it was maybe 30 kilometers per hour or something like that. It was we were driving to the music, so using the car as a dolly, and that turned out to work really well. So it has lots of purposes, but definitely have music in mind right now. But so that's the answer to you, I guess, Adam.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, sorry.
What's up? What's up?
Ben, is there any chance that you're going to get to Kursk on your next trip to Ukraine? And when you were speaking of surprises, I read, and I think it's pretty accurate, that a lot of the Ukrainian soldiers arriving in Kursk didn't even know about their deployment and what their mission was.
Well, I don't know I don't really talk too much about where we're going to be, Alan, because for our own safety and security. But I can tell you that some of the people in the first film, the soldiers, are going to be in the second film. And we've arranged for that already. And some of them are in Kursk, or in the Kursk area right now. So I can't tell you any details because I don't necessarily know any details. But we're bringing people back into the second film that were in the first one because the war continues. And as Will corrected himself, he said, maybe it's a sequel or maybe it's not a sequel. The war continues, and so it's important for the second film to and so the people in the first film, they're still around for the second film, thank God. Maybe not all of them, and that's another issue. And we will be with them where they are.
Ben, do you think you're going to be covering changes of attitude and opinion, strength and resistance in Ukraine when you return for this film?
Yeah, that's a tricky question. Yeah, we had the whole first film was people's opinions, because people spoke or they told us what they were thinking and that sort of thing. And the negative part is kind of tricky, I have to say, because I want the film, to be very positive on Ukraine, but also very honest, because I am positive on Ukraine and the people in Ukraine are. But there are definitely things that, there are definitely things that some people feel sort of like not so positive about. Let me put it that way. So I don't know yet, Alan, how to incorporate it in the way that is fruitful. But I do want to be honest. And one of the things, I mean, if you look at the answer is yes. And I think like one example of when we did it into the zero line is the last scene in the film before the credits, when de facto, also known as April, she's in her car, in her vehicle in Kyiv, and she's really crying really hard, and she's really distraught, and she hates the war, and says there are so many people who are missing limbs here. It's like you don't even. It's just so common. It's all horrible, and she's really crying as hard as she can. And so the answer is yes. But in perspective of, and so the answer is yes. And war is a terrible thing. And we have that actually. We filmed one part that's going to be in this film. That's what we already filmed of. He's the commander of an infantry squad. Well, infantry. I don't know how. I don't know the exact term for it. It's probably company. So he's commander of an infantry company, and he's in the safe house, and it's one of the most remarkable. I'll just tell you a little bit about it. So he's talking about what he does and all this sort of thing. And then he starts, all of a sudden he gets really, really sad. I mean, and like it's like really deep inside. And he talks about how his buddies have been killed. And they had a really rough day that day. And and you can just feel it. When he started talking about it, he just went into another space, and it's really, really very powerful. We were all stunned. It was like nobody moved. Like he just went into this like whole world within himself, and talking about like the day and how it was just one of the worst ever. And it probably doesn't get any more emotionally difficult. I mean, look, we have people, really, we have in the first one, the woman crying over her husband is dead. and she's like wailing. It's like really painful to watch. Or the woman who throws herself on her husband's coffin. So I guess the answer is I wasn't even thinking about it that way. Yeah, we show it, Alan. It's really painful, I have to tell you.
It is painful. We all hate this war, and we all want this war to end with Ukrainian victory as quickly as possible. Each and every one of us can do something to make that happen. We can contact our members of Congress. We can even contact our sitting president, Joe Biden, and ask him to allow Ukraine to use all American weapons as Americans would use them in an existential war. It's a very simple ask and a very simple answer. And the other thing you can do is to be sure that you make a contribution for citizen gunfighters so that the world can hear the story of Ukrainians fighting this war. Hear the story in a way that only Ben can tell it on the ground in Ukraine with Ukrainians and with the Ukrainian crew, with Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. Make that contribution now, and your contribution will be doubled.
And thanks, Alan. No, I'll just say thank you for that and give it back to the co-host.
All right, guys. Prince, what's on your mind besides that we might have to remind our former coworker Alan how the hands work?
Oh! Ouch! 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 I would never do that to Alan. Actually, no matter what.
That's because it's Alan.
Co-host privilege for Alan.
Yeah. What I do have to say is, number one, thanks TKD for jumping in for me very suddenly when a little family emergency popped up, and the fact that I really only have one family member that I give a hoot about should tell you how important that was. But I mostly wanted to say, well, Ben, it's also great to see you. You know, we had Scruff up for a little while, but he was having some connection difficulties. So maybe I'll shoot him a message, see if he's still around. But the other thing I just wanted to say is, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm waiting for the other thing you have to say.
Oh, the other thing I actually wanted to say, well, besides donate, of course, is hi, Gracie. It's really good to see you. I miss you.
Thanks, Prince. I've missed you. I've missed Ben and Adam and TKD, Will, Chuck, so many folks here at MriyaReport. I'll be back. I'll be back soon. Depends on the wind and the weather.
I can respect that.
Keep your oar in the water, son.
I'll raise my hand.
No, just go, Ben.
Go, Ben.
Sorry. I don't want to go. I don't want to violate any of the high protocol of MriyaReport.
It was just because it was Alan and he was the best at reminding people about hands. So I saw an opportunity. We're all friends here.
No, and as far as Scruff and I tonight actually were chatting on the back channel. So he's very eager. It's like, when are we going to start? It's like, slow down, slow down. He's ready to go. It's going to be great working with him and, on things, because I mentioned it before. He's a very fine filmmaker and camera guy and filmmaker, editor, not just drones, but his drone work is really the best drone work I've seen of frontline stuff. Really professional. not the sort of like gun sight sort of camera that we're used to on Twitter. Really professional cinematic stuff, which is a real question. It's like how much, how real do you want to have? Because we could instead of have these grainy Twitter sort of videos, we could really shoot that, like a grenade dropping in 4K, which we shot 4K before with soldiers. And those are the drone shots at the front to the zero line. And that's pretty graphic, but, maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it. That's a tough call because it's pretty gruesome.
Well, now I don't know what to do, TKD.
Oh, that's an easy one, Ben. If you get me a Flying Ivan in 4K, whether it makes it into the movie or not, you just need to send it to me. That's just plain and simple. You just have to send it to me.
I can't enjoy it as much as you, Heather.
Well, then give it. Then send the joy. Like pay it forward.
Graphic is not an issue for me.
But I'll tell you, it's really a choice. It's like we have so much graphic footage of operations, of frontline stuff that is not in the film because the film is pretty graphic already because it's real. It's like it's real. It's not an act. This is not an actor pretending to be a doctor, and it's not a wounded soldier pretending to be a wounded soldier, or a dead guy pretending to be a dead guy, or a live guy pretending to be a live guy. But we have things that are just absolutely mind-blowing that I couldn't really put it in because I felt it was exploitive. It's like it's beyond horror movie because it's like a guy's foot is mostly blown off, let's say, except it's held on by a few tendons and some muscle, and the doctors are cutting the tendons in the muscle and then taking the foot, separating the foot from, because that's what they have to do. We have lots of stuff like that. And there is kind of a limit to what you can show without it really feeling like, oh, we're just trying to make this, ghoulish, exploitive movie. And, just for this, if just for the sensationalism of it, it really, if it's really bloody and awful, and we have a little bit of it, it really needs to fit in and be done with respect, I think, even for someone who you're killing, I think. It's a tough call. It's a tough call, but Prince Heather, if you want gore, you can, I don't feel comfortable like giving you a link even, but you could, if we can ever find ourselves in the same city, you can see it in living color in a way that you've never seen the shit before. So, or if I come, I'll bring some on a laptop that'll, to your neck of the woods. It's really awful. Just by the way, if you've never seen this stuff up close, like when you hear about wounded and dead, and like you see, and even if you see wounded and dead, when you see it in like filmed, and you're really up close in the detail because you can't turn your head, right? And you're really up close in the detail, and you have a close up of the tendons being cut, and it's real. It's not like it's not like a movie. It's not like a zombie movie where all the crap's hanging out. It's like the kind of stuff it just like nightmares, and that's what it's really like. It's when you hear soldiers say all the time, war is horrible, it's terrible, and it really, when you're faced with it all the time, and we have to edit this all the time, and it really can do something to you.
Yeah, it can. I know it can be difficult, and I've seen some stuff, but I feel, I still feel like it's important for me at least, personally, for me to witness, to be able to tell everybody else, being it. That's one thing is, to try to make it real for people without making it graphic for them, right, Ben? And if you
Well, we had.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why we have some really graphic things like the arm that has the slash in it, or the man with a hole in the chest. But I think it needs to be in context and with respect. And then I do think it's important to be graphic because it's real, and people always there's always a cutaway. Even like when we had the birth of the child, usually you don't see it as bloody and as graphic as the cesarean section really is. And we did, we showed it because it's also a parallel between life, and also later you have blood and with death, and there's a poetry to it, and it's very human. You not to pull punches. So I agree with you on that. A difficult thing is that because of the genocide, or I don't really want to use the word genocide, because of the attempt, the Russian national project to erase the Ukrainian nation, and stealing children and bringing them back and all of that. I've been working with some people that deal with children, and there's this whole sensitivity. Don't want to re-traumatize a child, but I want to tell the story, kind of thing. And there's so many working. That's probably going to be the hardest part to work on. And I want the audience to be absolutely, not just hear it. I want people to watch it, just say, "Why, this is really fucked up." Not because when you hear about it, it's like, you can intellectualize it, but that's not what art is. Art is feeling it, and to feel it, especially through the eyes of a child, is a real task. Without screwing up the child when you're making the film. But I think we've figured out how to do it, and I'm working with people to do it right now. So war is terrible, and I really want people to be fucked up when they when they experience this thing, at least certain parts.
I love that, and that's not a bad thing. But I actually would like to talk to you offline about some of the kids stuff if you're willing to. Just because,
sure.
Because of course that is something that I take a huge interest in, and something that I care about a lot as far as this genocide is concerned. So, but we can talk about that offline, not tonight, but another time. So that would be great. But yeah, and I know that you leave graphic parts in there and you make people feel the movie, and I just have always said, Mockers is the one. She always sends me the stuff she can't watch unless it's animals. And it's because, and I tell her, I said, I want to be able to witness things so I can express to people without describing to them the gore, some of the things that I've seen, because it's important to help people understand. And if they won't watch a movie and they won't, they're not getting the correct information, if I can describe to them or tell them in a less graphic way about things that I have seen to help them understand, I'm more than happy to do that.
Well, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job, Prince Heather, and I'm happy to talk with you. About anything you want to talk about, because it's right now. It's very. I'm really open to people's ideas and input, because I don't have them all, and and collectively, in a way, some of the direction of the film and what we're doing is, if you want to think of it as being crowdsourced, because normally you have a lot of time to do research and figure stuff out, and you learn some things and go on forever and ever and say, well, we spent 5 years researching this, and we think, and now we made the film or wrote the book. But the war is going on now. The film has to come out now. and there's really limited time to figure stuff out. But collectively, we know what's going on here, and and people who are not on MriyaReport who are involved in it. So I'm very open to all kinds of input. Like I said, TKD has really been excited about musical input, and I think the film is going to benefit from it. So thanks, Heather. At TKD, you're the co-host.
I am, but I let Adam know I would be sitting second chair to him. I think before I say anything else, it's important to acknowledge one of the things that you said earlier, which is that viewing this footage changes you. And I would tell you that as an attorney in my career, I understand that even with what I've seen in my career, it might not compare. It doesn't compare to what you've seen. Not that and are seeing. Not that comparisons matter, right? But I could still tell you where I was sitting, what time of day it was, and who I was with the first time I saw body-worn camera footage of a homicide. And I didn't have to edit it. I didn't have to go through hundreds of examples of that to figure out what was going on in film. But many of us that have been here and that have been listening, like Prince Heather and Alan and Will and Brian and Adam and you, Ben, to all of these stories, we know that whether we're listening or whether we're hearing, that affects us. And so I would just encourage our listeners, as your conscience allows, please keep Ben in your prayers or do what you can to support him, because he is very much like first responders and law enforcement, emergency medical services, and journalists. He is choosing to go through to bear some burdens that are really hard and that are going to take a toll on him. And so, Ben, I'm really, really glad that you mentioned that. I agree with you that there really is a fine line about handling these things with respect, and everybody kind of handles that differently. I have a lot of medical professionals in my family, so watching, for example, a wound in somebody's arm being packed was a very different experience for me than watching somebody watching in the early part of To the Zero Line, watching this woman mourn at the bedside of her recently deceased loved one. I was really touched and impressed by how well the nurse handled that situation. But some people are going to have more difficulty with the injuries and the medical stuff. Some people will have more difficulty with the vicarious trauma. Those issues are going to be hard, difficult to draw that line in an area that's good for everybody, but you're seeking to be respectful, and it's good to know here that we can trust that. You mentioned the other day that into the Zero Line, and going to step through three things now, I think. You'd mentioned the other day into the Zero Line that you had a lot of extra footage that didn't make it into the film. And I thought, well, this is really interesting because, Ben is making his film free and available to the public, and all of the proceeds are going to the soldiers, but, is there perhaps a director's cut in the works, or some maybe additional scenes that maybe didn't make the film that would allow us to, if we wanted to see those, we could maybe contribute more to the soldiers and the participants, or toward the distribution of the film? So I was wondering that. And then I'm going to put in two votes. One is that I really would love it if you could get in touch with Taras Kompanichenko, because I think he seems to me like one of the people that could get you back to some of the oldest music possible. I think his perspective would be very, very interesting. And then I was wondering, with the music that you are choosing from Ukrainians, is it going to be primarily from from musicians and bands that are based currently within the 1991 borders of Ukraine? Or are you also considering music from the diaspora? The follow-up to that would be, I know Adam Roshinsky is familiar with a number of bands, like at least and groups at least in the diaspora. So I would love to be a fly on the wall if you two are interested in having a conversation about that. Back to you, Adam.
Oh, golly, you oversold me. But yeah, I just sent both of you guys a link to my favorite Ukrainian in Ukraine band. They're called Zventov, which means screwdriver. And I would describe them as dark country Fleetwood Mac. And if that's too musicanty for you, I understand. But I just love it. And then we'll go to Brian and then Will.
Hey, good evening, guys. There were some questions that for Ben, right, from TKD, and then when Ben has a chance to answer, then I'll answer my question.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. That was very good of you. To try to remember all the questions. The one is Taras. I think you sent me some info on him. Is that right? And I'll look into that. And the question about the diaspora, the purpose of having Ukrainian music in it is because it is Ukrainian heritage. And so so the heritage exists beyond the borders of Ukraine. It's the Ukrainian nation, the Ukrainian heritage, wherever people are. And so that's what's important, but also to have Western music in there, because Ukraine is not just it's not closed to Western music and influences, and so you can hear the Beatles and Bob Dylan and Taylor Swift and all of those people too, and I really think that like we did in the first one, sort of a global kind of soundtrack that's familiar to people in Ukraine, and also easy, that rings well with people in the West, is what it's about. So I'll just give it to Brian. I'll give it to, I want to follow the protocol. I'll give it back to you, co-hosts.
I officially allow Brian to speak.
Thank you for that. Director's cut. One other question.
Oh yeah, good question. Thank you, Brian. You're good at this. I guess you're the co-host in the peanut gallery, so it's appreciated. Yeah, no, To the Zero Line's pretty much. We're going to do one finishing cut, which is the version online right now is it's because it's online. And we were in a rush to get it up. It's the colors have not been fully corrected. We did one sort of like a quick pass at correcting colors, and actually I had a meeting tonight about that, and just clean it up a little technically. But that's going to be the cut, or that is the cut, and then some of that footage is in Citizen Gunfighters, like the infantry guy who's basically half of his company, not company. I don't know the size of the unit. A good number of guys were killed, or it was just a bad day that day for them. And there's others. So some of it will make it into the next film. Another example is Rita, who is just phenomenal. And I mentioned her before. She talks about how she doesn't have a child, but if she had a child, when she has a child, and she's not married. She said, I'm not married, I don't have a child, but when I have a child, I want that child to grow up in a free country. And this is why we have to fight. And then since then, she's had she got married to a soldier since then, and had a baby just a few months ago. And so we're going back to her and have the footage of her talking about, if I had a child, if I had a husband, kind of thing, and then show her with her new baby. So we have to hurry up over there because it's really a new baby, and it's better when it's really small. And some of the footage I really feel bad about. We have so much good stuff. We can't use it all, and some of it, if I could, some of it will not be made into a film that I do, but there are a few kind of side projects I'd like to do, like one for the church, and like do a little, like, we have a lot of footage about the church, and do a little history of the church for them. If I could ever get around to it, I don't know, or just find an editor who'll do it. And, you know, there's a few little side projects like that, because people really open themselves in their lives to what we're doing, you know, to make film. And I really feel terrible that some of it, we can't make a film that's 22 hours kind of thing. But, so I would like to do a little bit more, and I feel badly that we can't do everything. So back to you.
And yeah, I guess I'll proceed with my question or my suggestion, because I wanted, you were asking for input on what to talk about, and I think one thing that would be helpful is, because one of the major themes you wanted to convey is that to viewers is that Ukraine can win, and I absolutely agree with that. But I think another thing that you may want to consider, particularly for an American audience, but this would be really apply to any of the liberal democracies that are helping Ukraine right now, is conveying the gratitude of the Ukrainian citizenry for the aid that they are receiving. Because right now, you know, they get the clips from Zelensky, and Zelensky is fastidious about every time there is a tranche of aid, or, you know, an opportunity to thank the people that help him. He puts it out there, right? And he is very, very, very good about that, and very specific about that in terms of whenever he gets something that can help him, given to him. But I think it would help the citizen. It would help to help. It would be a way to help galvanize and make sustainable the support of the electorate in the liberal democracies, to hear Ukrainian citizens. And I know that they're grateful, because I've seen, because we stare at this stuff. We look and we see the tweets, and the people come, the Ukrainian voices come here in the MriyaReport and express how grateful they are. But I think that doesn't make it to the general population that maybe doesn't follow this as closely as we do. So if you could, to the extent that you could, capture those voices of gratitude and cascade them in this this piece, in this work that you're working on, I think that would help, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. We touch on that in the first film with the delivery of the medicine from New York to the hospital, but you assume that there's gratitude there. But it's a good point, Brian. I have some ideas on that, because it needs to be integrated into the whole story, you know, into the whole, like, feel organic. I don't want it to be like, hey, we're all grateful, this is great. You know, it needs to be organic to the story, to like how events unfold. We do have footage of guys saying what weapons they would like. It's kind of comedic, because it's like we went to different units, like tank unit, artillery unit, mortar unit, you know, all the different MOSs, more or less, you know, of major weapon system. and said, like, if you could have three things, what would you want? You know, from the West. And they go through this list. It's like, it's like almost like Santa Claus, like the kind of response. And it was kind of, so yeah, you know, I've been working on that concept. So thanks for bringing it up, Brian. So I don't know how to end that. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You can just stop. I'm listening. I hear you. Yeah, I feel like the boys opening a crate of nice American, some AR-15s, or climbing into a Bradley the first time would probably get a pretty organic response. But
yeah, you want to see their orgasm.
yeah, they climb into the nice Bradley for the first time, or check out the 50 mil cannon, like, whoa, cruto. But anyways, we've got Will and then Bill.
Hey, just a quick comment from back when you were talking about how far you show and what you show and people's reaction to it. And while I'm very concerned about not traumatizing people when they watch something, that don't forget that the serious shock value to expose people to what's really going on is powerful by film and is important to put in there. I'll just remember that the most effective anti-smoking ads ever have been the ones that show the sickening damage they cause to you.
Yeah, you have a point, Will, because I did not like showing the tendons and the muscle being cut from the foot, and the foot. I mean, that's horrible enough. And then see, like, and then have the foot, you know, taken away from the rest of the body. I just didn't want to put it in.
The key is it does. Don't worry about how horrible it is. Think about whether or not it fits into telling the story you're trying to do. As long as it's not gratuitous, if it fits and helps make your point, I don't think anything should be out of bounds.
Well, I agree with you on the first part. The out of bounds, I agree with you on all of it, really. If it cannot be gratuitous, but like all the times we had blood in the first film, it was more graphic than most films you ever see, and I think we did it in such a way that people felt it was okay, you know, and they didn't even. But there, you know, is there a limit? And so, but so those particular graphic pieces were chosen because because it fit in, and I thought the people could tolerate it. We have some stuff. I hear what you're saying, Will.
Well, I mean, for instance, if you could prove chemical weapons use, I'd definitely show the people who were exposed to that the unique damage. I mean, that would not be beyond the bounds of acceptability because
that's a good point.
You've got to prove a point, man. This is really happening, and people need to wake the up.
If there, you know,
damn well.
Yeah, Will, that's a very good point. I would do that. I would do that if we can get that footage, and it's not out of the question that we can get that footage, even if we're not there, because we have, you know, I have a number of people who are there who we work with who could get that footage. One thing with some of that stuff, just so you know, it gets cleaned up so fast if you are slow. If you have a slow jump on it, you're not going to get it because things get cleaned up. Not to be hidden, but like Bucha, for example, got cleaned up really quick. And hell, is this on?
Yeah, and it was cleaned up very quick because people wanted to stop, you know, the horror, looking at the horror, and because the war crimes were so essentially already so well documented or documentable that I think You know, there's no sense leaving people out there to be looked at forever, but you've got to have collected all the forensic information, and then you definitely get those people back to their families for burial as soon as possible.
Yeah, and now some of the now you're really hearing. I mentioned this, I think, once before. When Ukraine takes some of the territories back, there'll be evidence of things, if they haven't already destroyed it, but there'll be something of atrocities. Like in Solidar, there's said that there was a massacre like in Bucha. I don't know if it's true. And by now, maybe they've covered their, they've destroyed the evidence of it. But that's very much on my mind. As Ukraine takes territory back, what will be uncovered, what will be revealed. And, and I know that if you're even late by a couple of days, you're not going to be able to film it because it'll be gone. It'll be documented and taken care of, put it that way. And so when that, like Kursk is happening pretty quickly. So when Ukraine takes back, let's say, pieces, parts of Donetsk, let's say, probably somewhere there's something bad happening, and to get that footage, we're going to have to get in there like right away, immediately. So I'm just telling you a little bit about the people here, a little bit about like when you're working in these kinds of places, what you have to think about in order to get footage, because it doesn't wait. A lot of stuff doesn't wait for you. You have to be ready to take advantage of the situation. Advantage is the wrong word. You have to be ready to be present at the moment something happens. Like one example is the guy with the hole in the chest. We literally we were driving out to the evacuation point because my idea was that to film a guy coming, have a combat medic bring, when a combat medic brought an injured soldier to the ambulance, we would ride in the ambulance back with the guy or something like that. We were just trying to figure out. But when we were driving out to and that, by the way, the evacuation point is literally just meters from the zero line because, it's as close as possible because when a guy gets hit, you don't want to have to take him too far to evacuate him to medevac him to safety. So that's so it's pretty close. And we were driving out to where the ambulance was, and suddenly, as we're driving to where the ambulance was, the ambulance passes us going in the direction we came from, and we realized that it had somebody on it. So we had to chase the ambulance back to the stabilization point, and ran. And when you see the footage of the guy leaving the vehicle, running down the road to where the ambulance is backing up, that was taking advantage of or being present at that moment. That we had no idea. We didn't know what was in the ambulance or what was going to happen, but we were there. But it was just we made our luck that day, and it turned out to be really just really great footage. So a lot of it, Will, is you got to be in the right place at the right time, and some of it is just hanging out and waiting for bad things to happen, or looking for bad things. So, I'll give it back to you at TKD for.
Thanks, Ben.
Or Adam.
We are going to go to Will, and then we'll see what TKD has.
Oh no, I've been up. Jonathan's waiting. Jonathan.
Oh, Bill, not Will. Look at me, rhyming names, Ryman Simon.
Yeah, Bill from Farnsworth. Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So thank you. So my last time up, Will was on, and it was back when Mike Johnson was not doing the right thing, and whatever mechanism caused him to do the right thing. We're all very, very happy about that. So that was a while back. And anyway, I think to bring that last time I was up to this time, I had been talking about my MAGA dad and took him to a church basement Ukraine boosting deal. So they had photos of kids, and they had photos of the destruction the kids were found in. And so they had quotes from the kids about basically what they wanted to be or this or that. So it was these big blown up pictures of stuff destroyed and big blown up pictures of the kids when they were alive. So just to put some context in, I come up very occasionally because that was a while back. And this conversation about music, August 9th was the second anniversary of two musicians who were killed in Zaporizhia. They were hit by a expensive cruise missile. They were the only two killed. It was Sveta and Christina. And I wrote a song shortly after that. So the music conversation brought me in based on that. And so I was hoping to share that song. I noticed, Ben, you don't have a box that's open, which I can understand. So I'd like to share that with you. I'll share it with TKD. So at the time, I sent it to NPR, and they were thinking about doing some kind of story. They did a story on the girls, and they were thinking of doing a follow-up. So I could try to bring that in again, or hook that contact up with you, Ben. Maybe this Joanna Kakissis, who did a really good story on these girls, could do something about your movie. I don't have any pull there, but just thought I could share that. And then the song I wrote, it was very simple spare recording, but it has a really good backing track, which is really subtle and atmospheric, but it was done by my cousin, who's a professional music producer, when he was on strike. So I have a pretty good version of that, and I'm also working with a couple MriyaReport people to get it translated into Ukrainian, and it's like 99.9% translated. But basically the song is about these girls didn't really die, and whenever you look, everywhere you look, you can see them in other people's faces. And the personal aspect of it is I was an activist musician at their exact age, and their music, they were playing every night. They were very popular with the armed forces and would play for big benefits. And yeah, I was compelled to write the song and very emotionally disturbed while writing it. But yeah, I was going to share that. I also donate the song to any kind of project. And then the grotesque stuff, I work in healthcare, and they've recently started putting, instead of the grainy low-res pictures in the charts, they're putting very, very high-def full-screen pictures of necrotic pressure sores, et cetera, and I'm on the side of I don't want to see any of it, so for many reasons. But I was an activist, and I have all kinds of stuff related to there. I just really identified with these girls who were 17 and 19, I believe, and playing on the street And Russia saw it fit to. I feel like they targeted him. I don't know if they did, but anyway, I'm rambling. So I donated $500 also. So I donate the song as well, and I will stop rambling. Thank you.
Well, I'll let Adam and Ben tell us how many tourniquets that will go toward. But first, I want to say, Bill, thank you. Please do DM me your song and maybe also the article about these young ladies if you're up for that. It's also possible to put that information into the purple pill that's if you're on a mobile device that's kind of down in the bottom right hand corner where people can kind of chat with each other a little bit or tweet to each other within the space. So you're welcome to go ahead and put that there. It is getting close to 11:30 p.m. Eastern time, 8:30 p.m. Pacific time, and so at some point in the next 15 minutes, Prince Heather and I are going to swap out again. So if you see me disappear quietly, it's because I'm trying to duck out in a way that helps the discussion go forward. But before that, I just wanted to go over two things real quick. Ben earlier had mentioned Scruff. And I will say at the outset, kudos and thanks go to Scruff. Any complaints come to me. Because I listened to this space from the beginning, and the first time that I ever came up to speak, I never thought I would do it. The first time I ever came up to speak, it was one of the first times that Scruff was here. And what inspired me to come up and speak, I think, let's see, it might have been Scruff and it might have been, was it Finance and Chris Windley. And so Scruff was here, and it was so early. We were going back and forth between Scruff and Snuff. And what inspired me to come up and speak was the passion that Scruff had for training and providing and caring for everyone in his unit. And I'm not at all surprised to hear Ben say what he has said about Scruff's skills as an artist. In some ways, I think that passion came through as well. But I feel like it's important for me to acknowledge a little bit of a debt to Scruff, and I haven't had a chance to tell him that yet. But yeah, he's part of the reason that I first came up to speak. The other thing I wanted to let you all know is that I did put a link in the Purple Pill to a concert by Taras Kompanichenko at the Lviv Early Music Festival. Now, it's a really long concert, but Ben had mentioned that Ukraine historically has had a lot of ties to the West. And I'm aware that many of our listeners may have seen Timothy Snyder's Yale course on the history of Ukraine. It's up on YouTube. If you haven't had a chance to get it, I want to say there's between, I don't know, maybe 16 episodes because it was one every week over the course of a semester. And in one of the early lectures, Professor Snyder mentions that Ukraine was an area that was well known to the ancient Greeks. And if we think back to our ancient Greek history, if any of you have had a chance to read the Iliad or the Odyssey, you learn about Homer, who was the blind bard, and we know that that tradition was passed down orally, and that often those epic poems were not just spoken, but actually sung with the accompaniment of a harp. If anybody's curious about some of the reconstruction that's being done on that, this is not ancient Greek, but Benjamin Bagme has reconstructed a lute and recorded large portions of Beowulf. I had the privilege of actually hearing him live sing the first part of Beowulf with his harp in Old English with the subtitles projected up. And it was absolutely gripping because even in the foreign language, I could feel the storytelling. skip forward a few hundred years, and we have John Dowland, who is a very, very famous lute composer. If any of you listening are Sting fans, Sting actually partnered with a lutenist to do a recording of some of John Dowland's lute songs from the Renaissance. And it's really cool if you take a lute and a bandura and a kobza and you put them all side by, and a turban, you put them all side by side, and they're all unique, but they all have some things in common. So that brings me to the post that I put in the nest. It's, I want to say, a 2 or 2.5 hour concert by Taras Kompanechenko at the Lviv Early Music Festival. And he was fighting with a unit in Ukraine at that time, and he actually came back from his unit to Lviv to give this concert. And even though I didn't speak Ukrainian, and even though there weren't any subtitles on this recording, at least not at the time that I listened to it, I just found it absolutely fascinating. Because if any of you have an interest in anything from ancient Greek epic to songs of the Middle Ages to Renaissance lute songs to the music of Ukraine around the time of Ivan Mazepa to the Ukrainian resistance, I guarantee you there will be at least one thing in that Taras Kompanechenko concert that would be interesting to you. So with that, I'll say thanks to you all, and especially to Ben. And I see Ben has his hand up, so unless there's an objection from Adam, Ben, I'll pass it back to you. Thanks.
Well, I just want to thank Bill for passing the music on, and I definitely will listen to it. I'm looking forward to it. And also for the contribution to the film and all of your ideas. It really is helpful. And I can't guarantee anything about the music, but I'll definitely listen to it. And because I don't even know, it may be a great piece but not a place in the film. I don't know what music's going to be in the film yet. Right now, what I'm doing is listening to a lot of things, collecting a lot of things, getting ideas, and when we have picture, we'll know how the picture and the music fit together. So I really appreciate it, and just want to tell you that. So thanks again.
Awesome. Thanks, Ben, and thanks, TKD. And Bill, if you don't mind DMing me a link or whatever to the song, I would love to hear it too. And I just want to say good morning to my friend Ukrainian Lives Matter. Are you up early today?
Pardon?
Are you up early again today?
I got up early.
Good to hear
Right
your
now I'm
voice.
still in Lviv, but I got up early because I went to bed early. But yeah, good morning. And
Well, I'm glad you did, because then I got to hear your voice again. She doesn't brag about it too much, but me and this lady volunteered a bit together in Ukraine, and that's where we first met. And it was my first fella that I met in real life, and it was a great experience.
Adam let me hold the flashlight while he did the work, and he was kind
Oh
of.
no! You were there with that Baba lady who was like super gruff and was like, It was like we had to throw the stuff on the wall, and we weren't fast enough because we had never, as North Americans, had never plastered over like cobblestones.
Yeah,
or
right,
whatever.
over brick. Yeah.
She was quite the taskmaster, that one.
Thank goodness I had a train to catch and I had an excuse to split. But yeah, it was, yeah, I can't wait to meet you again and see you again. So maybe it'll have to be in Canada, but hopefully in Lviv or.
Oh, I'll be back, not this year, but next year.
Okay.
My wife's in school, and as soon as she starts making those new bucks once she's out of school, then I can skedaddle for a bit. But Hey, Prince, what's going on?
Hey, Adam, I got to hear a story about a tarp. But no, thank you for DKD for stepping in again. I just really appreciate it. I was not expecting to get a phone call that I needed to take. And most people know when I'm co-hosting, I won't do that. There's very few people that I would do that for. So, anyway, it is good to be with you all. And of course, it's always good to talk about Ben's film and what Ben is doing, because what Ben is doing is helping Ukrainians and really helping the world, right? It's like, the money that is going to Ukrainians on the ground to help to employ some Ukrainians, right? To rent equipment, yeah, that too, and then to give humanitarian aid to the soldiers on the front line. And that makes a huge, huge difference to them to be able to have those the things that they need, the tourniquets. I mean, it seems so simple, but what have we learned so much about tourniquets in the last 2.5 years, about the good tourniquets versus the bad tourniquets, about the tourniquets that are worth something and the tourniquets you don't even want to waste your money on. And so these are important things that we've learned and important things that we need to pay attention to. And then for me personally, because I am so interested in genocide, the thought and the knowledge that in the long run, what we're donating money for will become a historical record of what's happening in Ukraine. That 100 years ago, from 100 years from now, there may be historians, there may be researchers, there may be kids who need to see who need to see what happened in Ukraine to gain a better understanding, because who knows where our world will be in 100 years. So, and even more than that, I keep on finding more reasons, right? It's documentation of war crimes. I mean, it is something that you could see a snippet of something that you helped to provide, ending up in a court as evidence. And those are the things that make a big, huge difference. And that is why I always tell people there's so many reasons to give, to help, to make this movie, because it's not just about making a movie. It's about making a historical record. It's about making evidence for war crime trials, and it is about supporting people on the ground in Ukraine. So thank you all so much for the donations, and just keep on giving. Let's keep on making this movie more and more of a reality. So anyway, Ben, you had your hand up. You took it down. That's not allowed.
Yeah, no, it was glitchy. I just want to make one thing clear. The evidence for war crime trials I don't know if we're going to be able to have that in the film, because as I was just mentioning before, things get cleaned up really quick. And like Bucha, if you didn't get there in the first couple of days, there was nothing left to film, because it was all, the Ukrainians aren't about to leave stuff out for rotting, let's say. And so that's, some of that is really a matter of being quick-footed at the right moment with the right access, being the right number of kilometers from where it's happening. So we're on the lookout, but it's not. I can't say that that's what is going to happen. So I just want to be upfront about that part, and about the if people want to know a little bit more about how history is recorded and what happens, is that I've done a lot of work with historical photography and videos and that kind of stuff from World War II and since then. And really, and part of why I'm doing it this way and jumped into making films about people who are actually regular people, who are civilians and soldiers who are there right now during the course of a war, is then making sense of it. So you can collect, like the Smithsonian Institute, and for example, has a gazillion hours of soldiers talking about what they did, and like they get a tape recorder, a video camera, and the person talks about, for like an hour, 2, 3 hours, whatever, about his or her experiences, and they put it away, and they put it away, and then they do the next one and the next one, and it's like almost like you've recorded it, and now it's completely unusable because there's just so much footage and not put into any kind of sensible, retrievable form, and not put in any kind of context that, yeah, you've done it, but it's just, you might as well not have done it in some ways. And what happens is that some researcher one day will go through a bunch of it and pull something out and comes to some conclusions, but the public really never gets to understand what happened, or be, and doesn't have the context and doesn't have the story really. And and this happens again and again when things are collected but not, it's sort of like having a database. You have a database of everything in the world is in a database, let's say, but how do you get access to it? And that's kind of like what the internet tries to do, with Google search and now with AI, and the ability to retrieve data is easier, even though it's all still there in one form or another. So when it comes to the historical stuff and like documenting the period, you really need to be able to be a good curator and collect the stuff that's meaningful and it's more meaningful when things are happening and people don't know how the war is going to end, and they talk about the uncertainty of it, and like it's really it's really real, versus looking back at it sort of like a TV reality show and say, yeah, we didn't know what was going to happen, and then and then we heard of the victory and it felt so good, kind of thing. But there's an immediacy that happens when you're there as it's happening. But then you have to create the context and understand it all well enough to be able to make something coherent, so that years from now, people can look at it and say, wow, this is what it really was like. This is the real thing. Now I get it. And so that's really my perspective, having seen how, if you think about past wars or past events, when you see them, the most interesting ones very often are the ones that are like footage that was taken at the time of an event. And you say, wow, like that's the World Trade Center falling down. Okay. Then it's like, and like people running around and of that moment. But that's usually just an event. It's not often that you get the whole picture of the big picture as well as the event. And that's the challenge in this kind of work. And it's why MriyaReport and, having Nick Ryan and everybody here and really giving analysis, so that I can go and I can go, because I have limited ability. I don't know anything about military things, relative to what they know. And so that I can go and record, basically, not just record, but understand, but collect the life and also the death of what's going on, and put it in context, the military context, the geopolitical context, and as it's happening. And that's what makes, I think, the first film so different. One of the things, and it's only because of the failure of all of the previous, what I know of previous attempts to collect information. It's just too much when they try to do a big job, and or not enough, and it doesn't create, and you don't get the perspective of what's really happening. So that's that's a little. That I'm just riffing on what you were saying, Prince Heather, maybe for a little too long, but that I think that's one of the values of the work of what we're doing, because I really consider MriyaReport part of Citizen Gunfighters in the creation of it, for the future. Now I just have to do it, because usually making the film is the only hard part, right? It's always hard. So that's the historical aspect that I want to bring out. And as I said, it's only because I've spent so much time in frustration in archives trying to piece together different historical events or matters of history that I know that this is really the way to go. So thanks, Heather, and thanks, Adam.
Thank you, Ben. You always bring so much, and it's always so good to have you up on the space. It's been so good to have you up on the space for months, but I feel like I've really gotten to know you a little bit better, and I've noticed. Thank you very much. You stopped calling me Prince Heather and just call me Heather. So I'm good with that. I appreciate it. Anyway, but yeah, but I get.
I still call you Prince.
Yeah, you can call me
Is it a
Prince. You
faux
can call
pas?
me Heather. You can call me Prince Heather. You could even call me 32, and I would understand it. So, anyway.
Guantanamo Heather.
What's that?
Guantanamo Heather. Can I call you that?
I had forgotten about Guantanamo Heather. Anyway, I understand exactly what you're saying. I mean, we've heard from Scruff about being into Bucha very soon after it happened, and I remember that, and and I remember seeing the footage, and we at the time we're talking pretty regularly with Roman the firefighter from Kharkiv. No, not from Kharkiv, right? Yeah, from Kharkiv, and when Irpin was liberated, and Izium, excuse me, when Izium was liberated, and his firefighters and he were out helping to retrieve bodies from the mass graves and the graves that they had dug in Izium, and and hearing him call in and talk to us after digging up bodies all day was a little intense at times. So I understand timing is part of it, and I understand what you're saying about, you're not, the timing has to be right, but you never know in retrospect what you might catch that might be seen as a war crime and might be able to be used. So I still say it's a possibility, even though I understand exactly your point of view too. So yeah, and I've seen lots of video and lots of images and lots of footage of I'm just gonna say torture chambers, basically, from Kherson shortly after it was liberated. So it just never say never. It might happen. You never know. So anyway, Adam, I'm gonna hand it back to you. Do you have any? I got a little deep into thinking there for a second, and I smell smoke, and that's not because I'm smoking a cigarette.
Oh, well, you caught me away from my laptop.
Oh yeah.
Just like you always catch me with crackers
I
in
know.
my face.
Adam sent me a picture the other day. It cracked me up. He sent me a picture, and he's like, "When you ask me a question," and he's got a cracker stuffed into his mouth, like the whole freaking thing. It's like, yeah, I've been there. And somebody's done that to me right after I've taken a bite of peanut butter sandwich, and it's like, yeah, that's not a good time to do it. Anyway, so, go ahead, Adam.
Well, I got a story for
You
this
have a
rainy
story?
night, at least around here.
It's a rainy night. It's not a rainy night here. Not a rainy night here, but it's been, thank God, cooler. It's been in the high 70s, low 80s, which means absolutely nothing to you, but I could do the conversion. So it's been rather pleasant.
I'm good with it. We have a lot of thermostats from down
Yeah.
south of the border, so
Yeah.
we're the master of all units.
You're the master of
The
all
absolute
units?
units.
Okay. Obsolete units. You just called it an obsolete unit. Okay.
Said absolute.
All right. So anyway, you just made me think I was going to send you a picture or something, and I totally forgot. Anyway, so you've got a story. What kind of story do you have for us tonight, Adam? But I also had another idea I thought of. And it actually
What's your idea?
well, my other thing actually has to do with music also. And I understand, I heard you say that you were trying to do like more modern kind of music and things like that. Something that the Ukrainian audience would relate to and the Western audience may relate to a little bit. But there is another thing that it just made me wonder if it could, even just a teeny bit, reach in there. It is called, and I know TKD will send me a message before. There it is. I found it. It is called the Polyphony Project, and it is the largest online archive of traditional Ukrainian songs. And they go around to these villages and pretty much these babusas in these different locations, and sometimes grandpas also. I cannot remember the name. Dim. No, Dud. No, not Dud either. Dud would be wrong. Why can't I think of Grandpa? I know it starts with a duh sound.
Dido or Deed.
Deed. That's it. Deed.
Deem is house.
I know
so you
Deem
could
is
go
house.
Dido's Deem.
Yeah, it's Deed. So the babushkas and the Deems, singing these old songs that are basically, from the villages that are not necessarily right on the top 50 list or top 40s list, but they are an important part of maintaining the history of Ukraine. And some of them are really rather interesting. So I was just curious if you've ever heard of that project or ever thought about doing some really old traditional like folk songs, traditional Ukrainian songs, Ben.
Yeah, well, TDK, is it TDK? TKD gets around because she sent me a link to that a little while ago.
Well, that would be exactly why. See, I knew that does not surprise me one bit either, because she's the one who sent me the link about it months ago.
And so yeah, the answer is yeah. And so right now I'm in the sort of the collection phase, and I don't know what will fit in where exactly. So the traditional, like I want to have like the old traditional in some ways, but I tell you, I was listening. There are some tunes that have been overplayed now. After 2.5 years of the war, and we have them in the first film, and I can't just listen to them anymore. So I asked some people in Ukraine who are in Ukraine right now. They said we can't listen to some of these anymore. They've been overplayed. But everything from traditional to there is some really good or really interesting Ukrainian hip hop. So the whole range, Heather, of music I'm open to. There's a band, the house band and I haven't asked them if we can use the music yet, but the house band in Lviv in a brew pub called Pravda is really phenomenal. It's a brass band, and that has sort of
those guys are the best. I saw them. They were so good in Pravda Beer Emporium.
Yeah, they
on the square.
yeah, they're
Holy crap, they kill. I have videos of them on my phone.
yeah, you can see them on YouTube too, and I definitely want to use some of their music. And yeah, it's so Heather, people have been sending me stuff. It's really great to get because people listen to different genres, and and I try to listen to a lot of stuff, but people send interesting things, and it's great to have a collection to draw from. So, and then the traditional, yeah, but and then we'll have some people playing some of it too, like we do in the first one. We've already recorded. There's a brigade that has they call it the orchestra. They have a musical group. The brigade, some soldiers, they play, and they're pretty good, and they play like a couple of instruments and sing, and we have some of that too. There's like a whole, because you've seen the first film, to the Zero Line, music plays a big role in it. It's going to play a big role in this one too. It's not just accompaniment. So Heather, keep the ideas coming. I see more hands up. Holy shit.
I want to send Ben or ask Ben if he saw that video, because this whole polyphony project kind of talk, I remember, started from around the time when they released someone released a video, and it was actually first person footage from a Russian tank commander's perspective, and that song Ostany Puch was over at Prince. You remember that one? And that was one of the most insanely, I don't know, just heart-clutching, breathtaking videos of the entire war. And I don't know if Ben ever saw it. You know which one I'm talking about, Prince or Ben?
I'm not sure I remember. I've seen a lot of videos in this war.
I know. But with the ladies, with the babas singing and the crazy harmonies over the guy, and he's like all happy at the beginning and waving out of the front of the tank, and they all die. Over that song that's about the last road, the final journey, the last road, Ostany Puch, Ostany Puch. Okay, I'm not going to sing it. Anyways,
okay.
I will find the video and send it to Ben and you. And I don't know whose hand was up first.
Ukrainian Lives Matter.
Hi, I'm going to ask you here because I've been a little high energy and I think I've been over DMing people, but you said you're still collecting. Well, someone sent me a band that has the same name of the brigade, of the guys from the brigade they work with, and I think the same icon. So if you want to, I'll send you that link too. But I didn't know if you were getting overwhelmed.
I'm not easily overwhelmed, so I'm happy. I'm happy to get anything you have. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. So there you go. TKD, go ahead.
Okay, but before I go, did Ukrainian Lives Matter, did you have a follow-up or an open mic?
I thought I closed it.
Okay, that's good. I just didn't want to jump in on you if you had a follow-up. So I just wanted to say publicly that I feel kind of silly recommending music to Ben for his film, because if any of you have seen To the Zero Line, it is really exceptionally well scored. And one of the great things about crowdsourcing is that you get a tremendous amount of information. One of the challenges of crowdsourcing is that you can often end up drinking from a fire hose, which I suspect might be the case. Intuitively, it feels to me like I'm a retired church musician, right? So you get a lot of suggestions, and it just sort of feels like that, except maybe multiplied by multiple factors of 10. But I just wanted to let everyone know that hasn't seen the film. The first film is just so well scored. I wouldn't let that discourage anyone from contributing, especially if Ben says he's not easily overwhelmed. I think it's great to offer him what we can. But I do have to say, as a professionally trained musician, I am really looking forward to seeing how Ben exercises his judgment in the next film, because if To the Zero Line is anything to measure by, we have a lot of reasons to look forward to this one. Back to all y'all.
All y'all? You picking up some language from somewhere? I don't know. All y'all? Thanks.
Just try to keep
Sounds
people
like-
guessing about where I'm from.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Sounded like Cece for a second.
I've used all y'all since I moved to Texas in 1999. Yeah, that was the year. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I always think of you as tape, TDK, but it's TKD. That's audio tape. Yeah, no, I'm happy. I'm happy to get stuff, and I do listen to a lot of things all the time, and so it's. I'm not overwhelmed, and I'm happy to. It's really helpful, and as far as the music goes, I think one of the reasons is that and why it rocks so is that we take chances. It's like if it is sort of like if it's kind of cliche or like you can expect it, we're not going to do it. And so, how do we have a soundtrack that really is interesting? And it's not like, oh yeah, that's that song I've heard again before, just like a best of kind of thing. And the other thing is that I have really good editors, and I have a musical sense myself. And Tyler Hurst, who's really, I mentioned this before. I chose him to work on this because to work with me because I knew music would be so important, and he's done a lot of music videos and advertising that uses music, like or a musical sensibility, like for Nike, a basketball bouncing and basketball bouncing and people moving kind of thing, and then also Alex Mandel, who's the other editor. He previously was a drummer, and so he has a sense of rhythm, and so we always consider basically the way it works is that the picture. I always say that the picture is a character, and the music is another character. When we work, because you can cut to the beat, but that only gets you so far, and it kind of gets boring. So we talk very much, not like you normally cut picture to music in a film necessarily, but see them as characters and say like, what's the interplay of the picture and the sound, and because both of them have like a lot of experience with cutting with music and cutting music, we really take it's. So I don't want to take credit for it all myself. And then Tyler picked a few of the pieces himself, because we had some temp music and it wasn't really right. And like I the next day he said, "What do you think of this?" And I said, "Wow, that's really great. Where'd you find it?" So it's TKD. It's always a group effort. It's always a lot of people with different ideas and bringing their talents into it to be able to make a film like that, like To the Zero Line, to make the music really really work and you really enjoy it, or it really is meaningful. I mean, and she talks about the people in her past who have died, who have fought for Ukraine, and she has a tear on her cheek. Oh my God, how the camera, how Taras, the camera guy, was able to get that tear on her cheek. And she's, remember, this is a documentary, and it's not like the camera is focused on her sitting down and she's telling a story. This was really her emoting, just baking a cake. And so it's, and then the music comes, it's very tender and it's snowing outside. And that was Tyler. Tyler found that music. So, I mean, so it's a great scene, but, and it's a great scene, but that's what it takes. It takes all of those people. It takes Taras, the camera guy. He just was there at the right, he had it there, who cut it and found the music, and, and even the way the light is set up. So it's, I don't want to take credit for it all. So like what people are doing in MriyaReport, bringing their ideas, they really get, many of them will get incorporated. Can't say, definitely not all of them, because not all of my ideas are in it either. So don't be afraid to suggest, because it's a weird kind of film that way, that we're putting it together this way, but that it's a war, and I think it's going to benefit the film. So thanks, and I see a hand is up, but I'll give it back to Heather and Rachinsky. I guess I have to use the last names, or I get Heather is her last name, and then Rachinsky is your last name. All right.
I actually do just want to say thank you all. We reached our $1,000 match goal, so that is $2,000 to go towards
80 tourniquets.
80 tourniquets. That's $2,000, 80 tourniquets, 80 lives possibly saved, and some help to make this for Ben. And it's going to go to help Ukraine. Is what it's going to do, right? Right, Ben? Go ahead.
What I'll take Scruff, and it won't be 1-to-1 for the tourniquets, by the way, because we got to pay people, do other things with it.
It's just an example. I know that. It's
but
just an example.
But so Scruff contacted me during Chuck. He contacted me on the back channel, and so I said, I can't talk about this right now, and there's something I really can't talk. They're like, I said, there's something I can't talk about, and he said, oh, don't worry about it, because somebody, and not on MriyaReport, somebody in Ukraine already told him. It's like shit. Scruff is all over it. Can't keep a secret from Scruff.
He cracks me up. I remember back in the early days of Scruff joining us, he used to just hang out with us and talk with us back and forth, and he has literally fallen asleep in the middle of a sentence. I just love that guy. He's literally fallen asleep in the middle of a sentence. I'm up on the speaker panel because we're just hanging out with Scruff.
Well, to stay up with you is considering it's what 10 time zones, 10 hours difference or something like that.
I don't know how many time zones it is. Right now it's 7:11 8.
It is 10.
Yeah.
Because it's 9 for me.
Yeah.
So it's 10 for you.
Yeah. So yeah, it's 7:11 a.m. in Kyiv right now, and it is 9:11 p.m. here for me. Yeah. So yeah, 9 or 10. You're right. Sorry.
And yeah, so yeah, he's we're going to I think I told you he made a really fine video, a recruiting video for a promo to get drone operators, and I really love it. And we're gonna and I haven't asked him. He sent it to me. I'll ask him if we can put it in the film. I'm pretty sure he'll say yes to that. It's really fantastic recruiting video. It's what they use. It's something that they use to find drone operators. We talked games so that they put down the the joystick at home and pick one up at on the zero line.
You're showing
Nice.
your age. The joystick. I don't. The video
Well,
games
you know,
now
the
have
controller,
the controller.
the controller. No, I was thinking controller, but joystick came out of my brain.
You're thinking it's like, you know, I remember get the Atari with the joystick.
Oh, to hell with you, Heather.
Now my
You
now
know?
now I'm to the point where I'm really happy my mobility scooter has a joystick.
But you know, there is a hand up that I've noticed, and she wants to leave, but she's like she's like one of these.
We see the contrast between intense competition and joyful curiosity. And so many of the best musicians that I have known have been the ones that have the joy to rejoice in the curiosity and the innovation and the achievement of others. And that is one of the things that I have found most compelling about MriyaReport's partnership here with Ben. Week after week, month after month, there's this pattern when we talk about how beautiful something is or how much it touches us. And immediately Ben is able and willing and excited and thrilled to point to the people on his team who helped make that happen. I'd like to suggest that while that gratitude is a special thing, it also takes a really, really special person to make that happen in the first place. To be able to draw together the right people with the right skills, to trust them, and to help them bring the best out of themselves is, I think, something truly rare and truly special. And I can look back on my life in all the disciplines where I've worked, and I can point to people that who've done that. And Ben and so many here, MriyaReport, remind me of those people. So that's the first thing I wanted to say, was to encourage us to share the delight in the creativity and in being in a place where we can strive for excellence and together draw the best out of each other. The other area that I wanted to just sort of suggest that we think about is contribution to outcome and contribution to process. And I'd like to suggest the possibility that as Ben is crowdsourcing this film, there are a lot of pieces that end up on the cutting room floor. Good writers say you have to be willing to kill your babies. Right? Sometimes you have to be willing to get rid of even some of the things that are your favorites in order to make a clear and compelling and persuasive whole. And if that's true about the individual things that our artists construct, it's also true about the contributions that we make. And we might be tempted to look at that and say, well, I don't see this here in the end result. But in my experience as a performing artist and as an attorney, some of the most wonderful gifts that I have been given are the suggestions, the ideas, the examples that formed my process. And you may not be able to see that on the surface of the outcome, but when we care about curiosity and integrity and character, I do think some of those things work their way through the process. So I just wanted to say thanks to everyone that's contributing as they're able, whether it's financially, whether it's their ideas. I'd like to thank Ben for his leadership and his openness. And no matter what we're able to discern from the end result, I just wanted to say thanks to everyone for giving us all, and especially Ben, for giving us all an opportunity to participate, not just in this creativity, but in creativity that is going to make a practical difference for our brothers and sisters and neighbors in Ukraine who want to speak, who want to work, who want to make art, and who want to be human. Thanks. Back to you.
Well, thanks, TDK. There's nothing like pressure. I hope I can live up to the billing. I'll do my best. It's a big challenge. Even when you do it in private, it's a big challenge, and I'm doing this in public. But like I said, and as far as the MriyaReport community goes, it's really, the guy who came on today, I don't know his name, that was talking about, the ins and outs of electricity grids and systems in the United States and Russia. It was a really interesting perspective. And I think we have people, because this is a welcoming place. And also there's a multidisciplinary expertise that people bring to it. Like we have Chuck and Will on, things to do with refineries and opinions on all matters. We have a trained guy, we have Brian, who is putting together stuff for his church. And, it goes on this way. And then just people, and still it's a very welcoming place for people who are curious and they have an opinion or they ask a question. And it's really unusual. And we police it pretty well so that the intruders don't wreck it and don't diminish it the way, some spaces end up becoming. So it's really, and basically, and it's really an extraordinary place and people in that way. So I agree with you. And it's one of the reasons I find it really worth my time to spend listening. And I listen, while I'm working, I'm listening a lot. And I don't think we would know as much about what's going on without people bringing themselves to it, both in their expertise and their questions and just comments. So anyway, I've probably waxed on enough about that. And at some point, I'm going to go to bed because I don't have the full night owl ability that some people do who are here. So I'll give it back to you, Heather and Rachinsky.
All right. Ben, it is late for you. And TKD, it is late for you. And what is better than a bedtime story, Adam? He might have just put a cracker in his mouth.
No, I was ready. I was ready. I just have to stand up and get a water at some point and have a pause. But we'll start. So
Yes,
this one's
but
called.
I know Adam loves his bedtime stories. Go ahead, Adam.
You
Sorry.
don't like them at all.
That's not true. That's not true. There's some of them that just crack me up because they're so freaking absurd.
That's the best part. This one's kind of absurd too, I think.
Awesome.
I just skim them though to make sure there's nothing overly terrible, and then. But sometimes we're surprised.
Wasn't there? Wasn't there some something overtly interesting about the last one you read last week? Oh man, I can't remember. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it was the epic tale of Yuri and Lada, and they were the perfect couple.
Oh yes.
Yeah. And I can't remember what was the crazy thing specifically, but it took us off guard. But
yes.
But
there was the life-saving trout. I remember that.
Yes. And the eagle. Yeah, they all played their part as is their wont. Okay, so this one's called Zolota Hora, the Mountain of Gold. Once upon a time there lived a poor man, his wife, and 3 sons, 2 of whom were young men, but the third was a little 7-year-old boy. The father and the mother worked at home, while the older sons hired themselves out as laborers, and so they managed to live. One day, the oldest son went out to work and earned a loaf of bread. He was returning home when he met an old man. "Please give me your piece of bread," said the old man. "I haven't enough for myself," replied the son. He gave the old man nothing and went on home. The following day, the middle son was returning from work. He earned half a loaf of bread. On the way, he met the old man. "Give me a little bread, please, young man," he begged. "I worked hard all day to earn half a loaf," said the young man, "not to give it away to someone." He gave nothing and returned home. On the third day, the older sons went off to work, and the mother said to the youngest son, "Sonny, would you please go to the woods and gather some dry twigs and mushrooms? There isn't a crumb of bread in the house, and we can cook up the mushrooms." So saying, she gave him a hard crust of bread that he put inside his shirt and went off. He was walking through the woods when he saw an old man coming toward him. "Have you anything to eat, laddie?" he said. And the 7-year-old boy replied, "Yes, Grandpa, but only a hard crust of bread." And he took out the crust and gave it to the old man, who broke it in half, ate one half, and returned the other half, saying, "Here, laddie, eat it, and because you didn't begrudge giving up your last crust, I shall repay you. Tell me what you need the most." The 7-year-old said, "More than anything, I need some strength, because I'm so small and weak. I can't earn a living like my brothers and help support our parents." "Very well," said the old man. "From now on, you will have plenty of strength." He announced this and vanished as if he had never been. The little boy was astonished. What did it mean? So he ate his crust of bread and started to gather some twigs. He was amazed at what he could do now. Previously, he collected a small bundle, he couldn't carry it. But now he gathered a great heap, and it wasn't enough for him. So, he thought, it's true, my strength has increased. And he no sooner set to work to break some dry wood than he was able to overturn whole trees and pile them up in a heap. "Well," he said, it is a pity that I didn't bring a longer rope, because I could have gathered more." He quickly gathered a full shirt of mushrooms, because that's how you collect mushrooms, friends. Threw on his shoulders the huge bundle of twigs, and as though it was feathers, and carried it home. His mother came out of the house and looked. What did she see? A whole load of twigs was moving slowly by itself on the road. She looked more closely, and what did she see? Her 7-year-old was carrying such a huge bundle of twigs that he was scarcely visible underneath it. And not only that, he was also singing. "Well, Mama," he said, "I'll be able to go to work too. I now have plenty of energy. Not long after this, news was heard everywhere that in a foreign country, in the midst of a dense forest, there was a mountain of pure gold. Crazy. And if anyone managed to reach the mountain, one could dig up at least a whole wagon of it. But some terrible dragons were guarding this mountain, and nobody could reach it. So the youngest son, the 7-year-old, said, "Well, now, dear brothers, how about going to look for the mountain? Maybe we'll find it. Then we'll manage to overcome those dragons. We'll dig some gold and then be able to live in prosperity the rest of our lives." "Fine," they said. "If we're going to go, let's go." They earned some bread for the road from their father, begged an old nag, harnessed it to the wagon, placed the bread in it, and drove off. They rode for some time and kept making inquiries about the mountain of gold. They asked all passerby if they themselves knew or had heard from travelers where the mountain of gold was, and what sort of dragons were guarding it. The people who knew something would say so, but those who didn't would say, "I don't know, good people. I never saw and never heard of such a mountain." The brothers would thank them for at least replying to them with a good word. Then they would drive on further. They rode on and on, until at last they arrived in a remote part of a foreign country, where the people questioned them, saying, "Who are you, and why have you come here from abroad?" "We are 3 brothers," they said in unison. "A rumor reached us that in your country there is a mountain of gold, and that some dragons are guarding it. Maybe we'll be lucky and manage to dig some gold from it, so we'll be able to live in comfort for the rest of our lives." "Oh, boys," said the people, again in unison, "is it possible to reach the mountain? The dragons, are terrible and invincible. One dragon has 6 heads, another has 9 heads, and the third has 12 heads. Every night 2 of the dragons guard the mountain, and one of them flies around looking for prey. How many people they have hauled over their side to devour is beyond reckoning. If you want to stay alive, then don't bother about that gold. You'd better go, boys. You do better, boys, to get out of here as fast as you can before those dragons devour you." "But maybe we'll overcome them," said the 7-year-old. Only show us which road we take to the mountain." People showed them the road that went into a dense forest. The brothers drove off into it. It was so thick that you couldn't describe it. The sky amongst the leaves showed blue, and the earth beneath one's feet was black. And apart from that, nothing more was visible. Farther on, the forest became denser and denser, and the trees were so huge that 4 men couldn't encircle one with their arms, and still the brothers kept on going. So 5 or 10 days went by. Already the horse could barely drag his feet, and still all around was forest and more forest, without end, without edge. "Where are we going?" said the eldest brother. "Where's that mountain of gold in this forest? Here we'll only die of hunger because we have no more bread. Let's turn back." "No," said the 7-year-old. "There's no use returning now when we didn't turn back at first. What will be, will be." They rode on further because the 7-year-old is very strong and they were scared of him. After some time, they saw in the middle of the forest a little house, and a bit farther on in the forest as became thinner, and everywhere you could see single trees again. Through the forest ran a river, and over the river was a bridge, and on the side of the river a mountain was to be seen, all of pure gold, and it shone in the sun. But the brothers didn't ride toward it. First, they stopped off near the house. They entered, but there was no one in it. The 7-year-old said, "Brothers, we ought to wait here in the house until nightfall. One of the dragons will cross over the bridge, and we shall keep an eye on him. On the first night, let the oldest of us keep guard under the bridge. On the second night, the middle one will keep guard, and on the third night, I'll go." "Good, we'll do just that," agreed the brothers. They found something to eat in the house, so they sat at the table and had supper. When night came, the oldest brother went out to watch. He came out of the house, thought, and was afraid to go under the bridge. Instead, he went into the forest. lay down under a bush, and fell asleep. At midnight, the 7-year-old said to himself, I'll go and see if our brother is sleeping under the bridge. He went and saw that the brother wasn't there. So the 7-year-old sat himself under the bridge and awaited the dragon. Suddenly, the earth shook. Sparks started to fly, and the 6-headed dragon jumped on a horse while behind him ran a dog. That is a weird visual. The dragon's horse stumbled as it galloped over the bridge, and the dragon saw the 7-year-old and said, Why did you come here, little boy? To fight or make peace? To fight, of course, said the kid. They say the 7-year-old in this translation every single time they refer to him. The dragon came down from the horse and they started to fight. The monster grabbed the boy and threw him to the ground, but he sprang up like a ball. He scrambled quickly to his feet, grabbed the dragon, and threw him down so hard that the monster sank to his neck in the ground. Then the boy cut off all the heads and rolled them under the bridge. He took the horse and dog and returned to the little house. The brothers were still sleeping, one in the house and the other in the forest, under a bush. He led the horse into the stable and the dog into the house under a bench. As for himself, he went to bed and fell asleep. What a crazy kid, Prince.
That is a crazy kid.
And with some lazy brothers.
He's 7 years old.
He is 7 years old. That has been established. In the morning, the brothers awoke and saw a horse. Wait. And what kind of dragon rides a horse? How would that work?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that.
Is he like the lizard kind, like the long and slithery, like St. George fighting kind of dragon lizard?
Could be.
Okay, great discussion. Thanks. In the morning,
might be Ragnar from
Vikings, or like
no, for super bad. It's a cartoon that was only online. Strong Bad. It might be Ragnar.
Yeah. Nice. Well, thanks, Will, for stepping up when Prince failed in the discussion topic. So
hey, that's what I'm here for, buddy.
Yeah.
Just to add color.
That's my job. But you're better.
Did you mention the size of the dragon? Because it might have been a really, really small dragon. I don't know.
You're right, because he was only the 6-headed dragon, so less tonnage overall, and maybe it was a large horse. In the morning, the brothers awoke and saw a horse in the stable and dog under the bench. They woke up the 7-year-old and asked him, "Where did you get the horse and dog, brother?" "I got them where I got them," he said. "And you, brother, did you spend your night under the bridge?" Yes," he replied. "And what did you see?" "Oh, I didn't see anything," said the brother. "Oh, brother, why are you lying? You slept under that bush the whole night long. You think I don't know?" So the following night, they sent off the second brother to watch under the bridge. He came out of the house, thought, and was afraid to go under the bridge. So he went into the forest and lay under a bush and fell asleep. At midnight, the 7-year-old went off to see if maybe his brother was asleep. When he arrived, he discovered he wasn't there under the bridge. So he himself stood guard. Soon, another dragon, this one with 9 heads, came flying by on a horse. Well, okay. The earth shook, sparks flew around. Behind the horse, a dog came running by. The horse stumbled, and the dragon looked around and saw the boy. "Why did you come here?" he asked. To fight or make peace?" "To fight, of course," said the 7-year-old boy. He didn't filter at that time. Dragon got off the horse, grabbed the boy, and threw him to the ground. But he rolled along and sprang up onto his feet. Then he threw the dragon to the ground till he sank to his very neck. The boy cut off all the heads and rolled them under the bridge, and he himself went into the house, bringing along the horse and the dog. So second horse and second dog. The next day, the brothers got up and saw in the stable another horse standing, and under the bench another dog lying down. "Where did you get another horse and dog, brother?" "I got them where I got them. And you, brother, did you keep watch under the bridge?" asked the 7-year-old, asked the youngest brother. I did, was the reply. And what did you see there? What could I have seen there? There is nothing to be seen, said the second brother. How you lie. You slept the whole long night under a bush. You think I don't know? On the third night, it was the turn of the youngest brother to watch under the bridge. He got ready. He poured some water into a glass, placed it under the window, and said to his brothers, take care that you don't sleep tonight, but watch this glass. If the water in it rises, let go the horses. If the water rises over the rim, let go the dogs. But if blood flows over the top, then you must come running, or the dragon will overcome me. No sooner did he leave the house than the brothers lay down and slept. God, they suck. He himself went and sat under the bridge. At midnight, the earth started to shake. Sparks flew, and the most terrible dragon with 12 heads flew by on a horse. That's really confusing. And after him came another dog. The dragon on his horse jumped onto the bridge, and the horse stumbled. The dragon glanced on one side, then the other, and saw the boy. Did you come to fight or make peace? He asked. To fight, of course, replied the 7-year-old. Then the dragon jumped from the horse, grabbed the boy, and threw him onto the ground. He sank down to his ankles. He tried to throw the dragon, but nothing happened. Oh, thought the 7-year-old, if only my brothers would notice the water in the glass is rising, they would send the horses. But the dragon suddenly threw him down again, and he sank up to his knees. He barely got away. He threw the dragon, but again nothing happened. Well, why don't my brothers let out the dogs? No doubt the water has already reached the rim of the glass, said the 7-year-old. Suddenly, the dragon threw him down for a third time. The boy sank almost to his waist. Meanwhile, blood was already flowing over the top of the glass. The dogs sensed that something evil was happening and started to bark, while the horses neighed and stamped their hooves. By now, the youngest brother guessed that his older brothers were sleeping, so he took off his cap and flung it right into the house. The dogs ran out, the horses broke their bridles and also ran out, and the brothers finally woke up. They threw themselves toward the glass, but in it blood was flowing freely. They went for the horses, they weren't there. They went for the dogs, there were no dogs. So they ran out of the house and ran off to help their brother. But the horses already had come running and were beating the dragon with their hooves. The dogs also appeared and they tore the dragon to pieces. The 7-year-old the youngest brother managed to get up from the ground. He cut off all 12 heads of the biggest dragon and gathered the horses and dogs and was going to his brothers, but they were running to meet him. Where are you going? He asked. We were rushing to help you, they replied. Why? You told us that the water rises in the glass. We should let the horses and dogs, and when the blood starts to overflow, then we ourselves should hurry up to help you, said the brothers. Then did you really listen to what I told you? If we hadn't listened, we wouldn't have rushed here. Oh, you would still be sleeping if I hadn't thrown my cap at you, laughed the youngest brother. Well, harness the horses quickly to the wagon, and let's go and dig the mountain. So they harnessed the horses and drove to the mountain of gold. They dug a whole wagon load of gold and started off slowly for home. On the road, they met some people. Why don't you go, good people, to the mountain of gold and dig up some gold? Because there are no longer any terrible dragons guarding the mountain and killing people. And so they lived happily ever after and never knew any misery or misfortune.
Of course, they all live happily ever after and never have any misery or misfortune. But the horses and the dragons are rather confusing. I'm just saying.
He was fluke when the dragon flew by on his horse. That's confusing. Is he holding the horse? Or is he like run flying? The horse is running and he's just like being a propeller.
Yeah, see, I'm not quite sure about that. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, Adam.
Translation, I should say.
It is rather weird. So, yeah, That is kind of crazy. So, but you know, the bread in the beginning of the story. Whew, boy, howdy. Yeah, the bread. It made me think of something else that I saw today, right? And I'm not going to be able to say this right. I'm just saying, right? Evidently, you did it, William. Oh my
What
goodness.
You rang.
Will. Okay, now Will.
You
Yeah,
rang.
as a and Will, what did you do? Will,
I'm helping.
Will, my voice keeps getting higher. Will, you messed up my nest. It was so pretty. Oh my goodness. Oh. Ah. You know, I can't decide if I should go with the story that I was about to talk about or if I should make Will talk about what he just put in the nest. That's a conundrum.
I would love to hear Will to talk at least about one of the things, but I'm still dying for the GIF he sent.
For the gift. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh. Good
Will,
Lord.
you better take over because he basically murdered us.
All right. Which one would you like me to discuss for you, Adam?
Well, Intel Schizo always has amazing insights.
You're
that was
you're taking that over.
That was particularly.
Yeah, you're taking that over stuff that is blown up in
It was the
Crimea?
first one. Oh,
okay. Yes, okay. Go for the Intel Schizo one. It's a good one, probably.
No. So what's I can do both. What's blown up in Crimea, of course, is there have been air raids in alerts in Fedosia and around the Kerch Bridge in multiple locations, especially down near the north end of the Kerch Bridge in the harbor where the ferries come and go from, as well as across the way where the ferries come and go from there. So it looks like possibly another strike on the ferries that run in parallel to the Kerch Bridge, and probably not the Kerch Bridge itself, but there's lots of video of ground fire and surface-to-air missile systems from Pantsers, I assume, on the things that were coming in from there, and no report of damage yet, but they certainly were awake in all the way down to Fedosia as well as up near the Kerch Bridge. And we'll get some more information as time goes on today. But I did put up Intel Schizo's update to the railroad maps, which I think are incredibly important, but I didn't get a chance to talk to earlier today, because he shows really well there where the stress is being applied to the rail delivery systems that are so important to Russia for delivery of everything to the front for them. So it's really good analysis to have in the back of your mind as we see things develop in the exploitation phase, and figure out what Ukraine can and will do next as time moves on, and I also very interested in knowing which next Russian reserves that they are going to move in to support holding the line and possibly trying to push the Ukrainians back out of Kursk at some point. I don't actually see significant large movements of forces from the Pokrovsk area in particular, but anywhere down in the units down there. But Russia has been moving its units around in like little chunks, a battalion here, even a brigade there. So the 810th, which we previously saw destroyed a couple of times down in Zaporizhia and Kherson, has probably not even been fully constituted, but they were moved up near the Pokrovsk, I believe, and then were broken up, and some of them moved up to Kursk. Those were the guys. The guys in the 810th were the guys that were in the convoy at Risky that got interdicted in mid-route and killed many of them. So that unit's luck is continuing to be terrible. But as far as other big units from other areas that weren't already, some of the in the Kharkiv area have been shifted up and over, but I don't see massive movements of large troops movements yet on the Pokrovsk axis. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing we're looking for. But this capability that we've seen 3 times now for Ukraine to interdict with HIMARS or troops that are coming in to assist. So interdicting reinforcements as they arrive has happened on 3 different occasions now, and it's good to see that. And you'd have to think that this Intel schizo map would come into need to be able to see where the stress is, because I think they're going to have to start moving significant forces from otherwhere in the north of Russia and down through these routes in order to support their lines that they've formed there just south of the Highway 38 that leads from Kursk out to the west to Belarusia. So interesting times still. We don't know how far the expansion has happened today within the areas that Ukraine holds, but there has been one more small incursion, it looks, coming across the border west of Graveron. So kind of starting to show to Russians that they'll come across the border in places that could be mutually supportive of the Ukrainian forces that are defending Hoboke there. So little tiny bits of movement still that are important to see. And watch this map that Intel Schizo put up here, because this might become important in the next few days.
All righty then. All right. And I have seen actually some fiery explosion kind of things in I just saw the numbers.
That was awesome. That was it. Woo woo. Just a little involuntary woo.
No, I was looking at the top line number of incapacitated Russian soldiers. But no, I've seen lots of good video of nice, beautiful explosions and fires left over in Crimea, which is why I have Crimea on fire. Because boy, I got really excited there for a minute when I was really ready to wake people up at the thought of the bridge being taken down, but evidently not today. But the ferry crossings now, are these, because they were down to like one railroad ferry crossing, right, Will?
Yes, one of the rail. Well, they use down to one or two boats. They'll move boats in from other places. In fact, if you look on Google Maps right now, over in the port of Kerch, you'll see a couple of roll-on, roll-off ferries there that are car ferries. Now, of course, that picture is a couple of years old, but you know they'll be using everything like that. They'll be putting using what were car ferries as truck ferries, and the real problem is their roll-on, roll-off train line ferries have been taken out, and they'll need to move. Well, it'll be interesting to see if they do move others of those in from other parts of the Black Sea and Azov Sea where they might have them.
Gotcha. So the ferry landings, though, having those having those be damaged in both locations actually is a really good thing too, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, one of our friends is close to the border and almost ready to cross into Ukraine. That's pretty exciting news. So sorry, guys, I was a little bit taken aback by that. But what else you got, Will? Can you
I'm
what
sitting
else you
here
got?
wooing and talking to absolutely nobody because I was freaking muted. Sorry. Go ahead, Will.
It's all running like a well-oiled machine here, isn't it? I just wanted to note too that in passing that I was looking at what they're doing at Kursk airfield, where they've struck before, but it appears they're using the revetments there and moving a lot more helicopters into that area. But knowing now that that airbase is easily under threat of either drone or missile attack, I'm just was raising the point that I hope that becomes Chernobylivka Mark II, where Russia just keeps moving in helicopters into an area that they can be hit, and then they get hit. So I just hope that happens. But just note that that's going on. So Russia is forward locating attack helicopters in Kursk to assist them to keep Ukrainian troops from coming north, and but they have moved most of their jets farther back. However, Ukraine did manage to shoot down yesterday an Su-34 out of Baltimore Air Base. So they've struck those three air bases in the last couple of days with drones. So it's I do hope that that Russia shows a level of hubris by maintaining attack helicopters too close to where Ukraine is, and that Ukraine can sneak even some conventional artillery up there or HIMARS and smash those helicopters on the runways and in the revetments.
There we go. That's not a bad thing.
And
go ahead.
And then just a little joke for Adam.
Revetnum damn near killed him.
No. So your stories, your Ukrainian stories, and the proverbs are really interesting to look at how each week when we hear them. But so I put a little history a joke up there for you by a person who's what's his name, Pagabani Pristorli. Let's see, he showed the Kursk Oblast, and it's a little history buff joke, right? Because it says he shows Ukraine has succeeded in where they're moving inside Kursk, but to reestablishing the 1691 borders. I thought you'd like that.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, those were some good borders. And if we're going back, if we're getting revanchist, we gotta get revanchist both ways and settle it out, right?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Because two wrongs make a right. As far as I know.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now we don't have enough time other than to say that United 24 had a rather interesting thing out today, a tweet out today about a word I can't pronounce. How do you pronounce the word basically a loaf of bread?
Plebe.
No, not flebe. It starts with a P. Loaf of bread. Polonitsia.
The one, the code word that Russians can't say?
Exactly.
Polonitsia.
Now, I'm curious, can Will say it correctly? I'm curious if we're saying it correctly too.
Adam, please, повторяйте.
Polonezia.
Polonezia.
Yeah, I think we're all pronouncing it with North American accents, and that we're probably still not saying it right.
No, I'm saying it perfect.
Yeah, okay.
No, just kidding.
Did you guys practice the code word in Ukrainian school growing up?
No, but I did inquire about it. So I don't know, my Ukrainian's gotten worse, but I'm pretty sure Polonezia is close. I'm hoping.
So I know that we've heard about that, using it as a code word, and how important that word has actually become. So I'll just go to the pronunciation part. Oksana Boma, an assistant professor of Ukrainian language, culture, and regional studies at the University of Montana, because that's what you would expect at the University of Montana. Will, Montana?
Sorry, read the front end of that for what was the person study, or what was the first bit before University of Montana? I had to step away.
Oksana Boma, assistant professor of the Ukrainian language, culture, and regional studies at the University of Montana.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, if you think the Ukrainians like bloody Alberta and Saskatchewan, they'd love Montana.
Yeah, exactly. It's and there's a huge diaspora there too. And yeah, you're right. It's just warmer.
And it just didn't occur to me that there would be such a, I don't know. I wouldn't expect.
Everywhere.
We're everywhere. So Oksana explains that many people think the Ukrainian and Russian languages are similar, which we know they're not, when in fact there are vital differences because of the different phonological constraints between the two languages. Trying to pronounce the word Polonezia is challenging for invaders. Asking a person to pronounce this word is a quick checkup needed for security reasons at war, which gives away the enemy or a diversant. Diversant. This word became a rather symbolic, rather a symbol of how language matters. The difficulty the Russians have with pronouncing this word is often attributed to the phonological differences between the Russian and Ukrainian languages. The Ukrainian language has certain sounds that do not exist in Russia, which makes it difficult for native Russian speakers to pronounce certain Ukrainian words correctly. The word Polonezia, the combination of sounds and the stress patterns can be challenging. It, in effect, is uniquely Ukrainian. I love it. The vowel sound I, similar to the I in bit, does not exist in Russian. Their version of the I sound is much closer to the English E, or as in C. This results in Russian speakers pronouncing Polonezia more like, are they Polonezia?
Yeah, exactly. They would say Polonezia, but it's more like Polonezia.
Yeah, really minor minor
It's
distinction.
there though, and Ukrainians hear it a lot better. And when I was speaking to people there, it was strange where I would get corrected in that way between the and the and I wouldn't even know that I was saying it wrong, but I was hitting it too hard on that E sound, making it too long or whatever.
Very interesting. Ukrainian is palatalized consonant, meaning that it is pronounced with the tongue closer to the roof of the mouth, which can be challenging for Russian speakers who do not have this feature in their language. Russian speakers might instead pronounce it.
I got a great example.
Okay, go ahead.
In the word in Ukrainian for king is tsar, tsar, and in Russian it's zar. Am I wrong, Will?
Sorry, wasn't listening again. What when you say sa?
But the word for king is more like zar and not tsar, or is that not the case?
Well, tsar, you want to buzz it a little bit, tsar.
Yeah, so it's more of a tz than a t sound, I guess. Maybe they can hear that.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just like when you come up and say, "Hey, I'm from Edmonton, eh?" And you go, you don't say that. You didn't need to tell me that.
Yeah, definitely. The people who are living the accents can hear them real good, you know.
You know.
Yay.
Yay. Oh no!
Well, I've had a little bit of a run here. Mockers, I hosted with the Navy SEAL and the Golden Spiel tonight.
Oh, lovely. You enjoyed that, I take it.
I was giddy like a schoolboy. I yelled at everyone to talk faster.
I know how that goes. Yeah,
You've
here
got
I
10
am.
minutes and 3 hands. You can do it, you juckleheads.
That's one question to a speaker, pal.
Yeah.
Marcus,
No talkbacks. No secondaries.
Marcus, Will screwed up my nest.
Why am I not surprised?
Well, come on, screwed up. I don't think that's screwed
And then
up.
he came and explained all the interesting stories. But the GIF in the group chat was, I died. But anyways, how you doing, Mockers? Are you ready to go?
Haha. Yeah, I can be. Prince knows what the current situation is, don't you, Prince?
I can pretty much guess. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm just going to take a wild guess that I know what the current situation is. So yeah, she's gonna need a couple of minutes, really, Adam, if you can tolerate.
I'm pre-coffee.
Are there angry cats involved in the situation?
I've just been punched in the face by a small orange cat.
I knew it.
She hasn't gotten out of bed yet. Mocker shit on
there was
fire
some
in
oohs
Crimea.
over those numbers.
There were oohs. I sounded like an owl for a second there.
She couldn't hold it in mid sentence, like ooh.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad there for a minute. But Mockers, shit on fire, yo, in Crimea. You know, somebody actually came up while Chuck was up, speculating that the Crimean bridge had been hit. And I was ready to call and wake people up, but I knew it would be useless with you. Because, you know, Mockers doesn't wake up for things like that. Well, she doesn't wake up for her phone. The phone does not wake her up because she keeps her phone so unsilent that it won't wake her up. I at least have it so that some people can ring through on my phone. Not everybody, but some people. Anyway, and you have to be a certain, you know. Let's put it this way: if Mockers called me, she would wake me up. In fact, you know what? Mockers did call and wake me up not all that long ago. Mockers.
Yeah, this having everything on silent is a trauma response, right? I used to work in an office where phones rang, and I do mean all day. I mean, literally, you'd put the phone down and it would ring again. And you got no work done because of that, because the phone wouldn't stop blimmin' ringing, and we just didn't have a separate phone team. So there you go. It's a trauma response. I hate the sound of a ringing phone. Honestly, if I hear it, I'm like, I get like all tense, especially the traditional phone ring. Ooh. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I was gonna say they make different ringtones, right? In fact, I found a song
my
that
phone plays. It actually plays a really sinister piece of music if I turn the sound on. Like instead of a ringtone, it plays a really sinister tune.
You would probably like sinister music, but I found myself a nice Ukrainian song, and I trimmed it down and I made it into a ringtone, and I really kind of like it. So yeah, so there. And it makes me happy every time it rings. Mostly because
Don't mess with Ukraine. Bum 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 bum. Is that your ring?
No. Mostly because I know
I love that song.
Bum 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 bum.
Yeah, mostly because I know it's going to be somebody I want to talk to instead of God knows who, right? So anyway, what is the Kursk Freedom Festival?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe you should answer it.
Well, that's the thing. It's one of the things Will put up in the nest. Evidently, the NAFO Australia fellas are out postering near the Polish and Russian embassies, or consulates, excuse me, in Sydney. They are pretty popular with the Polish, but not so much with the orcs. So what they're putting up there is our posters, of course. And these posters say Kursk Freedom Festival. To celebrate Ukraine's liberation of Kursk, please join us at the Russian consulate on Saturday, 31st of August. Ukraine, and and then it gives a phone number, a name, a phone number, and an email address to reserve your seat. I personally have my seats attached, but but what's the best in it, the best thing about it is that in the they could have done this differently, but I'll accept it, is a cartoon of Vlad stomping away, crying, all pissed off. And what I love about that image the most, well, there's a lot of things I love about the image of Vlad. It actually reminds me of a Family Circus cartoon. Anyway, they actually might have just put Vladimir Putin's head on top of the Family Circus boy. That's a possibility here. But the clothes that he is wearing, he's wearing a yellow shirt and a blue jeans bottom, a lighter colored blue jeans bottom. So if you flip him upside down, he looks like the Ukrainian flag.
That's awesome. Well, I've heard through the grapevine. Oh, your mic was off.
No. What? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I've heard through the grapevine that our fearless leader has the caffeine on hand. So I'm going to take my leave, if that's all right.
That's fine. And Adam, I want to say thank you for doing an extra shift here with me tonight. The calendar can be a little bit interesting at times. Speaking of which, Mockers, I think you and I may be co-hosting until 3 a.m. together my time tomorrow. It's looking like a lot of fun.
That sounds amazing.
Join me in the cheap seats, Adam. The shit posting's fantastic.
Okay, guys, I got a big day tomorrow, so I will let you go. And Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. Thank you so much, Adam. I really do appreciate it. And once again, thank you for TKD for giving me a little bit of a break when I got a call that I wasn't expecting. And so yeah, it's been a fun and interesting night, Mockers. We spent a lot of time talking with Ben. We had a $1,000 match happening and we hit our $1,000. So that makes $2,000 raised since the beginning of Bullet Points tonight, which is absolutely amazing. Makes me very, very happy, very joyful, and knowing that all of that money is going to be going to support people, businesses, and when I say business, it's for like equipment rental to be able to make the movie, like cameras and lenses and sound equipment and that kind of stuff. And to people who need jobs, and then also to some humanitarian aid. We also did have a brief appearance during Chuck's segment of Suga. Suga showed up for a few minutes, but he had a really bad connection tonight, and so Suga wasn't able to stay up. And don't you dare, mockers. And
Alan Brewer.
yes, Alan Brewer. I was thinking more Suga.
I reckon Alan Brewer showing up is the reason we got over the top with the fundraiser so quick.
I don't know. It's always good to see that, Gracie. I'm just gonna call him Gracie from here on out. So yeah. But it was good to hear him. He said he will be back. He didn't say exactly when, but he said he will be. And so yeah, it was one heck of a night, mockers.
Can he come back on Sunday? That would be nice.
Oh, that would be really nice. That would be really nice.
Yeah, if anybody wants to help me and Prince co-host from now until Monday morning, please
no,
do.
not till Monday morning. For the next month.
The end of the month, in fact, yeah.
No, not the end of the month. No, not the end of the month. Mid-September to the end of September.
Oh, even better. So apparently everyone's on holiday. Everyone went away. Most of them went to Ukraine, which is lovely, but I kind of made that noise when I heard that we're all going away at the same time.
I know, right? Brilliant idea. Everybody go volunteer in Ukraine at the same time. And I do know that some of them are going to be trying to still co-host while they are in Ukraine. But also knowing the power problems and the internet problems, I look at a filled spot and I still get a little skittish and concerned, because yeah. And on CNN right now at this moment, they're talking, it seems rather in depth about what is happening in Ukraine, which is nice to see. And they're showing
about time.
They're showing pictures of exploding tanks, which is beautiful, and a lot of soldiers. Guess what? Surrendering.
Yeah, they had a bumper crop yesterday, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Fresh surrenders.
Yes, they did. And so, yeah, that's good stuff. So, how are you this morning, Makas?
Oh, tired but good. We'll go with that.
Did you stay awake too late?
I might have done, yeah. Yeah, well, I went out and watched Deadpool and Wolverine last night, and I was a bit too excited just to go to bed.
Yes. We have a hand.
We have a hand. Captain Botfly, go ahead.
Might I trouble you, mockers, for a tale of woe this evening?
Oh, I always have plenty, but is there something specific?
No, I just want a tale of woe.
Oh, well, in that case, we can find one very quickly. Bear with me, because I have, I have tears. Morale on Russian Telegram is doing great. So this is 2 majors, you'll be glad to know, and a little tale of woe. Columns. The columns require executions today. Whoever gave the order to work in columns in the observation zone of their copters, and accordingly, the defeat by HIMARS is not just a bleep, but should also be sentenced according to the law of war. Today, an assault squad, it doesn't matter what rank private an assault squad, those who themselves commanded the movement in the column, being in the column itself, are no less of a but often you can't send him into a storm because there is no one to send. Ooh. Although these bleepers often survive. And then they get positions with medals for surviving. Now, they just can't help it, can they? They just love a column. There is an issue, though, that they take their own columns out and have done on at least 2 occasions because they got a bit overexcited. I know, I just think that's like the most beautiful thing in the world, that they absolutely broke themselves. Yes, yes, it's very, very silly indeed. And, well, there's a lot more train logistics problems going on, which we'll get to, but, oh, lovely. There's a train node, would you believe, a logistics node at Voronezh. And, well, as a result of preventing UAV attacks on residential building and railway infrastructure in the Voronezh region on the 14th of August at early in the morning, fragments of drones fired by the air defense system were found at the Boris Ogulbusk station. Now remember, there was Boris Ogulbusk airfield. I don't know if that's how you say it. That's how I'm saying it. And I've had to break it down. So, Boris Ogulbusk, whatever it is. There were drones sent in that direction for the airfield, but apparently, as they were shooting some down, some of them landed on the rail track. Now, they could be easily collected. There was no major delays or casualties, but if the rail to Voronezh was cut at this sort of location, well, Kursk and Belgorod will have no rail support. Just saying, just saying. I think it's called being in a bad situation. So, now, the map of Russian railways does show a major junction at this location. And, well, let's just say that, well, let's ask the question. Does Russia have enough people to do anything about it? Or is Ukraine now just literally just wading forward and doing what the hell they like? Bit of both, I think. So, here is another little tale of woe from Russian Telegram channels, actively now discussing shortages of personnel and their butcher generals. It's as though breaking down, like, you know, that the border into Russia and stepping in there has all of a sudden started to break down that propaganda, you know, wall that they've had up, because it's really difficult to say that we're winning the war when suddenly the country that you invaded is turned around and, oh damn, dropped my phone, sorry. If only it were not so shiny and slippery, but I obviously can't just balance it like that. There we go. Right, anyway, sorry, trying to balance my phone and talk to you at the same time, so I've got 2 hands to do stuff. So, where was I? Oh yeah. I've kept looking at this and the information coming out, and Malcontent agrees with me. They've got no strategic reserve. Remember that strategic reserve of men, a whole army that they've got, you know, home guard. Well, those guys aren't a home guard. They were possibly made up of, you know, your yearly conscription and some specialised anti-terrorism teams and things like that. But nobody Nobody really. They're not about to pull another army out of their butt, I can assure you. Now then, I'm not sure who said this, so let's just see if I can find out who said it. No, I'll figure that out in a minute. Anyway, he's a military blogger. Here we go. Vokanor Kotanok. I have seen this name before. So, here, a colleague talks again about the butcher commanders. I have a hard time finding words on this matter. A lot has been said about it. It is customary for us to blame generals for everything, and not without reason. And it is clear why. There are enough of these cannibals with stripes. But the trouble is that the average officer, the tactical level, so to speak, from platoon to regiment, often does not protect his personnel at all. They learn bad things from some of their superiors. And this is not a figure of speech. We have officers who consider their subordinates and personnel as a whole to be the lowest link in the food chain. So much for saving our people. Just notice, mate. Oh, right. I realise it takes a long time for Russians to learn a lesson because Chernobivka, just that one word tells me that Russians need a lesson, beating into them several times. But sounds like this guy's starting to, open his eyes to actual truth. Goodness. Anyway, who, where, when? There are a ton of examples, not only in the Donetsk direction. Although it was there that desire to get a rank of a general sometimes turned ambitious and purposeful officers into dreadful commanders. There are many strange things in this war. The time for analysis has not yet come. But there will also be something to tell about how the three of us took the enemy's company support and how the company goes on an attack without an evacuation team. How can this be? Apparently, Russians do not abandon their own. Lots of question marks. There is only one conclusion, and it is simple. Fewer butcher commanders would mean a greater chance of not completely losing this undeclared war. In other words, if you'd stop, murdering us all one after the other on the battlefield, then maybe we could actually win. Huh? It's nice to ask the question, isn't it? It's good to ask the question. You're not necessarily going to get the answer that you want, though. So, talking of questions, I'm going to ask you all to have a little share and a retweet, and note that I have some numbers, and I will go through them shortly. So there you go. That was me asking you. Oh, I've not had enough coffee yet, Prince. I kind of feel like I need to shake myself. Like a dog might, from nose to tail. But if I did that, my head might fall off. So maybe not. Now, you'll be glad to know that Russia is trying really, really hard to censor everything. According to their propaganda, harsh military censorship should be imposed so that information does not get to its, consumer. Yes, the consumer. Russia is trying very hard to censor everything. We may have noticed that the newspapers are not reporting certain things. Remember how I kept saying to Ming, how's the newspapers doing? Because I was interested. I wanted to see what they were saying. And they're basically just playing it down and playing it down. Yes, they'll be over it soon. Don't you worry. And then that's one of the reasons why they're in trouble, because they keep lying. And also, they talk about doing things like blocking Telegram, right? They can't block Telegram. You know why? Because they use it to adjust their bombs. That's right. They have no other means of communication except an extremely insecure one. But yes, here we go. artillery targets through Telegram. This is a global superpower with no military communication. They're communicating at the level of me and you. That's right, folks. Telegram. And so that, yeah. I hope they shut everything down in Russia, every single piece of communicative, apps, because they haven't developed anything separate for the military that works. Not a thing. And then they could all just run around, I don't know, shouting at one another instead of sending messages, eh? So, apparently, Russia took an Iskander missile and called for fire against an individual Ukrainian tank. So, they called for an individual Ukrainian tank to be taken out with a short-range ballistic missile. Now then, what? That's like,
seriously?
Yeah, that's like running in with like I don't know, an elephant-sized hammer for a mouse. You know what I mean? It's just like, what? So this was captured on video of them begging for an Iskander. We need an Iskander. We need an Iskander. And a missile apparently did hit nearby. Didn't kill the tank. Anyway, this is how Russia is like broadcasting to the world that it doesn't have any rail or truck logistics to get any real artillery into the Kursk Oblast to make a proper difference. And so there's a massive cut as well. The tank enters the forest cover. And then at some point later, right, there's a cut. This missile hits just next to the forest where the tank won't be any longer. And so quite clearly misses it. And then sort of explodes harmlessly with no secondaries. So you can quite clearly see he's not hit anything but a piece of ground. And, it says something, doesn't it, about them if they're calling for that instead of artillery fire. So should we have a little look at their terrible, terrible logistics, especially with regards to the train lines? You see, wasting a short-range ballistic missile on an individual tank is ridiculous. And any military man will come and tell us that. It's absolutely ridiculous. What? Anyway, I'm sure that is a really good use of ballistic missiles. So, if they want to use them all up in this way, missing a single tank on the battlefield, then okay. Okay, carry on. Fire them all into Kursk, though, please. That would be nice. So, it's proof that there is a huge logistical issue. Especially remember the MTO brigades that we talked about that are meant to supply Russian forces from their strategic railheads? These teams that are literally just sat there poised and waiting for a train to pop up so that they can grab everything off that train and distribute it to all the places that it's needed, yeah? They're a right organised bunch, they are. Well, most of them are. Some of them actually seem to work very well, but some of them don't. Not anymore. You see, they've lost a lot of people and a lot of vehicles. And now they've been dragged out of Ukraine and sent to Kursk, which I'm sure will do the troops that they were supporting in Ukraine the world of good. Yeah. Just saying. So they're supposed to supply Russian forces from their railheads. And in this case, it would be Kursk and Belgorod. And they are stretched with supply convoys now having to travel further because, you see, if you set up your logistics railhead in a particular area and then your enemy comes along and they get really quite close to it, you might want to step that back to the next area or a bit further away, just so they can't quite clearly hit your logistics hub. And so Russian forces have had to do this. They've had to shift their expectations, shall we say. And so, as a result, the convoys that are coming from the last rail stop have to get longer, obviously. And what do? They drive in a convoy. Now, it's fine to drive in some sort of convoy, but you should space yourself out well, and you should be prepared to, if the first vehicle in the convoy gets hit, you should be prepared to get the job out of there. And and not just like sit there like an absolute lemon going, huh? What happened? Oh, now my exit's blocked as well. Oh, now I'm dead. Yeah, because that happens quite a lot. So yeah, all I'll say is you see a bomb on the road, you get the hell out of there. Otherwise, well, just more meat for the meat grinder, yeah? Now, in this case, the cities in Kursk are stretched with supply convoys having to travel roughly 150 plus miles from the rail yard to the Russian front line of troops. Oh, sorry. Yawn keeps trying to slap me one. And then back 90-mile round trip from the rail yard to the Red Stars. Ah, he's highlighted them with red stars on the map, that's all. He's not calling them little red stars, although technically they are. It also shows 10 days into the Ukrainian offensive, the Russians have not managed to marshal adequate military resources, and their rail network is in gridlock, total gridlock. If anybody remembers that advert from when I was a child, please remember that that was me not being racist. That was me copying an advert and a man with a Jamaican accent, which I obviously can't do. Apologies. So yeah, anyway, gridlock. I like that. A bit more of that, please. So Russian counterattack, yeah, because they are building up, and they will be, trying their best to stop Ukraine moving any further forward. And they have actually started to bring some proper people into this area instead of just some poor saps who have no idea. See, I told you that yawn was creeping up on me. It was just lurking there for the second I opened my mouth. Right, so anyway, 2 main logistical depots support this area, and these will be the places that would support a counterattack from the Russians. So we have Kursk and Belgorod. We have we have the rail guys bringing in supplies by rail. Should the Russians deem Kursk and Belgorod not as safe as they used to, the next secondary hubs are Oriol, Voronezh, and Staryosko, if necessary. Once supplies come in by rail, they're offloaded and sent to the staging points at currently. Oh, sorry, my jaw nearly fell off then. That was like a proper silent yawn that just made me look like I was screaming. Right, anyway. Rilisk, Legov, Chernomoysky, Chernomoshnoy, something like that. Selikovi, Dvori, Obian, and Ratiknoy from the rail by truck to these places by the MTO Brigade, yes? So the MTO Brigades transport material from the Russian troops within a 45-mile period. The other one. Radius.
Period.
Yeah? Yeah. So that's ideal that it's about 45 miles. Yeah. However, those 2 roads under fire control of Ukrainians right now. So bad idea. Okay, there's a second road. That will be able to bring a third less supplies per day. But that might also be targeted. So there's a third route and it will be the least preferred, and it takes, again, another extra day to bring in this stuff. So, originally, we had expectations that Russia would start to mount a proper response during last weekend. But, it's this weekend. It's another 7 days. And they weren't able to muster a response immediately. So, what have they done in the last 10 days? Well, they don't even have proper artillery in place, apparently. Ooh. And yes, as we noted, they wasted a short-range ballistic missile on an individual vehicle and missed. So, what does this smack of? Absolute desperation and no other resources at their disposal. You know, if that guy had had an anti-tank gun to hand, they'd have much rather gone after something like that with an anti-tank weapon, wouldn't they? Considering it's made for the job. So, yeah, this is what you do when you've got no resources, you're desperate. It may even be another week before Russia are even able to start to stabilize their front. So, they can't get in their resources yet. And in the meantime, they're just sending light infantry with whatever vehicles they had. And so that's why we've seen them just getting rolled over. Sorry, I'm going to have a big swig of this coffee, otherwise I will just keep yawning
Evidently.
over and over and
Jeez.
over. God, it's doing my own head in. Hello? Did I lose you?
No, I'm right here. I just thought of something. I'm sorry. Totally got distracted by something else right as you said that, and forgot that I was supposed to talk. Evidently. So it's like,
Thanks.
not a problem. Anytime. I'm so glad to help.
Supportive friends. Supportive friends.
I know. It's all about, it's all about what we do to support each other in these difficult times. Oh my goodness, mockers. So yeah, I keep on looking for an Air Force report. I haven't seen an Air Force report yet, but what I will say is I'm not sure that there was a whole lot that could be that would mean that we would. I did see some drone activity, but I didn't see a ton of it. So we may not get an Air Force report today. Yeah. So we'll wait and see if that comes out eventually. Sometimes they come out rather late. But I have sent mockers the numbers. And if you guys retweet the space, then mockers may read them to you at some point, unless she forgets, which she does all the time. But just to remind you, we are still having a fundraiser. Woo! Speak. Our donation match did reach its goal of $1,000. So that means we have raised $2,000 tonight for the movie to Citizen Gunfighters. And Citizen Gunfighters, as we know, is about ordinary people taking up arms against a genocidal invader from the makers of To the Zero Line, also known as Ben. And this movie will document what is happening in Ukraine, and that can make a difference for centuries to come. Oh, am I exaggerating? I don't think so. We have the ability now to document these things in a way they didn't have centuries ago. But we do still look back on film footage of previous wars. We look at it of what happened in Korea. We look at it what happened in Vietnam. I'm mentioning just the U.S. ones, I get, or anyway, we look at what happened in World War II. These are all things that we were able to witness to some degree, but not like we are this time. This time, it's like just constant footage of what we are seeing, and being able to curate that footage in a way that'll help to tell the story of Ukraine is an important thing. And if you haven't seen it, go and watch To the Zero Line. Absolutely wonderful. Well made, well done. And I think that the follow-up is going to be even better. Because, you know, when you do something again, you take lessons that you learned and improve. And so that's a good thing. This money will be going to help Ukrainians on the ground, and will be going to helping frontline units. We can't give the frontline units money, but what we can do is give them humanitarian aid in different formats. But as it was pointed out tonight, not that this is what is going to be spent with the $2,000, you know, used to buy with the $2,000 we raised tonight, but $2,000 would buy 80 tourniquets. That could be 80 lives saved. You know, just saying, that's one of the options of something that could happen with the money that we raised tonight. If it doesn't go to tourniquets, it'll go to something else good that'll help to make this movie and to help to support Ukraine. Everywhere from the business that they rent equipment from to the people on the ground who are looking for work at this time and having a harder time finding work because, well, most of the big news agencies left. Some of them might be coming back. I saw somebody today for CNN in Ukraine that I haven't seen for quite a while in Ukraine. So that's a good sign. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to get jobs like they did at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, when everybody and their brother sent multiple media teams and people were needed for things like fixers. So anyway, and we are also getting word that one of our own may be nearing Ukraine soon in the near future, and hopefully will come up and visit us when they get over the border. We will see how that happens, if that happens. So anyway, Mockers, did you drink an entire cup of coffee now? All right, Mockers has not drank an entire cup of coffee yet. So I will continue looking. And I am just going to say, yesterday, so sad, not really. In the it looks like Chernihiv, oh yes, Chernihiv district of Irkutsk region of Russia. A Tu-22 bomber crashed. Evidently, it had some engine problems or something along those lines. I don't know that it has been. I don't know that there's any evidence that it has been shot down. But needless to say, they don't have a plane anymore, and I believe that the pilots and crew are in the hospital if they're even alive.
Yeah.
Because that's a big,
Yeah,
huge
so they are.
fireball. What's that, Marcus?
Sure, those people are in the hospital because that plane was on the ground, yeah? Emergency services are all like turned up, but they're all standing back from it, did you notice? They're all quite a ways back. And then, boom, big explosion. Unless those pilots got themselves out of there first, they're dead. They're dead-o. Very dead.
Yeah. I don't know if these things have an ejection option. I would assume not. If they saw it coming, maybe they could jump out with parachutes. I don't know. But yeah. So, they look like they're probably dead. I would have to say. Oh, it says now it says one of the pilots that has died. 3 other crew members are in the hospital with injuries varying in severity. And this is according to Special Herson Cat. And we'll see if that's actually true or we won't. But either way, it's one less plane, one less pilot. And that's a good thing, because the planes and pilots being gone, not a bad thing at all. And I always, I went through this debate once with somebody about what is better to lose, a plane. Is it better to lose a plane, or is it better to lose a pilot? I don't know whose hand went up first, Mockers. Did you see?
Will, but pilots, I would say. You can have 50 planes. You only got one pilot, you're stuffed. Will?
Yeah, during a war for sure. The plane is secondary because the time taken to produce an experienced pilot is more problematic than the cost of a plane during wartime. But during peacetime, if you it's a $40 million plane. They do have ejection seats, and in fact, the Soviet Union or Russia in this case was actually some of the best things they produce are actually ejection seats from jets, believe it or not. So possible that those pilots were just injured in the hospital. But remember, when you're taking off a plane at speed and you punch out, you still can get seriously injured from the canopy going out, getting entangled as you are ejected, and a number of other things. So oftentimes pilots get seriously injured when they eject, especially at low altitudes, and the parachutes might not even function fully at the lowest of altitudes, but the Russian ones are considered very good because they do really give a nice explosive rocket ride, but that can also do some harm to you. But anyway, it's a $40 million plane, total write-off. No suggestion that it is a shoot down, but I'll note that maintenance problems go on. This is a Tupolev 22 strategic bomber, but Ukraine has shot one of these down, remind you, remember, over Kursk. But this one is another loss of these things that are, even these will get in short supply at some point in time if they venture enough into dangerous spots. But the Tupolev 22 and the Tupolev 160 are their premier strategic bombers. And Tupolev 160 that they lost previously, that Putin had flown just months ago, suggests that maintenance problems continue to be very bad on their jet engine systems.
Everybody feels sorry for them. No, not surprising at all. Their air safety. What would it take for you to ride in a Russian airplane right now? I don't know that there's enough money in the world. Yeah, no, too many, no, maintenance issues, too many. Yeah. Hi, Wendy. How are you? Good. How are you all doing today, tonight, whatever it is where you are? It's 10:50 p.m. I'm doing just fine. For mockers, same for me. Yeah.
I'm awake.
Right. I may have missed that you already said this while I was coming up to speaker, but I did see a post that said that one of those pilots died in the hospital. I was just looking for it and I was not finding it. Special Herzog Cat. I just said it.
Okay, yeah, so I missed it. You got there first. That's all.
No problem at all. So, mockers, what other kinds of tales have you discovered? Yeah, did you just guzzle an entire cup of coffee?
Pretty much, yeah. I couldn't talk to you before if I was having an emergency situation. I had too much coffee in my mouth, basically.
Yeah, I get you. Sometimes you just gotta guzzle the coffee to get to your second cup, so you start to feel better. Holy crap! There's a typhoon heading towards Japan.
Eesh, the world's gone off its rocker, hasn't it? Let's just have this reporting because I think this is super interesting. The head of the Russian Ministry of Defense, Belousov, has demanded that he now be provided with truthful and up-to-date information from the Kursk region, where units of Ukraine have invaded, as well as some other regions along the Russian border. Can we just ask, what's he been getting for the past week and a half? Have they been handing over Where's Wally books to him and stuff like that? I mean, I report everything is going to plan. What plan? The Ukrainian plan. So yeah, that upset. Oh, the upset. It's just hilarious. Now, I have another thing. Another Russian convoy apparently got roasted in Koronovo. And there is apparently going to be footage. So exactly the same thing happened near Koronovo as near Rilisk. There is no worse disaster in war than an idiot commander. The enemy does not forgive mistakes. Along the convoy march again. This is effed up. I hope they don't have any personnel left, as in the Ukrainians. Oh, I've got some news for you, mate. They do have some personnel left. They won't have it, but the locals will roll out and take them out. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because the locals seem quite docile to me. You know, as in like very accepting of, oh, these guys haven't murdered us. This is nice. Let's carry on.
A lot of some of them speak Ukrainian also. Have you seen that?
Quite a lot of them do,
Yeah.
because you know they've been neighbours to Ukraine for such a long time. Yeah. Apparently, in the area of Kursk, for the longest time, a lot of the people there spoke a sort of mixture of languages. You know, part Russian with quite a few Ukrainian words thrown in there. So these folks actually, yeah, do relate and know quite a lot of Ukrainian, especially the older ladies, because they learnt it, you know, as they were growing up. Now, meow, yes, Koronovo district, those efforting avatars, apparently, have not learned how to not drive in convoys. This comes from Romanov. Now, when he says avatars, he means alcoholic, because blue is a synonym for being drunk. Oh, so when you hear them calling them avatars, they're calling them drunks. Anyway, footage will be expected. So this is in the area of Koronovo, and mill bloggers are upset. So yeah, exactly the same thing happened, and they're very upset. You know what they're also upset about, which I think is hilarious, right? Prince, brace yourself. Biden, the bad man, terrible fella he is. He's slowed down the Russian YouTube. Yes,
Oh
that's
my
right.
goodness, how did he do that?
I know, it's entirely his fault. I don't know, twitched his little finger or something. Anyway, Russians are blaming Biden for slowing down YouTube, flooding the YouTube app with negative reviews, giving it a 1 star because of the block. Now, guys, let me just tell you, it was not Biden, I'm afraid. It was indeed your own government, but I love this. Right, so these are some of the complaints from Russians, and you will find a particular attitude with these complaints, which I think we've run into before, and it's effing entitlement. Here we go. So you have made a complete garbage dump out of a clear application. Stabilize the operation of your application. What garbage is this? YouTube aren't doing nothing. They're just doing what they're doing. Are you completely arrogant? Where is our YouTube? Your pardon? Sorry, that's not how you speak to a service worker. Gosh, no. It's a pity such a beautiful platform here has turned into a lagging garbage dump. We Russians make up more than 50% of your users, and you are now losing us. F Biden. F Biden. I love Russia. Why has he taken away our YouTube? Resurrect YouTube in Russia. It is only 1 star at this moment. These videos do not play. It just gives errors. Your YouTube has become completely politicized. You must work equally for all countries. Where is this vaunted democracy and freedom of speech? YouTube's policy is bad. This is an infringement of people's rights. So can you sort of see there's a little bit of a little bit of a attitude there, particular attitude, as in, we deserve everything. How dare you? It is quite unfortunate that haven't really realised that it's their own government that's doing it. I'm sure, you know, they'll figure it out eventually, considering their government has been talking about it on the telly. But of course, you know, some people don't have necessarily the telly. That's why they've stolen so many from Ukraine. Yeah. Now, would you like a little chuckle, little bit of comedy? Comedic response from the Russian Ministry of Defense, apparently. 640 of apparently 2,000 Ukrainian troops, right? Just 640 of their claimed 2,000 Ukrainian troops are occupying 999 square kilometers of Russian territory. 397 pieces of heavy equipment destroyed is also quite the claim. So we can stay tuned for more comedy. So, yeah, someone's just said here, Baghdad Bob obviously fled Iraq and gained employment with the Russian MOD for lies like that. Yeah, we do kind of miss Igor Gherkin for times like this, where he would be, you know, like really, really sad or angry. In fact, he did say something from prison that it basically was, I told you so, which I thought was quite funny. He was absolutely gagging to get out and do something about it as well, and they told him no. So, carry on. Now then, Russia has been complaining that Western countries want to deprive them of access to the Baltic Sea and turn it into internal sea of NATO, says Patrushev. I think you'll find it's not an internal sea of NATO, it is a NATO lake. That's how it's called. Get it right. But yes, anyway, he's upset about this, that they're going to turn it into a NATO lake. And according to him, the alliance's new members, Sweden and Finland, were only invited for this purpose, of course. So all he needs to do is cede Karelia to Finland, Königsberg back to Germany, and Leningrad, Kronstadt back to Poland. And he won't need to go there at all. So, you know, F you. Well, I heard a little bit of news from Königsberg yesterday. I wonder if I actually saved it. You know, when you see something, you think, oh, talk about that tomorrow. And then I've no idea if I saved it. No, I didn't. Okay, well, never mind. I'll tell you about it from memory. Basically, the people of Königsberg, wherever it is, I've forgotten its real name now. I've forgotten its Russian name. Kaliningrad, that one. The people there have basically said, we don't want to be cut off from the whole of Europe. We kind of feel as though we're prisoners in an enclave, stuck between European countries that we, you know, hate us. And we don't want to be in this little prisoner camp surrounded by walls. Oh, well, you could always join Europe. And they've said, well, actually, yeah, some of us would like to. So you never know. You never know. These things may happen. I mean, let's face it, it's not as though Russia has the might to keep hold of them, especially when they're kind of busy at the moment. You know, it could well happen that all these places suddenly find themselves, you know, less controlled. And that would be fun, wouldn't it? I mean, it's not like Russia can do much at the moment. If somebody was to say, you know what, we're just going to unannex ourselves, off you pop, see you later. You know, enough people got together to point out to the Russian police force that they're no longer required. You could imagine those guys might just decide, discretion being the better part of valor, they would go home. So, you know, that sort of thing. You know me. So, it's looking quite spicy in Kursk. I will get to Crimea at some point shortly, but I'm still kind of waiting for information. I know there were booms. Still kind of trying to figure out exactly what booms and where. Pretty sure an air defense system got taken out, because that's kind of the whole point of the Kerch Bridge still being up. That if they take that down, well, they're not going to bring in more air defense systems to protect it, are they? So if they leave it up and just keep threatening it, those air defense systems keep being brought into places where they're really easy to break. So, yeah, you carry on. It's working very well. Yet again, another air defense system taken down because the Kerch Bridge is still up. Sorry. So anyway, it's looking very spicy in Kursk. There is firms data suggesting that there's quite the combat-related squares. So this is a place called Ulanok, Ulanok, and Borky. Now, when something is balked, it's broken. That's a nice way of saying it. So Borky is kind of balky. It's got yellow and orange squares on it on the firm's data, all over it, like somebody decided to put post-it notes all over it. So it does look combat related. The question is, who's combat? Who is moving, and who is the person getting roasted? And it's very probable that this is around where the front line of troops are, Ukrainian troops, that is. So, oh, I'm going to have to send Prince something now. And hopefully she'll know what I'm talking about. There you go. So the Crimean Bridge was closed around 1 a.m. and may still be closed. Now, I'm looking at a video which, I mean, you know, if you could just keep still, mate, that would be nice. Honestly, these people that take videos, they're effing useless. What?
I haven't eaten Fruit Loops in years.
Well, neither have I, ever, but there you go.
You've never heard of Fruit Loops?
Oh, no, I've heard of them.
Oh.
I've just never eaten them.
What's wrong with you?
I don't have that round here. I'm Brit, you weirdo.
Do you eat that Weebex stuff?
Weetabix, that stuff.
That isn't that like eating cardboard?
Yeah, it's shredded cardboard. That's exactly what it is. So anyway, there's a boom on this video, but there's nothing proper like in the way of like obvious explosions. I mean, come on, guys, give us a better video than that. I mean, honestly, there's a boom, right? And the camera just goes, oh, I'm looking all over the sky. I'm looking all over the sky. Oh, hang on. I saw a tiny little bit of maybe some air defense going up there. Ooh. So some slight dramatic events in Crimea. Let's see where we've got to. So explosions were heard. Aha, this is better. Now I've got a video with something on fire. Much better. So explosions heard in Crimea, and all the lights on the Crimean Bridge went off. And then a fire seems to have broken out. I'm not sure if it's on the bridge, near the bridge. There's a fire. Also, there were explosions in Simferopol and the Kamenka area. Posters online report something was very much burning. So, in Kerch by the bridge, there were reports that an air defense system was hit on Mount Mithridates, maybe. That one. Anyway, it may have, however, been falling debris. Of course, the Russian-installed governor of Sevastopol says everything was shot down. So, there was then another explosion in Crimea. Difficult to tell if it was air defense working, but it was in Chernomorskoye Yuzakaya Bay area. Helicopters were flying, also presumably trying to knock down drones. Now, just to interject, that military jet which crashed yesterday, the Tu-22M3, that plane was capable of carrying nuclear weapons, so could have also been part of Russia's strategic arsenal. Ooh. Well, they'll have to save some of them, you know, just in case. Russian MOD.
Yeah, that's why I called it a strategic. That's why I called it a strategic bomber.
Aha, yes, it is an asset which is very expensive. Expensive to lose one of those. Gosh. Now, Russian MOD published another video saying Mi-28 helicopters launched missiles against Ukrainian positions in the Kursk region. However, there is zero proof of when this helicopter footage was filmed, or even what it is, to be fair. It is basically showing them dropping some explosives, but it doesn't show what they dropped the explosive on in particular, whether there was anybody there. I mean, that there might have been a vehicle, might have. That could be a warm vehicle that's shining up there. Either way, yeah, it doesn't look as though they did a massive amount, to be honest. So, claims from a Ukrainian spokesperson that they have hit the ferry crossing at Kerch. They likely also struck another boat in Chernomorsky on the opposite side of this occupied territory. None of this is confirmed, but there is a very nice picture which suggests that something's on fire, so I'll just retweet that. Meanwhile, satellites have picked up fires around Kerch. It is suggested that there was a Panzer defense system in this location, which may or may not be damaged. Now, this morning, still, when it got quite light, they still had helicopters up over Chernomorsky on the west coast of occupied Crimea. Now, the aerial threat ended a long time ago, so it looks like this is a search and rescue mission, which may align with the claim that Ukraine hit a boat there in their morning attack. So that's excellent. Excellent work. So that's as much as I've got, as up to date as I've got on what's happened in Crimea. Oh, let me just check if I'm following this fella. Yes, of course I am. Sorry. Shush you. You heard that? You heard that pathetic noise? Did you catch that? That is my big orange cat. He's got a tiny meow. Bless him.
Now,
Indeed. Yes, I know, mate. I know. Sorry. Every time I meow, he meows back at me with this tiny little meow. It is. Someone sent me a video of a cat the other day, and he looked like, you know, mean as anything. Really angry looking, proper resting angry face, you know. And then his meow was like, and it was dead cute. Anyway, let me give you an overview of the impacts to Russian railways as a result of Ukraine's special Kursk operation. So this is a very basic guideline, thanks to Prune, of things to look out for, things to expect, and yes, thank you, mate, and things to think about when considering new information you may receive. I'm sorry, I'm just being love bombed. So think of this as a primer for critical thinking, because these impacts can go further than you expect, and reversing these impact takes a lot of time too. So, number one, Ukraine holds Russian railway assets and some infrastructure, and in doing so, denies Russia access to those resources. They could be captured and taken into Ukraine, or they could be destroyed by either Ukraine or Russia. Either way, these assets are either temporarily or permanently denied to Russia from now on. Meow. So, Russia's defensive response to Ukraine's invasion will impact their own railway in a variety of ways. He's just smacked me in the face and then tapped me on the shoulder. Cheeky little... I'm not giving him enough attention, that's what that is. Yes, I know, mate. I know. I love you too. Yes. So I'm not allowed to hold my cup of coffee, obviously. I've got to have my hand on him at all times. Right, there we are. So Russia's efforts to rapidly transport defensive assets and personnel take up that very, very tight railway capacity. And they could even be shipped from a significant distance away, which also, makes problems. Now, these shipments are supposed to take priority over nearly everything else. This is why all the deliveries of freight just stopped. Because obviously, this is how it should be, similar to an ambulance getting priority on a road, I suppose. But of course, this is Russia. Sometimes they don't actually follow the rules. And there aren't any roads either. So, it's additionally challenging because cars can't just pull over to let you through. They've got to stop and be off the road. All right, mate. Thanks. So, first of all, their railway is already overextended. Currently, the demand for shipping capacity is much greater than Russian railways is able to provide. I mean, just have a couple of drinks and try saying it a few times fast. It's very difficult. So this means not only do they have to figure out how to move everything else out of the way to make the priority load get there, they also have to find a spare locomotive to move that stuff. Spare locomotives. These are things they don't have. So they don't have a spare one. So they have to take one that's already in use elsewhere, preferably close by. And they either have to let that train finish its delivery or find somewhere to stash that delivery so it can be freed up to go and move the military stuff, the priority load. So it's a bit of a puzzle. You see, from reports, it doesn't sound as though their computer software has been able to provide as much support as expected. I wonder if Ukraine being in Suja might have something to do with that, because they're now inside that rail network. Yes, exactly. So the problem's even harder because the system's not feeding back where all the locomotives are and what stage of their journey they're in and stuff like that. So you can imagine how much normal freight movement would suffer as a result of the Russian railways just trying to figure these things the heck out. But also, there is the usual chaos still occurring, such as derailments, partisan attacks, and major traffic jams in the Far East. Russia has, or likely will, make efforts to try and deny Ukraine any further access to their railway infrastructure. Now, it doesn't matter whether Ukraine would actually do that and then use their railway infrastructure to develop troops further into Russia, but the possibility exists that they could. So they have to lock up the railway lines to stop Ukraine from using them, to infiltrate them. Yes? And so they have to load up in the Russian territory that they currently hold and then go no further. Now, Russia doesn't want Ukraine to be able to, sneak in via a train line. And so they're going to have to act. Remember, Russia painted a load of aircraft on tarmacs thinking it would fool satellites? Well, the reason being is that it fools their satellites. If they can't tell the difference, they think we can't tell the difference. But you see, there is a difference, that their stuff is crap and ours is better. So anyway, they rely heavily on the railroad for military use. And they'll be thinking about a number of things. You see, in many cases, in order to travel around Russia, there is no alternative way of traveling because there's no roads. because they never built them. No alternative. Oh well. So, efforts to deny and block the railway from Ukrainian forces will expand the amount of railway infrastructure denied to their own commerce. And there will be an area Ukraine holds, plus a wider area that Russia dedicates to blocking further rail traffic into Russia from the Ukrainian-held territory. I like this, that they're thinking about how best to stop Ukraine infiltrating them. I think it's a bit late. I'll be honest. I think it's a bit late. However, Russian railway has to help with any fortifications required and has to figure out how to rework all their logistics and other critical obligations without the assets that they've now been cut off from as well. You know, food and fuel still needs to be delivered, doesn't it? Otherwise, how can you possibly fight a war? There's also civilian impacts, of course. Mass migration causes challenges. The railway had to make way for extra passenger trains to deal with evacuation of citizens, which would have also caused them chaos because they weren't planning on that. It was never on the list. So they had to move everything else out of the way. Now, also, a bunch of people didn't show up for work because they were evacuating their families or just decided not to. And that has also had some surprise repercussions. Now, this could be a psyop. This could be that, you know, partisans maybe have got these jobs because that would help them get into the Russian rail network for sure. And then just not bother turning up when Russia needs them the most, you know. That would also be quite fun. So it could be part of that. It could just be a normal reaction to events. You know, people have just said, F this for a lark. I'm going to gather up my family and take them to safety. Stuff the job. It's just not paying me enough. And, you know, we'll go to our family in the Far East or something. So that's been happening. Now, what happens when a lot of railway personnel don't show up for work? Well, it's not a lot of them yet, but it could be. You never know. What happens if there's something to trigger a bank run? Because right now it would be a very bad time for Russia. How about fears of a terrible contagious disease? Because you know how they keep saying, don't worry about insert terrible contagious disease. There's been so many news reports of different things like, don't worry about this, don't worry about that. And it kind of makes you worry because you're like, we weren't even thinking about that until you put it into our heads, but thanks. You know, like, don't think of an elephant, except now you're thinking of an elephant. So yeah, it's one of those. Don't think about dying of West Nile fever or monkeypox or whatever it was, the most recent one. Plus the fact that there's a ton of cholera and things like that going on in some of these places where there's, you know, difficulties with water supply. Yeah, not just on the front line anymore. No, areas of Crimea apparently have a spreading cases of cholera. Nice. So, also, how about if a bunch of people just decide to switch sides? Because apparently there have been quite a few offers from a number of Russian soldiers who were told, thanks very much, you'll be a POW. But Russian partisans have already switched sides, haven't they? And in some cases, they are also winning over new people in the resident area, you know, just they seem to have upgraded recently, put it that way. So so what could you do after all this chaos, right, has been thrown upon you? At some point you're going to catch up, yeah? No. Russian railways cannot possibly catch up with any of this. Things are just going to not get done. So all of the shipment and commerce that they've had to shelve as a result of the special Kursk operation I'm liking this. The SKO is a loss to the Russian economy and will result in people being stiffed. And they won't like that, and they might not do business with them again as a result. So, less commerce, less money into the war machine. All good stuff, yeah? I mean, just so many knock-on effects that I think are real good stuff. While some may believe that it will be insignificant overall, true, it may, but there will be an impact, and it will be bigger than Russia was hoping for. It's going to hurt. So, also, let's argue that it's too soon to determine just how big of an impact something like this will have on the Russian railway total loading. So, August, if they produce any results for August, will be very interesting considering what's been going on. And I was just going to get up and make a coffee, and the cat's decided to sit on my knee. Now I'm going to have to die.
Now you have to die.
No, now I have to die. Honestly, right? He's been literally sat behind me with his nose in my ear, purring for the past 5 minutes. And I thought, right, I'm just going to get a coffee. And I picked up my empty coffee cup, and he sat on my knee. You cheeky beggar. Anywho, where were we? August loading results, right? So, railway loading capacity. Remember we spoke about this. It was shrinking prior to Kursk being invaded. There doesn't need to be a silver bullet. Death by 1,000 cuts works just as well. Eventually, they all add up. So this is really counting towards the total of everything's effed, my friend. There's a song about that. So overextending a large country, in fact, the largest country on earth, is a very valid offensive strategy. And, well, we've noticed that they've been overextending in all sorts of ways. I mean, think about the fact that they are crying out for more soldiers and they can't seem to find them anywhere now. Volunteers have completely dried up. Think about, you know, they're borrowing stuff. I say borrowing, no, they're taking some stuff out of Belarus. When Belarus is supplying your military, is that a good sign? I don't think it's a good sign. Just you know, off the top of my head, doesn't seem like a good sign, does it? Although Kim Jong-un, you'll be glad to know, he's very chipper about this. He says Russia's going to win their holy war for peace and justice. Now, this is one of the most bonkers headlines you will ever have heard. Yes, that's right. If you know anything about North Korea or Russia, because, you know, holy war for peace and justice. Yeah, that's one way to phrase it. Completely incorrect, but yeah, one way to phrase it. So yeah, just weird that. Now, I have a long thread of economic data, which is basically just everything's bad, everything's bad, everything's bad. I will go into some detail about it in a minute, but you know what? We could do some numbers, couldn't we, Prince?
I'm seeing way too many numbers. Check your.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
check your messages.
oh gee whiz. Yeah. I don't want to see those numbers. Please shoot me now. Let's just say I'm not quite sure how I'm going to be able to sleep over the next 2 weeks. Anyway, just don't have time for it. Here's what we have today, though. 16th of August, all day. We have 1,330 liquidated personnel, taking us to a total of 59,6950. Sorry, just had to do it because it was an interesting number. So 596,950. So 3 days. That's gone down fast, hasn't it?
Yeah. 3
Didn't we
days.
say about 7 days yesterday?
No, no.
3 days?
Yesterday we said about 4.
Did we? All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm just, I've slept.
Sunday night.
I've slept a
It's
lot.
gonna be
since then.
it's gonna be Sunday night, Monday morning. Sunday night my time, Monday morning when we hit the 600. Ooh, look who we have.
I don't know. Who do we have?
Somebody coming up to the speaker panel. Somebody wants to speak to us. They're
Oh my
connecting,
goodness gracious
connecting,
me.
connecting. It may not connect. I may have a
Nobody's going to get to speak to us after all. Boo.
well.
Never mind.
Well,
Let me do the
you
numbers.
got to give this guy a break, But anyway, yeah, do the numbers. That first number is always good. I like it.
Yes. So obviously they're still forging ahead with that situation, despite taking all those prisoners yesterday. They still managed to keep the losses number up. So what else do we have? We have 12 tanks. Again, that's quite a few for tanks, isn't it? Unlucky guys, you seem to be losing a lot of tanks. Not to mention the ones that have actually been, pinched. Because when Ukraine went into Kursk, one of the first things they found was a fully laden, fueled up tank, just waiting for them, and they were like, "Oh, that's really useful, thanks." So, sometimes there's not a lot of tanks on here, and it can be because Ukraine just nicked them. So 12 tanks, 35. It's really messed me up, by the way. Troop carrying AFVs. They keep changing the name of this.
They kept the name the wrong way again.
Yeah, it's weird.
that?
I mean, yeah. Anywho, 59 artillery systems. They're getting good at hitting these high numbers with artillery systems. I can only say that this accuracy of drones is beautiful. I saw a video last night, actually, of a number of artillery systems being taken out by drones. And literally, the guys were stood around the artillery system, firing it, like, we've seen happen. And they see this drone coming in, and the guys just drop everything and run, scatter in different directions, which you would. And 3 artillery systems get taken out in that one video because they're all like together, stood together. They've been sent out as a team, I suppose, to go set up over there and shoot some stuff over there. And so they've all gone. They've set themselves up like almost next to one another in a nice line, and then decided to start firing. And counter battery fire turned up along with some nice drones. And yeah, you just watch these guys scatter like ants. So yeah, unfortunately, they don't have the range that they used to have with a lot of their artillery pieces now. I know they don't. It could be because they've used up all the good stuff.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see the day when Russia started running out of shit. Now, there's 5 more MLRS on here, Prince. 5 more. I see, Peter. Don't you worry. I've not finished my numbers yet. Interrupt me and they will be held to pay. Rawr.
If you say so.
Yay. There is 61 UAVs, 1 cruise missile, 73 vehicles and fuel tanks. And we made up for the low amount yesterday with 16 special equipment today. There we go. Lovely
Wait
stuff.
a minute. Is that correct? That's not a record.
No. 21's a record.
That's what I thought.
Peter. Welcome up, Peter. How's it going?
Good morning. Very good. I'm at Lublin and heading towards Helm, and got a reservation on a train into Kiev this afternoon. So, well, from Poland this afternoon into Kiev tomorrow morning. So there we go. But I've got to scramble soon because the train's in about 3 or 4 minutes. But anyway, yes. Guess what I was doing last night?
What were you doing?
Riding a train?
Well, I wasn't actually riding a train. I was wandering around watching trains. Quite interesting train. full of interesting kit heading towards Ukraine.
Oh, the type of stuff that you wouldn't normally see on a regular rail. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah, you see it occasionally, but not too often. But yeah, it was rather good to see that. Anyway, that's my train coming in, so I'm going to have to scramble, and I'll catch you later. All right? Bye.
Oh, he's so excited around trains. He does love a train, doesn't he? I especially like those trains that are carrying equipment into Ukraine as well. Yeah. Now, one other thing I've got to mention is it was noted that Ukraine is on an offensive and therefore requires, oh, let's just mute him, and therefore requires, there we go, that's better, more, as you might imagine. If you're on an offensive, you're going to need more, aren't you? And I saw a statement from Americans yesterday that a number of new packages of ammunition stuff are going to be quick smart sent to Ukraine. So, you know, just saying that looks as though they got the message that, oh, we're using a lot of stuff right now. We're using a lot of stuff. Perhaps you could help out. And I can't remember the actual phrasing of it, but it was good news, basically. I'm seeing some new pictures from inside Borky, and I've got to say they look relaxed over there. Here we go. Yeah, Ukraine will be provided with new military aid packages. Packages. He doesn't say one. He says packages. In the coming days. That was John Kirby. There we go. And I was like, ooh, like it a lot. So we'll see what that contains. Oh, there's a nice trophy T90M Pyrrhok been found in the Suja area. Oh, and I've got a nice picture from inside it, and they've got a little plushie hanging up. Of course they have. Oh, I see what that is. That's a large move out of the way tank. You know, one with the big excavator bucket on the front. They apparently have one of those in inside Russia. So let's have a wee look at Borky. I think this guy is stood in front of the local, administration office. It looks like an official building. Oh, well, no, actually, it looks like an outhouse, but there is an official sign on the building. So that suggests that they are indeed in Borky. Now, yes, ferry crossing and possibly another boat in Crimea. Yeah, so that was just me catching up with a bit of news. So let me see. The US remains a little reluctant to allow Ukraine to use long-range weapons inside Kursk because they only have a limited supply of ATACMS to provide Ukraine, and they could be better used targeting the Russian occupation in Crimea. How about you let Ukraine make the decision as to where they could be better used? You know, like adults. Again, it just knocks me a little bit, that. Now, I'm just seeing some footage from the very beginning of the offensive in the Kursk region. And basically, they hammered the border post until, like, it was basically a smooshed building. And then they literally walked in, and all the Russian soldiers that were there walked out carrying white flags. They were just like, yeah, we've had enough of that. No more of that, thanks. So, yeah, I'm just, it looks as though, you know how we were saying, shock and awe. They turned up with overwhelming force. They absolutely smashed the crap out of their main building. And everybody else went, yeah, we don't want to do this anymore. We give up. Kind of love that.
Marcus,
Yeah.
Marcus.
Yeah. What?
Guess what?
What?
Today, August 16th, the law on the legalization of medical cannabis came into force in Ukraine. From now on, medicinal products based on medical cannabis can only be dispensed with a doctor's electronic prescription in accordance with the patient's medical indications. This is, first of all, the treatment of oncological diseases as well as post-traumatic stress disorders as a result of the war. There you go. And I am just sending you a special delivery in your messages.
I was going to say, you better not be sending me any cannabis. We get arrested for that thing over here. Aww. Okay.
Not,
I like
what?
Kitty.
Yeah.
It's a picture of someone's cat. Yes. Bud, your cat is beautiful. Please smoosh her for me. Like, gently. So, where are we? I kind of had a thread that I was starting there and I've lost it. Never mind. Oh, yeah, right. Here we go.
Apologies.
So,
But medical
fine. I
cannabis,
found it again.
cannabis is exciting.
It is actually, because, well, it does have quite a few medicinal properties. We know this. And it has been used. The one thing that I saw which amazed me was somebody who had, and I think it was something like Parkinson's, and he was really shaky. I mean, really shaky. He couldn't hardly speak because, he couldn't keep his jaw still. It literally, his arms and legs were all over the place. And they gave him like I think it was a pipe to toot on. And he toots on this thing and he puts it down on the table. And after a couple of seconds, his shoulders stop shaking. And he has another toot of it. And you can see his whole body relaxes. And he goes, and this is why I take it. His entire body stops shaking and he's able to have a conversation. And I was just like gobsmacked. And I thought, wow. Now, if it can provide that sort of relief to somebody who has got a medical condition like that, which I imagine must be really tiring, your whole body must ache all the damn time. And, to be able to stop it, just turn it off, even if it's just for a temporary period of time, what a relief that must be. So, yeah, I can imagine there are a lot of other people who also, have conditions which it can help manage their pain and things like that. And, yeah, so amazing stuff.
And
grows naturally.
Yes. If you've ever seen it stop a seizure in a child, you would never have a problem with cannabis again. This child who's sitting there on oxygen because they're having a hard time breathing because of the seizure that they're in, and they've been having a seizure for 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's freaking amazing.
Yeah, exactly. It was the instant reaction in this man. And, it was like, it was done with a doctor in the room and everything, it was all done properly. It wasn't just them faffing about.
No, it is a, it stops seizures rather quickly also. Sometimes people just don't go to it right away as a solution. But my other thing is that I was going to say is that may have been, who uses it very, very effectively to the point where they have it in nursing homes and stuff like that. So the guys can go and get whatever in their pipe and enjoy their smoke a couple of times a day. I forget how many times a day. Is Israel. Israel is one of the groundbreaking countries as far as the use of medical marijuana. So anyway, yeah, it's pretty amazing. They use it in hospitals.
Fee, are you waiting for them to make it legal here?
Absolutely. It's the only thing that's kept me alive for the past 30 years, frankly. After somebody went into the front of my car on the school run and knackered my neck up. And now with the fibro, especially now they've reduced my tablets, because they've reduced my painkillers, slow release painkillers. So thank God for it. I just hope that they'll be using the right sort, because the green stinky stuff is complete. It's awful.
Yeah, that's not the stuff.
That's no good at all for your head. So no good for PTSD. But yes, I mean, I'd quite happily go to Ukraine and be mistress of cookie baking, because I've perfected so over the years. So with amusing results, actually, when people go into the wrong cookie jar, even though
Ending
it's
up
hidden.
being unable to speak.
Oh, don't. Oh, well, we had a party one time and I had baked a batch, and I had a friend whose husband was really poorly. He suffered a lot with asthma. Well, she sneaked him a slice and didn't tell him, and his asthma was a lot better. I don't know how, I don't know why. But yeah, and
The
he
relaxation of the muscles that are tense that cause the problem,
it
maybe?
is, I
I don't
think.
know.
Yeah, I think it must be. So yes, I can't wait for it to be decriminalised over here, says she with a smoke in her hand and a bloody awful cough that I'm thankfully getting over now. Waiting to go for yet another round of blood tests. But you talking about Parkinson's, I mean, in the last 2 years, we lost 2 of my in-laws to Parkinson's, and watching their decline, and yeah, it was just awful, and I so wanted to be naughty and get a cookie up to them, as it were. But because of age, and I wouldn't do that to people. I did get my dad some CBD oil though, when he was, but without the THC in it, when he was having radiotherapy.
We've got a little bit off the conversation here, but I think
Sorry, darling, but yes, Slava Ukraine. I want to move there even more.
There you go. There you go. And just in the future, when it does become legal, as I live in a legal state, you will have an array of options, and every single one of those options will tell you all kinds of information, because of the testing that has to be done statewide. And I can sit and, now that I am educated, I can sit and look at a menu and say what I know will be good for me and what I know won't be good for me. And I can order it online and have it delivered in 20 minutes.
I'm so effing jealous. I like the blonde. It's a nice
Sorry,
blonde.
honey. Sorry, honey. Yeah. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead, mockers. I apologize, but it's on topic because medical marijuana is now legal in Ukraine. And from those of us who started out in medical legal states, it eventually typically goes to recreational legal.
Well, good for them is all I can say. There's going to be an awful lot of smiley people in the near future. So, did we see? I'm sure we all did have a look at the underground command post that Russians gave up in the Kursk area, where they got like 102 captives from. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the guys were having the guys were having a blast in that.
Well, looking at it, right, it's quite well built. It's heavily fortified. They had supplies there to last for a month, maybe more. And they gave it up. This very well fortified and supplied structure was given up because they had no will to fight. Morale. What morale doing? God, it must be in the gutter. So yeah, this is big. This is a big thing. They've taken this huge underground location full of supplies. How handy is that to have, by the way? Just so you can enjoy that with me. I see you. So something else. I did promise you a bit of an economic misery thread, did I not? And the economic misery, even though I can't say it, is it's miserable. Miserable, Prince. Absolutely miserable. So let me get to this. They did have a new auction for their bonds. They did terribly. But 2 bonds were placed. 2. These were a constant coupon bond, however. They've not actually managed to sell any of these since May. And they've managed to sell 2 this time. I wonder how they managed to sell them. Anyway, they managed to place 45.3 billion rubles this time on bonds. So, good for them. This time, there's a lot of supplementary data, but first, the usual. If you have no idea why we're watching this, please read some of the bonds threads from Prune and you will understand. And Russia won't let us see all of their data, which tells you kind of what you need to know with regards to what they're up to. So, the Ministry of Finance website cannot be accessed from outside Russia. No, cheeky. There are a tiny bit of discrepancy between the last chart and this one. Apparently, there was some discrepancies between the dates of bonds maturing. Nothing major, but the chart was out ever so slightly, and now it's been fixed. So, new chart made. This is going to be a long thread from Prune, and it won't be over until she says it's over. So, I've got a cuppa. So, she thinks she's being unreasonable asking them to use Excel because they use Numbers. If you know what Numbers is, it's a really crappy app, and they insist upon using it, and it's nothing like Excel, and it's really annoying. So anyway, let's start off with that. For starters, they use a crappy app, and they are still really, really, really far behind their targets for Q3. In fact, have they even made their Q2 target yet? No, they haven't even made their Q2 goal yet, even after the Q3 auctions, day 7 of 13. So they've got 6 more auction days left in this quarter to reach their goal. They haven't even reached the goal for Q2 yet. So never going to happen. Never going to happen. Unless suddenly there's some massive investment from somewhere, which unlikely. So the Ministry of Finance has placed a little over 20% of the current purchase of bonds. Oh, so the Ministry of Finance bought some of these bonds. Right, got you. So they needed to place an average of 199 billion rubles during this to reach their goal. And that is more than double the largest amount that they've placed on any single auction day in 2024. So you can see how it's fallen behind and it's never going to catch up. In fact, 199 billion is more than double what the original demand was for auction day 7. Constant coupon bonds are nowhere near as in demand as the variable rate bonds, just for clarification. So She's done a lovely updated colour-coded table, which I'm sure you can look at when you've got the time. But basically, the stats and placements for the 14th of August. The Ministry of Finance did agree to place a little higher percentage of demand than there has been, but overall, they placed less than they did in the previous auction last week. So, Prune's general assessment is they're trying to polish a poop. And in anticipation of that, she's made some new charts which show just how bad things are. So I'm not going to read through all the charts, but she said there is a chart that she's made of demand, so how much people are willing to buy versus placement, the amount that they actually place. On the left, you can see time broken down into calendar weeks. That's great. And she's added fields for zero auction because sometimes they just cancel a whole auction day arbitrarily. And in other places where there are zeros, this is where they held an auction for a bond placement, but they weren't happy about how everything turned out, and they declared it invalid at the end. So, so that leaves the constant coupons or the variable bonds. Typically, the Ministry of Finance will have two different ones available for placement on any auction day. Now, in 2024, they're only offering one variable rate bond. One. However, there have been multiple different constant coupons offered. So this is like at a constant rate, you know, capped rate, like you would your mortgage. Now, the longest term bonds are at the top, and the ones that are going to run out fastest are at the bottom. So blah, 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 type of bond plays a part in demand, but not as significant as the two different types. So for simplification of observing demand and placement trends over time, total demand is basically down. Yes, that's right. Supply and demand, you see. Can't supply something when they just don't want it. So using the data, there were some more charts made because Prune loves to make a colourful chart. So you can see there was a giant spike in demand when the Ministry of Finance offered the first variable bond rate. Week 33, they didn't offer it at all, and you can see how the demand plummeted. If we zoom in and see how much demand dropped off, people want variable rate bonds because the rates are still going up and it will make them more money. The Ministry of Finance wants people to buy constant bonds so they know exactly what they're going to owe at the end of it, which makes sense. Now, we said they needed to average 199 billion rubles per Q3 auction days to meet their goal. But when they didn't offer a variable rate bond, the demand was only 96 billion rubles, so half of that. So it's hard to see how they're going to meet their goals if they keep repeating these processes. As far as actual placements, the most they ever placed was during the very first auction, where there's a big chunky sale. But even though that's the case, that placement in total was only 97 billion rubles. So that's the most they've ever placed in one auction. Now, all of this that I've just told you should just make it clear how far behind they are reaching their goals. They've even declined payments that they could have taken previously. And they're basically forcing themselves into worse and worse terms, which will be disastrous. Because in the end, they'll be unable to make any placements at all. But in the meantime, they do what they can to make bad news sound good to the uninformed. They do this stuff all the time. So, for example, The volume of Russia's domestic government debt fell in July for the first time in 2 years. Now, that sounds great, doesn't it? But it might actually be a bad thing if they can't cover the deficit. Remember, they're really, really far behind in placing their bond sales. And it's very problematic and is likely why domestic debt has dropped for the moment. But they've got some really big bills coming. The first one due at the end of this year, and they haven't secured any financing to cover it because they don't like the loan rates they're being offered. Also, last time this happened was when federal bond sales and placements were low. So the overall debt reduced or something. So, because they're not selling any debt, of course, get it. You must always remember that the Russian economy is operating outside of any normal types of operating schemes. Innocent things like this lead you to believe the Russian economy might be doing okay. It's very not. You see, it's very important to separate the Russian government finance from the Russian economy. These are two completely separate entities. If government finances improve, it is likely at the expense of the economy because the government's just taking a bigger slice out of it. If the Russian government can't cover enough of their budget deficit with appropriate loans, as in bond sales, or increase income from extra fees, taxes, nationalizations, tariffs, which they've been doing, then the difference has to come out of the savings account, the liquid assets of the National Welfare Fund, which is very, very low. Very low. Anywho, she's done some more lovely graphic charts, which mean nothing to me, but it's to do with bond placements. And basically, she's saying people want variable rate bonds and they're not really offering them. So we go back to the chart. There are a variety of reasons that the percentage of yield satisfied has dropped. Now, none of them are good reasons, but there is an article about it, which we'll look at later. So something to notice as far as messaging. On the same day as the last week's auction, which was day number 6, the central bank released a written report of actually what went on during the key rate meeting on the 26th of July, when the rate was raised to 18%. Although the central bank holds a press conference on the same day as the bank meeting, this report has provided additional information. The release of this report then generated a series of new articles about the key rate, and people were given new details about just how bad the news is. People were also reminded that the central bank was sending signals from that meeting that the key rate could probably go up again before the end of the year, and that it was being discussed that it would likely be around 20%, which of course drives more people towards a variable bond rate, because if they know the rate's going to go up, why would they buy it at today's rate? Business is business after all. So it's unclear how much of this news will have impacted the recent bond sale. Not exactly sure when the report was released in relation to when the auction occurred, but it will have an effect going forward. It is possible that after learning no variable rate bonds would be offered at this week's particular auction, some of the usual participants didn't bother to turn up, and their absence may have brought down the overall yields. So, they probably figured out that only offering a constant coupon at 18% when, they could maybe get it at 20 in a month's time, they figured out it was a waste of their time to even participate, and so they didn't. Now, yesterday, the central bank put out another report that again signals a likely rate increase. Well, everything will go up. So, remember, the rate increased rapidly with practically no warning last year. But here is a little thing that says consumer price growth remains high. And additional monetary tightening is required for inflation to start decelerating again. The key rate's only just been raised on the 26th of July, and this is a signal that they're looking for another one. So this was due to the release that was put out by the Russian Central Bank on the 14th of August, where they had, an emergency meeting and hiked the rate up again on the 15th of August. So there really wasn't any warning that that was going to happen at the time either. Now, we're not saying that they will put the rate up again, because they might not, but it's very likely. You see, after the emergency meeting and they hiked the rate up significantly, it continued to go up and stay up. There really weren't any signs that it was going to happen again, and then all of a sudden it did. So last year, there was a 1 day's warning that the meeting was even going to occur. So that shows you how they're doing these things by the seat of their pants, quite literally. The Minister of Finance put out a new series of press quotes yesterday, and multiple publications had essentially the same article with the same talking points, which basically points to a PR campaign and not actual questions and answers. So he told everybody to invest in bonds. That's right. He said, Russian federal bonds, we should advise people to invest in them, as well as children's education and housing. Of course he would advocate for people purchasing bonds, wouldn't he? You see, he tried this before. This is Sulianov, by the way. He believes that their financial shield protected them from sanctions. Now, it didn't, did it? Because we can quite clearly see sanctions hurt Russia. But it did give them a layer of fat to possibly slow down the complete starvation of their system. However, that is gone. It's worth realizing that he was basically lying at that point and saying everything is fine, everything is great, when he absolutely knew it wasn't. Those sanctions won't hurt us. But then he said the C word, crypto, in hopes that this might cheer up the news cycle. So this is what they're now banding around as the new way of convincing people that cross-border payment problems will be fine, just fine. But I mean, if they're literally still grasping at straws to try and fix it, it's obviously not fine, is it? Any day now it'll be fixed, and they'll be so sorry they did this to us. Something like that. So he then told people that the government wanted to raise civil servants' salaries after they'd already got rid of loads of personnel. There are labour shortages everywhere. And saying, we're going to streamline the personnel and then up the salaries is just a way of reducing your costs. Now, why do we bring all this up? It's important to watch behaviour and messaging, because these are two very different things. What people say can impact the market. And there's a lot of information that the Russian government is clearly hiding, but patterns do emerge. So there's going to be a few things now that Prem points out, possibly a little bit scatterbrained, but these things are worth pointing out. So, sorry, just catch my breath. The central bank has previously warned about debt. In Russia, the central bank has access to a lot of behind-the-scenes information that we don't. And on the 29th of June, Elvira was giving a warning. She warned of a central bank stating an understatement of the population's debt burden and further limited consumer lending. The illusion arises that borrowers are more reliable than they actually are, the central bank explains. In other words, they've lent to people who are now so squeezed by all their other expenses, they have no way to pay back these loans. And Russia just kept lending to these people. You know, remember what happened with the subprime mortgage situation where people were given mortgages that they couldn't possibly afford, and it made a big problem for the housing system. Yes, exactly. So this was Elvira basically warning everybody, telling people not to expect high incomes are sustainable, and that banks are adequately evaluating the risk, even if nobody else is. And so the main drivers of high incomes and large bonuses is, of course, the war economy. But that money's not going to last forever. She's been warning about the likelihood of people defaulting on all their loans in the future. Can you imagine if just like, you know, almost every Russian defaulted on their loan? In addition, there are an awful lot of people who are dead who had loans, weren't there? Some people are going to war purely because they have a lot of debt that they want to write off. That costs the country money too. In addition, there are now further warning signs of looming large price increases in Russia, between 5 and 40% coming up in August to September 2024. Yeah, if you want to buy a chocolate bar in Russia, you might want to go do that right now because it's going to go up by up to 40%. So unsubsidized mortgage rates are absolutely sky high and could increase. So basically nobody can afford a mortgage. And the word she uses to describe this current rate is yikes. So 20.81% per annum for primary housing for the average mortgage. It's a lot. I think my mortgage rate is something like 3%. Not even that. I have it reduced. Something like 0.1% or something. It's like, yeah, anyway, ridiculous. So, she did do a big thread on family mortgages, these preferential mortgage rates that they give to families. Now, VTB increased initial payment on family mortgages. The minimum down payment now is 20 to 30%. So basically, if you're going to buy a home, 100,000 rubles, I don't know, I'm just making this shit up, you've got to put 30,000 down first, which is fine, but add another 0 and another 1, and you ain't finding that money just in your back pocket, are you? So yeah, bummer. Now, I know at one time it was massively difficult to save up for a deposit on a house in the UK for similar reasons, that, you know, we'd overextended ourselves financially. And, well, they've overextended themselves massively. Basically, people aren't going to be able to get preferential mortgages. They're not going to be able to afford non-subsidized mortgages. And, well, they're not going to be able to continue to pay for the mortgages that they've already given out. Because guess what? The people can't afford it anymore. And guess what? The government also can't afford it anymore. They're fecked. So all of these things mean people have less savings and less capital than before. Demand that's here today, especially for things like bonds, may not be there tomorrow. So anyway, let's go back to the article that Prem was very excited about. Russia's Ministry of Finance has temporarily shown constancy. I'm sorry. So they've shown that they can act consistently for a temporary period. That is the most contradictory headline I think I've ever read. So they're also very excited that fixed coupon bonds are still finding investors, but as we proved, not much. So the issuers decided to take advantage of an improved market situation, and as a result of the yields of long-term bonds fell by 1 to 1.2 percentage points. As a result, the ministry managed to reduce the cost of borrowing, but the volume of funds raised still remained very small. Oh, bad. That's bad. So, remember our charts? They placed a lot more bonds last week than they did this week. Demand really is reducing. Now, they've described a change in tactics. The total demand for both issues exceeded 96 billion rubles. The issuer was satisfied with almost half of the bids, 45.3 billion rubles, which is the best indicator for auctions of such bonds since the beginning of May. That's not what they need, though, is it? Remember, 199 billion average. They satisfied 45.3. Not going to work out. Anyway, this is them trying to highlight a positive about the situation which doesn't actually exist. The Ministry of Finance managed not only to increase the volume of bond borrowings, but also significantly reduce the cost compared to the last placement of such securities. But we already said why this is absolutely insignificant, because there's so much bad news that this is like just a little blip of good news. Tiny little blip. So they share a chart showing placements in 2024, but not the demand. Keep in mind, week 1 corresponds to week 3 on Prune's charts, by the way, just because of how far she's gone back. And there's her charts for reference. So, after all we've talked about, does any of this make sense? Listen. The biggest rate cut this year has become possible due to a noticeable improvement in market conditions. So, since the July meeting of the central bank, bond yields with a maturity of 10 years have decreased by 1 to 1.2 percentage points, falling below 15% per annum. The rate increase and the central bank's tough signals following the July meeting were able to support the distant bond segment. The market axiom worked. The more actively the Bank of Russia fights inflation now, the lower the inflation and the key rate will be in the medium and long term, said the head of analytics of the Zenit Bank. No, none of that made sense. The answer is no. He's basically saying, don't you worry, it'll all get a little bit better because, yes, everything's awful right now, but it's going to get better because it is. So, no, it's not, is the answer to that. So, it is a bit confusing and contradictory. Their data says one thing and then it says something completely different. And it shows something about the state of the Russian economy when there is so much contradictory information coming out and none of it really that good. Now, Prune has figured out a way to pull data from all sorts of sources, because sometimes people just let stuff slip. Sometimes they release a piece of data which they think is insignificant and actually tells a story of something else. So she's found, a little niche in figuring all these things out. So the variable rate bonds, also known as floaters, because of the floating rate, are more in demand. However, they didn't sell any because they didn't offer to sell any, which is why they didn't make a good sale. Now, they say they would much prefer to place constant coupon bonds because they at least know what they owe at the end of it, which is fair. However, analysts doubt that the finance ministry will be able to make do with only the classic non-variable bonds. when implementing their borrowing plan. And this is true, that they need more. They just need more. So, the central bank continues to point to the possibility of a further increase in the key rate, as a result of which further growth, in quotes, is limited. Accordingly, demand for bonds will also decrease until investors see a stable trend of slowed inflation. In other words, nobody wants your bonds. Popcorn, anyone? So, the head of banking and financial markets analysis at PSB, Dmitry Gritsevich, said that, according to another guy, Mikhail Vasilyev, if demand at reasonable prices is insufficient, the finance ministry will probably return to placing the floating rate in the coming weeks. And they really should, because, like I say, nobody wants your bonds. But there are two things in this article which are possible large future problems for them. There isn't enough capital available to meet the government's financing needs. Ding, ding, we have a winner. And number two, the public lose confidence in the government's ability to actually pay out the bonds at the end of the period. Ding, ding, yes, that's happening too. It's important to realise that the Russian government is not able to increase enough revenue through taxes, fees, and nationalisations. So they have to place bonds because the money is not available elsewhere. They have to cut costs, but they cannot because they're at war. And they have to secure these bonds because otherwise their economy is stuffed. Oh, and of course, they've got skyrocketing expenses on top of all that. And the resulting deficit, guess where that comes from? That's right, the liquid portion of the National Welfare Fund. The problem is, this is all that's left in it. So we have, as of August 2024, 226.534 billion yuan, 298.840 tons of gold, and an insignificant amount, 0.3685 billion rubles. So that's it. That's all they've got. All the other currencies were sold out ages ago. Now, it's continued to shrink every month for a very long time. But the way they write articles hides that fact. There exists enough volatility now that this will be very, very bad when their bills become due at the end of the year. Many of the poor choices that they've made to get to this point will result in unavoidable consequences. Even if they ended the war today, at the end of the year, their economy is effed. In summary, it's going to get a lot worse. We've made it to the end of the thread. Woo! Oh, looks like I'm getting a swap. We're having a swap of co-hosts. There we go. So I'm expecting Ming sometime shortly. Now, yeah, apologies for being a little bit confusing about bonds there, but the whole point is that this is a way for the Russian government to subsidize themselves and to continue fighting the war. If nobody wants to buy them, that kind of F's up the rest of their economy because they can't cut costs. Oh well. Now then, what else is hurting them? Delayed import chips, supplies of foreign processors. Apparently, they've been reducing recently to the Russian Federation. Now, we obviously know that official suppliers of foreign processors and stuff like that have fallen off. But in the first 4 months of this year, the import of Intel chips in physical terms decreased 15 times. And to date, this trend continues to fall, said market participants. almost as if they tightened some sanctions recently, hey? Experts suggest that imports are complicated by logistical and financial flows, but in general, this decline threatens not with the decline in the production of products that use the corresponding chips, but with a rise in the price of up to 10% on everything that the chips are used for. Oh, and also they won't have as many. So anyway, from January to April 24, the import of American Intel processors into the Russian Federation fell. A total of 20,000 components were supplied. However, in the same period last year, 289,000 were supplied. So you can see how that has dropped dramatically. The fact that they're still getting them at all is a little bit irksome, but it's very difficult to absolutely cut off a supply of something like that. You've got to just, do your best. Oh, there's some fear-mongering by the Russian press. You'll be glad to know. Apparently, they have issued a guide on how to expose a disguised Ukrainian spy. So, criminologist Ignatov urged residents on Russia's border to avoid strangers. So, this guy's apparently a forensic scientist, and he explained how to expose a disguised Russian spy. According to the expert, citizens on the Russian Federation should play it safe and avoid meeting strangers, especially in connection of reports of Ukrainian armed forces soldiers possibly disguising themselves as local residents in the Kursk region. Did he just do what we tell, kids who are like 5 who are in school, don't talk to strangers, children? He did, didn't he? Stop talking to strange men. So, even people that look like the Russian military could be a Ukrainian spy. Now, apparently, conveniently, there is no first-person accounts of this because if you come into contact with a disguised Ukrainian soldier, they are unlikely to let a civilian leave alive. Dun, dun, dun. So they're saying basically, don't approach any soldiers because they'll immediately kill you. Now, there is a good chance that any crimes the Russian forces commit in Russian territory will be blamed on, guess what? Ukrainian forces dressed up. That's right. So you can guarantee that they are laying the groundwork for something. Certainly a lot of fear-mongering, for sure, but laying the groundwork for the possibility of them doing some sort of attack on citizens and then saying, look what Ukraine did, the dirty dogs. Now then, sorry. Russia's railway system at one point was updated, and their system that controls the flow of traffic was fully digitized. Because guess what? That's really required in order to be able to control the flow of traffic on a very large rail system. So, no matter how small, if you have access to their network, you have access to their entire network. The Ukrainians have now infiltrated the Russian railway system. They are now able to track the routes of any arms shipments coming by rail. Completely overhauling the system to cut them out is impossible. In fact, IT specialists in Moscow have been having major headaches on how they're going to manage to stop the Ukrainians from being inside their system. But don't worry, because most of those IT guys left the country anyway some time ago. This has an awful lot of potential, I must say. And I honestly think that this was Ukraine's goal, to get into their rail system. And after that, they were kind of like, oh, this has worked really well. Let's continue. Now, the offensive in Kursk has slowed over the last 24 hours, but don't get caught in the whys, why, what's going on? Should they be there at all? Was it a mistake? There's probably a lot of reasons, and taking more than 102 prisoners in one day, I think they took 179 in the end yesterday, all told. That takes a bit of time, would you believe? I know, it does slow an offensive down if you take that many people at once. So, let's see. Now, Ukraine already took a short operational pause on the 9th of August to secure their ground lines of communication and consolidate. And since then, they've almost doubled their territorial gains. So, a new pause now to consolidate and strengthen further ground lines of operation would be an operationally sound move. So, of the 120-ish geolocations that have been documented, 86% of them have come from Russian sources. And the Kremlin is ordering mill bloggers, propagandists, and state media to shut up and only use approved messages. Now, in the past, mill bloggers did rebel, but nearly all of them have fallen in line this time. Perhaps because Igor Gherkin's in prison. That would probably have a cooling effect on you being too loud, shall we say. Hello Ming, how's it going? Let's check your audio.
Yeah, I'm well. How are you, Mockers?
I'm nearly at the end of coffee number 2, and I'm just about waking up. It took me like 3 goes to wake up this morning. So we have a bit more Kursk analysis. Russia's defense is starting to begin to show more signs of being organized, and Ukrainian forces have met stiffer resistance in some locations. But even Russian sources say they have no lines of communication and the situation is not stable and they need more time to get themselves together, time that they don't really have. Now, Ukraine very likely had no idea they were going to have to manage more than 2,000 POWs and probably administer, aid to thousands of civilians who didn't bother to leave either. The lack of evacuation from Russia has been shocking, and the lack of resistance has been also stunning. Do you remember the road to Enerdigar when Russia were trying to attack it, and how all the people gathered there and they parked their trucks and, tried to block the road to stop them getting in? Well, you didn't see any of that nonsense in Kursk, did you? The people in Suja just kind of shrugged and went, "Oh, okay. Are you going to help us?" So it's all about,
Red TV have been writing about this morning, Mockers. So they say that the governor's office got thousands of calls of people flocking to defend Kursk Oblast, but there was no legal mechanism or way of dealing with it. So that was the problem, apparently.
All these people turned up and they just couldn't organize them. You see, that's the thing. Ukrainians organized themselves, didn't they? They literally went and picked up anything they could use to protect themselves with, and blocked vehicles in roads and stuff like that. They were just ridiculously feisty in the face of tanks, I must admit. And the Russians apparently they all want to help but decided not to. Okay, good for them. It was very telling when that journalist was talking, stood in like the central square of Suja, and there's just regular traffic just running on the roads behind, not seeming to go very fast either. just pootling about like they're going about their daily business, almost as though everything was normal. And I just thought, wow, how very accepting these people are. Now, obviously, all of this stuff takes time, consumes resources, and also jams up your logistics a bit because, well, trucks, you've got to use trucks. And if you only have so many, you're going to have to reappropriate some of them to transport POWs. So, POWs need to be processed properly and then evacuated. This is how they are treated. You don't tend to just leave them in a closet for somebody to come along and pick them up later. You've got to look after them. So, Ukraine's OPSEC has been tighter than a Scottish person's purse. I can say that because I know a lot of Scottish people and they are tight. And happily will admit it. Yes. Why spend my money when we could spend yours? That was a quote from a friend. So anyway, Ukraine's OPSEC has been really, really good. And as a result of this, it gives Russia the opportunity to try and control the narrative a little bit. But this, rules of operation exists to save lives based on lessons learned in the spring of 22. And so there are a lot of possibilities as to why today appears to have been a little bit of a pause. But all good reasons. Nothing to do with them, running out of steam, nothing at all. So we're following the situation in Toretsk, New York, Pokrovsk, and Kurakovе also. The situation is considered critical and serious. Now, would the troops in Kursk change this apparent outcome? No. And it wouldn't be operationally sound to move them to this location. So even though things are deteriorating in the Pokrovsk axis, it's very possible that this is something that is, look, they've destroyed 90% of the defensive positions that Ukraine have been defending. There's nothing left to defend. That's the problem. Pouring in a load of extra men there, you know what that would do? That would kill an awful lot of Ukrainians because there is no defensive positions for them to stand in and protect because of the bloody big bombs that have just been thrown in that area to make craters out of whatever there was there before. Sending in a load of extra men would send them into a suicide bomb. Ukraine have no choice but to pull out of these areas because there is nothing to defend. There is nowhere for them to stand where they are safe. So, yeah, that is not a currently repairable situation. And what they really need to do is find a way to stop Russia pushing in that direction. And if that means diverting them, cutting off their logistics, that's what they've got to do. Because, stopping the big bombs that are being dropped by aircraft, very important. And you've seen that they've gone to a lot of recent trouble to try and do that, smacking airfields, hitting magazines, that is actually going to stop those bombs being dropped because they don't exist anymore. Taking out any aircraft, that's super important. Really, really annoying that they can't just smack the crap out of those airfields with long range fires. What else was I saying? Oh yeah, and also they're going for the logistics routes that are feeding the areas around there. They're going to make it more difficult for Russia to feed logistics into that axis. So basically, they're going the long way around to stop them because they can't stop them directly front on. So they have to go around the back of them and chop off their logistics train. Now, this will stop an awful lot of logistics reaching other areas in the east as well. And well, I'll be honest, considering what they've been having to deal with, this is like, you know, they've just got a breath of fresh air. They've got a mission. Rather than just hold the line, they've got something that they can aim for. And cocking up all Russia's logistics directly behind, you know, the lines is, well, this is exactly what they're trying to do. Getting into their train system was what they really wanted. And now they're in it. It turns out that Russia's not so well defended at home after all. So let's see what we can do. Let's see how much of it we can mess up. Let's see how many times they have to redivert themselves around us. And so, yeah, this is perfectly operationally sound. It doesn't currently help what's going on in Toretsk, New York, Pokrovsk, Kurakovo, blah, blah. Yeah, Pokrovsk, basically. That it's a bad situation. And it's not going to get any better. Because there's just, yeah, you can't defend nothing. Especially when you've got nowhere to defend nothing from. So unfortunately, these places are just being wiped off the map. And well, if they no longer exist, you're basically stood in an open space, a target. And Ukraine's not going to do that, are they? No, 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 no. So that's why they're doing this. And that's why that axis is not currently their priority. Well, it is. But they're having to go the long way around to deal with that situation. I can see the logic in doing this rather than going there. Anyway, there's a new video of Russian positions being surrendered. Don't know exactly where this is, but that's quite a few guys coming out of that building. So yeah, again, another example of large scale surrenders. Now, you usually only see large scale surrenders like this when an army is on its last legs. I'll be honest. If they had any morale left, if they had any sort of belief that they could continue, or, you know, even the patriotic fervor of the zealots, it seems to have sort of disappeared, doesn't it? Quite a lot. Well, this could be why another big column of Russian troops has disappeared on the road. This is right in the Koronovo district in the Kursk region. Exactly the same thing happened as near Rinisk. There is no worse disaster in war. The enemy will not forgive our mistakes, and we keep making them. Yes, folks, you do keep making the same mistakes. If you're going to send a column down a road, you might want to do it like spread out a bit, or maybe not in an area where Ukraine can see exactly what you're doing. Oh yeah, and also don't get your own news reports to film them, because, you know, they usually give away geolocation at the same time, because yeah, that's also not good. So there is no proof yet, no videos and what have you, but we are seeing several Russian mill bloggers announcing it. And I'm just in a new video of the crashed Russian bomber, the Tu-22M3 that crashed yesterday in the Russian marshes. And it's a tail section, and the rest of it doesn't seem to exist. It's just like a charred piece of something. So yeah, a little piece of it still looks unburned, but the rest of it is just like, you know, just pieces, little pieces. Shocking. You know, the very fact that their own strategic bombers are falling out of the sky, Ming, do you think that's a sign that there's a problem?
Yeah, I don't know, Marcus. I think there might be some kind of problem going on.
Well, the thing is, Ukraine wasn't even shooting at that thing. But remember what I said yesterday? you know, we all know that airframes only have a certain amount of life in them. And you can upgrade airframes and what have you, but there comes some point where you need to obviously replace the frame itself. Well, also there's all the parts and stuff that Russia just can't seem to get hold of anymore in the same way that they used to, you know, when people used to actually want to do business with them. So there's that issue as well. And they've apparently started moving these things around from one airfield to another. Instead of every 5 hours, every 2 hours. It's a new regime that they've introduced. And gosh, that must put an awful lot of extra strain on those airframes, don't you think? And of course, everything in them that would also require to be maintained at a, you know, quite a high standard, I would imagine, because these things fly. And when they fly, you want to make sure that they do that, don't you? So I would imagine that there's an awful lot of extra strain being put on the airframes and pilots. Can you imagine if you've only got so many pilots and you've just got to keep moving these planes around and suddenly somebody doubles your workload? Yeah, that seems like it might leave people a bit tired too. Remember what happens when you make bus drivers work for, like, you know, 22 hours without a proper rest? That's right, they drive off bridges. So, you know, there's always the possibility the pilot could also just make a blooming mistake. But I think in this case, it looks like a maintenance issue. Something obviously went wrong with that aircraft, didn't it? They don't, like, burst into a spectacular fireball in the air and then fall to the ground quite so quickly in usual circumstances where, you know, you can be sure all the maintenance has been done. Now, I'm assuming that it was not a bomb on the plane or anything like that. To me, this looks like possibly something's caught fire. It's got out of hand, and then, you know, maybe a safety system hasn't kicked in or something like that. And so it's been able to get out of hand, and now we're all zooming towards the ground at high speed. Whoa! That kind of is how I'm thinking.
Yeah, so the fire bit of that Tu-22 mockers, that would indicate probably something, an engine problem. So uncontained engine failure or something like that.
Yeah, when you have a fire in an engine like that, don't they have systems that are supposed to, like, you know, kick in and cut off the fuel or find another way to put it out?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a whole extinguisher system set up with the engines. Yeah,
I absolutely thought so, because my bro works in, you know, aircraft safety, and he said, in an ordinary aircraft, a fire in an engine, you know, it's serious, but it won't, like, you know, you won't fall out the sky. It can be contained, put out, and then you will, you know, be encouraged to land quite quickly at your nearest possibility. But he said, you know, you won't just fall out the sky if an engine bursts into flames. There are loads of safety procedures and stuff in place that, you know, will ensure that the aircraft can probably land relatively fine without one engine. You know, he said it'd be a bit emotional, bit of an emotional landing, but he'll still land fine. And, you know, he has a lot of faith, shall we say, in the aircraft industry, because he deals with the safety and he knows what those regulations are. And it is literally him signing the stuff off for a lot of aircraft that comes past him. He has to have the final signature to say this aircraft is safe to go. Now, he's one of very few people, apparently, on the planet who does this. And he's constantly being headhunted because he knows all the safety stuff. He lives 6 months in the UK and 6 months in his country of work, wherever that be at the time. I know. So it's a nice life to live, isn't it? I think he was in what's that really posh place in Italy? Anyway, is it Milan? Milan? He was in Milan. with a private jet for about 3 months of this last year. I know, it's nice, isn't it? So bless his little socks. He told me all about how, yeah, if an engine's on fire, don't panic. You should be fine. Unless, of course, you're on a Russian aircraft, in which case panic a lot, and expect to die. So apparently, some of these pilots are still alive. I can only assume that they must have abandoned the aircraft. That there's no way you're still living if you hit the ground at that velocity. Can't imagine it. So I'm assuming they parachuted out. Never saw any parachutes, of course, but you know, very short video showing an explosion. Not necessarily going to get the best out of it, are you? So, oh, sorry. I just have to send Prince something with a very short quote. Bear with me 1 second, Ming. Or don't. Don't matter. I'll send her a message in a minute. So,
sorry, Mockers.
Were you talking to a muted mic?
Yeah, apologies.
It's all right. I can't talk and type in a different app at the same time for some reason. So this is fun. Ukrainians have occupied a new settlement in Kursk by disguising themselves as Russian soldiers, walking in, just walking in, going into the local administration building and then saying, oh, by the way, we're taking over. Oh, and while we're at it, Slava Ukraini. So they didn't even need to fire a shot to take this place. They just wandered in, said hello to people and took over. According to information from a Russian source, of course. So the most cunning tactics. They came dressed as Russian military, as reinforcements for protection. The equipment must have been captured equipment. And then suddenly, blue armbands, and they took control of everyone. I'm so sorry, that is funny. So they pulled up in equipment that they had taken off the Russians. And the Russians thought they were Russians. I think that's what's happened here. And then they just went, hi, everyone, we're taking over. Brilliant. So, yeah, we need to beware of this narrative of Ukrainians in Russian uniform, because I think it is a bit of a gimmick. They keep saying that they're finding Russian uniforms inside Ukrainian vehicles that they've captured and stuff like that. And I think they're going for, well, you know, if there's a terrible crime committed by Russians in Russian uniform, it must have been Ukrainians in Russian uniform. Can you hear what I'm saying? So I think they've actually pulled up and captured Russian vehicles. And the local guys have come out and gone, hey, look, we've got some reinforcements. And then they've gone, Slava Ukraini. And they've gone, oh, hey, we've not got reinforcements, we're captured. So I think that's all it is. They've pulled up in captured Russian vehicles, and the Russians have mistaken them for them, which wouldn't be surprising at all in the slightest, would it? Very funny indeed. So, yeah, I would just say all this news about stolen uniforms and armed convicts building up fog. This is FSB Blogs. Cunning Ukrainians using stolen Russian uniforms. This is the build-up to a false flag. So, just so you know.
And adding to in the mix and all this, Mockers, yesterday, Sargrad TV had a piece about how you know the journalist, the Ukrainian journalist who was reporting from the center of Suja. They started with her. They started with her, and she looks like a really nice lady. She was a really happy lady, you know, doing a really nice report and saying, look, Ukrainians are pouring into Suja, and all the people who committed the Bucha massacre. All the Ukrainian Nazis are pouring in for further massacres now. You know? So, and there was a new one on me, because apparently the Bucha massacre was of Ukrainian citizens who were loyal to Russia. So they're looking to repeat what they got up to in Suja now, and we can expect Russians to produce reports probably along those lines quite soon.
Yes, and possibly some horrific videos of them doing something awful, because we know this, don't we? We know this, don't we? So yeah, let's not be entirely fooled by the narrative of Ukrainians in Russian uniform, because remember, Russians did that to Ukraine, and it's also, I believe, a war crime to pretend you are somebody you are not, in order to, you know, do this sort of thing. I believe it's actually an offence to dress up as, you know, your opposite, unless you are actually an undercover agent, in which case the rules don't apply in the same way.
Yeah, so when I moved to the US, my next door neighbor was a really old German guy, and he'd been in the German army during World War II, and he was captured near Warsaw by Soviet troops wearing German uniforms. So he had a bit of a beef about that.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of these rules of warfare that, you know, you're supposed to be able to identify who you are, and unless, of course, you're a, you know, SOF team going in very quietly, in which case don't identify yourselves very loudly. But also very unlikely for them to dress in Russian uniform, just because it's not supposed to be the dumb thing. It's yeah, one of those things that we don't usually do. Now, the Russians have done it all the time, so they're going to accuse Ukraine of doing it too. They're going to stage some sort of horrendous event, and then they're going to say, look, it was Ukrainians in Russian uniforms. That they are. So, yeah, don't be surprised when that comes, because it will. And that's what I think a lot of that narrative is about. But just the fact that they've taken another place, quite clearly, the Russians are not happy about them taking this next place. And they seem to have taken it very easily. And it is possible that they just rolled into town and the guys there just walked out and gave themselves up. And that's why Russia's making this narrative, because it's embarrassing. It is kind of embarrassing, isn't it? To watch your guys just basically give up a bit more, and then just give up again. Now, Kadyrovites, you know, that Aksya Ludinov guy, currently, 9 times now, he has claimed that him and the Russian forces that his teams are working with are have already stopped Ukraine. Ukraine are now at a standstill thanks to the Kadyrovites. Well, they had to slow down thanks to some Kadyrovites. I mean, some of them were a bit of a speed bump, and some of them had to be processed as POWs, you know, so they did slow them down a little bit, but they didn't stop them from advancing. And it is very likely that... I didn't boil that kettle. Oh, I didn't boil the kettle, guys. He could have warned me. Could have warned me. I got so wrapped up in wiping down the counters while I was talking to you that I didn't boil the kettle. Because, you know, doofus. Yeah. I just took a sip of it as well, and that's gross. Right, so anyway, where was I? I know I'm going to nuke my coffee now. I'm ashamed of myself, I am. But it's a full cup, so I'm having it.
We're talking about Kadyrovites, and I was literally just reading an article from you know, head Kadyrovite, I forget his name now, but he says everything in Kursk is normal and under control.
Yeah, that's what he keeps saying. He's said this 9 times now, and nobody believes him anymore, you know. So yeah, there is a lot of disinformation and psyops going around. Now, apparently, because Ukraine were well aware that Russia was probably not going to evacuate people properly, they decided to warn, you know, the local heads of the centres. They rang quite a few local, you know, offices of administration, and they got in touch with, like, you know, train operators and doctors' offices and all the main sort of like places where you would think, you know, it would be a good idea to warn people and say that there needed to be an evacuation because the Ukrainians are coming. Well, they did that. The Ukrainians did that. Kind of them, I know, to notify people. But obviously, this created a bit of a panic because, you know, Russians don't panic. Oh, yes, they do. They panic. So it created a bit of a panic, and people dashed out of these places, especially in Suja, and it caused massive problems for any Russians trying to head in that direction. And of course, you know, we understand that they don't really care about their refugees quite so much. They did have to sort of work around the fact that they were, you know, fleeing all over the place in front of them, clogging up roads and generally being, you know, there. So that was also quite an issue, apparently, for the Russians on the first few days. And apparently they keep doing this. They've apparently issued warnings to some areas that they should evacuate because the Ukrainians are coming, and then not gone there. So there's also that as well, that they're basically saying, oh, by the way, we're going in this direction. You better evacuate all your citizens, and then going the opposite direction. So the Russians are just like in mad chaos. They have no idea which direction the Ukrainians are coming from because they keep going, we're going over here. You better evacuate your citizens. We're also going over there. You better evacuate your citizens. And then they go another way, round both areas instead of directly into them. And of course, all the Russian assistance has run into those areas to meet the Ukrainians that are coming. And that the Ukrainians have gone around them. And they're like, oh, can we get out again? I think that's happened in a couple of places. Kursk. There appears to have been a couple of elements of surrounding, shall we say, that have happened. And this again gives you an idea of why more than 100 men gave up a really well defensible position that was full of like a month's worth of supplies of ammunition and food, because they didn't want to have a siege in there. Their commander had already left, by the way, you know, bright fellow that he was. And they thought, look, we can surrender now, or we can have a horrible siege for the next month and a half until we have to give up. And, you know, they chose to surrender now. And I think that's a really good idea. So, also, it's worth noting that the general who failed in the defense of the Kharkiv region is the same guy who is in charge of this. That's right. It's Alexander Lapin, the Rabbit. Mr. Rabbit is in charge of this area, and I kind of feel as though he's probably not got the training and experience in winning. That's his problem. He's got training and experience in completely losing terribly and, well, everything going to hell in a handbasket. So perhaps this is why he's in charge, so he can be blamed for it. Sorry, I'm just watching. So this fella, General Lapin, the most powerful failure was specifically in his area, which was Balaklia, Liman, and Izium. And in total, in a short period of time, the Russians have left, 10 cities in the Kharkiv region during that time. And Ukraine gained 3,000 square kilometers back. Now, also during that time, they managed to capture more than 200 units of abandoned Russian equipment. And as a result of that particular defeat, Russia was forced to announce their first partial mobilization. So that was all Mr. Rabbit's fault. Now, he got suspended from command, and after his resignation was demanded by Kadyrov and Prigozhin both. So, those two guys really hated him. And remember that Prigozhin actually knew what he was doing. So it's a shame that they blew him up, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, he wasn't friendly to Putin. That's why they blew him up, of course. So, of course, they brought him out of the cupboard and decided, after a while, that they didn't want to punish him too much. So they sent him to guard the border with a new unit. I kind of feel as though General Lapin might actually be working for the Ukrainians at this point. He's certainly not been helping Russia very much, has he? Well, I'm sure that in the end, Ukraine are probably going to, issue him a letter of thanks or something. Thanks for all your hard work, Mr. Lapin. So, anywho, I've got some more stuff here, but I just need to.
Yeah, I'm just going to. So this is what Aludinov's been talking about, as reported in Sargrad TV. He says the situation. He emphasizes that the Kursk situation remains normal and fully under Russia's control. In the last 24 hours, a significant amount. So this is yesterday, right, the 15th of August. A significant amount of Ukrainian equipment was destroyed. And attempts by the Ukrainian armed forces to advance in other directions are being held back. And earlier, Aludinov refuted rumors about the situation in Suja, noting that it was just disinformation to say that the city was under the full control of Ukrainian forces. And the way he refuted this was by saying, well, look, if that was true, we wouldn't have been able to evacuate a large number of people. It's just absurd. And it's just so obvious that Suja is fully under the control of Ukraine. You don't have to look very far to work that one out. So separately, of course, the Sargrad TV have been carrying on a little campaign. It's okay to make mistakes, but you can't tell any lies. I have a feeling they've kind of got it in for Aladinov because he's obviously telling quite a lot of lies.
Oh, he's just, he's a long stream of porky pies, isn't he? He's terrible. I love the fact, though, that he said, oh, if Kadyrovites get captured or they surrender, they're no longer Akhmat. That's it. So our guys never get captured or surrender because we just disown them. Now, this is awesome. I've got a nice little tale of woe from Chris O'Wiki. You know me and how I love these things. Last night I put loads of things in my bookmarks to talk about, and there's so much new news coming out. It's really hard to get back to talk about those things. You're kind of like, oh, someone will catch up on this during the day. I'm sure they will. I like busy news days, I must say, because day goes really quick, doesn't it? So Russia is reportedly creating what they call Kursk battalions. Newly enlisted conscripts. Many of these are barely trained and still teenagers and being paid only 0.75 of a dollar per day. Sounds like good, doesn't it? Sounds great, that. So they're being sent to Kursk to hold off the Ukrainian incursion, which, as you might imagine, might just be difficult for them. Them being, untrained teenagers. Okay, so, one sec. If I don't do that, I'll get into bother. So, some of them are also being forced to sign contracts so they can be sent directly to fight at the front lines. Ooh. So, according to Russian news outlets Astra and Beware News, apparently, that's their name, Beware News. Conscripts serving with the 80th Motorized Rifle Division based near Murmansk are being prepared for a business trip to the Kursk region. A similar business trip is being organized in the Irkutsk region,
Conscripts drafted in the spring of 2024 have told their relatives they're being sent to Kursk and Belgorod to defend the border, and they will replace the conscripts who are already there. Oh, no, you're replacing the conscripts that have already given up and handed themselves into Ukraine. Yeah, that's why there's no conscripts left there, by the way. You're not replacing, like, rotating them. You're just more meat. So apparently, they're being moved urgently. Remember how we said that Russia has no strategic reserves? None? Remember that home army that they've been claiming that they have, and that they, you know, any day now, any day now. Here it is. It's their conscription from this spring. These guys. Gee whiz. It's not going to be good. So, one man from Ufa was called up for military service in June and is now being sent to Kursk. He's not finished his training. Another has stated he's only served a month, but he is being sent to Belgorod very soon. According to their relatives, the Russian army has stonewalled every inquiry. There is no opportunity to talk to any command of the unit. They refuse to communicate at all with any parents. The phone numbers have been hidden and will not be given out to anybody who asks. Parents are now demanding that their young sons not be sent to the Kursk region where fighting is going on. However, Russian law prohibits sending conscripts abroad. They're not prohibited from participating on a conflict within the territory of Russia. Nice loophole, that, isn't it? So, officially, everything is legal, said one of the mothers. The only thing is that there is a special operation on the territory of the Russian Federation now. We would ask that our guys won't be sent there. Yeah, I ain't listening. After all, the president himself always said that conscripts would not be serving in the special military operation. We can only pray. Carry on, love. Bit of thoughts and prayers always helps. However, conscripts who are already serving in the Kursk region are not only engaged in fighting, but if they manage to run away, they're being rounded up and sent back to fight. By the way, it's worth noting that a great number of Russian conscripts disappeared. Just disappeared recently. I have a feeling they just decided to change into civilian clothes and go for a walk in the woods. I have a feeling that's what happened. That could be why every so often they keep finding Russian military uniform stuffed in bushes. That would probably explain it. Anyway, after some conscripts who were serving in Kursk were taken to a safe place by commanders after Ukrainian forces invaded, they are reportedly now being threatened with long prison sentences if they do not sign a contract and go into the regular army. Poor kids. That's really shitty, isn't it? Anyway, according to Titania, the mother of one conscript from Perm, they took my son's phone. He called yesterday from someone else's number and says they are forcing him to go to the front line or he will be placed in a punishment battalion for 7 years. Punishment battalions don't last 7 years, do they? No. About 70 minutes, maybe? Anyway, another conscript's mother, Daria, from Tobolsk, says, our commander tells us this. Since they have taken the oath, they must defend the motherland. But what kind of warrior is 18 to 19 years old? It's a bit shrieky by the looks of things, by the looks of all those exclamation marks. They don't understand the seriousness of it. They don't realise they will have to kill and that they may die. Well, yeah, I suppose the younger you are, the more invincible you feel. That is very true. A third mother, Yulia, says the military prosecutor's office forced them to return to their positions, but the boys refused. And now they have been placed in a new military unit and will be expected to fight. They want to send them to the third echelons of defence behind the assault group in the Kursk region. My son called and they were told, you will be going anyway, whether it is legal or not. But now we will pay you combat pay. So they're trying to sort of cheer them up by saying, you know, don't worry, you'll get paid better if you survive. So that always sounds like, you know, they're appealing to the greed there again. Don't worry, we'll stop paying you 0.75 of a dollar every day and you'll get $1 a day, probably. So they also say to the men, we will prepare you and you will go after the stormtroopers. If you do not agree, you will go to court or you will fight with the stormtroopers. These are your choices. Oh, that's rude, isn't it? Very rude. So apparently there's no way out. She says the army is putting moral pressure on them and trying to brainwash them and then to send our children into that black hole. What, the one you created? Yes, that's right. You created the black hole where your children disappear. Gosh, my sympathy jar is empty. Marina says that conscripts are being persuaded because the army doesn't have enough people. They need to gather a certain number of people to bring them back to strength. They say you will be members of the special military operation. They persuade them very strongly. My son tells me this. He says that there are about 150 conscripts now. Those who are selected who succeed, children who are in the Kursk region, are now being sent back there to fight. I love how she calls them children, by the way. What about the Ukrainian children that you've stolen? Oh, sorry, can't say that word. Anyway, she criticizes the army for failing to give them any combat training. Well, yeah, that is kind of wasteful. If you wanted these boys to defend the borders, why didn't you prepare them to do so? Why was he moving shells for 6 months and digging trenches for another when he should have been learning to shoot? Well, she's got a good point there, hasn't she? So, conscripts are not entitled to anything for injuries, by the way, or death. Oh, gutted. Contract soldiers are entitled to payments, but they don't tend to get any. We have noticed that. And she says, we don't need the money anyway. We want to know our boys are safe. Now there is a real mother talking, I suppose. Oh, no, to be fair. She's saying, even if you give us the money, it's not enough anyway, so why bother? I thought she was going to say, my son's life is more valuable. No, she says this. They're paid only 2,000 rubles a month, which is $22 and a bit. Even if they shoot down drones on the border with machine guns, conscripts who sit in much safer regions will be receiving exactly this same payment. Around 9,000 people have now signed a petition asking Putin to withdraw their sons from guarding the border in Kursk. This was started by a lady called Oksana Diva, whose son is fighting in Koronevo, in fact. And he is said to be currently facing Ukrainian encirclement. So she's put this petition on change.org. I'm surprised she's even been able to get on the internet. We, the mothers of conscripts, ask you to remove conscripts from the areas of military action. They have no experience in fighting back, no weapons training. A full-scale offensive is underway on our territory. Save the lives of the soldiers who are not prepared for this military action. You promised your parents that they would not participate in military action, and we believed in you. We ask you to take a serious look at this situation. We are patriots. You know what? This isn't the type of petition that normally change.org deal with, but I'm sure they're enjoying this one. So, our sons and each of their lives will still be used for creating a strong state, but there is enough strength from more experienced military personnel. Oh, you see, that's where she's made a mistake. There isn't. But nice of you to think so. We ask that you save the lives of these boys. Every mother who sent her son to the border to guard it will also sign our words. Hear us. Set the conscripts free. See them, please. Like all other appeals to the Tsar, it is very unlikely there will be any effect from this. But still, it's nice to see that they have opinions. I really thought that woman was like dead concerned about her son. And then I realized she was like, well, they don't pay them anything anyway, so what's it matter? Oh, okay. I'm going to sneeze now several times.
I'm just reading this excerpt from some Russian channel that Max has posted. Do I understand correctly? They won't impose sanctions against Ukraine for invading Russia, won't block monetization, and of course won't recognize Ukraine as an aggressor country. I don't know what the Russians are on, mockers. I talk to Sergey once in a while. I just can't get through to him. They're just too confused.
Well, whatever serious drugs they're taking, I'll just say I don't want any, because it's a very strange situation that they can't seem to understand. I love the fact that she said the army is strong enough without our young 18-year-old boys. Who told you that, love? Who told you that? They were lying.
I've got to say though, going through that tale of woe about the 18-year-olds, it's hardly surprising that the moment they run into Ukrainians, they surrender.
Well, absolutely. They're basically children stood next to the Ukrainians. You've got a fully equipped, or almost fully equipped, we'll say, tactical force with experience and a plan heading towards you, and you're some kid stood at a border gate. You ain't stopping those guys, are you? I mean, all they need to do is turn up and you'd wet your pants, because they look serious, don't they? They look like organised soldiers, shall we say. And you're stood there in your green t-shirt and, some combat pants with one gun. Yeah, you're going to give up when you see those guys coming at you. Just no need to have any bother with those guys. You would lose. So yeah, I think even just, them turning up and looking so badass, the conscripts are like, oh yeah, no, we ain't fighting those guys. They look tough. And I think a lot of 18-year-olds in any situation would probably make the same decision if the role was reversed, if they were that 18-year-old. I think a lot of 18-year-olds would not be too harshly treated for surrendering to a very organised and determined force. Well, not in our military anyway. We would thoroughly understand that those lads were outclassed, wouldn't we? And that's the thing. They're absolutely and completely outclassed. And, well, they ain't getting better in the next 5 minutes, are they? Now, I have a little summary from War Translated. Let's see if we can figure out who said this. We don't always get confirmation of who it is that's talking. But either way, I found out. So, a summary of the offensive in Glushkovo district of the Kursk region. They say Ukrainians are trying to gain control or destroy bridges over the Seim River, S-E-I-M, as well as attack Karyzh, K-A-R-Y-Z-H, Karyzh, to cut off supply lines of the Russian groups. This would allow Ukrainian armed forces to occupy a much larger section of Russian territory in the area, where the Russians would not be able to resupply themselves. It's nice of them to tell us that, isn't it? What I also think was lovely was yesterday, they kindly showed us an after, what do you call it? A battle damage assessment report of one of the bridges that had been obviously hit. There were 2 nice holes in it. And it had also been hit previously, just on the side of it. It just damaged the side of it. So obviously that first hit was just a little bit wonky. So they, you know, adjusted and then hit it. Boom, boom, right down the middle. 2 holes. I remember the Antonovsky Bridge and how that started with you know, just a couple of holes being popped in it. And a couple more and then a couple more until it just became to the point where you couldn't drive a vehicle over it unless it was a bicycle. And only then did the Russians destroy it themselves, because they were like, Ukraine's coming for us. Let's go over here and destroy the bridge. So Ukraine was able to interdict an awful lot of supplies coming through that direction just by stitching a bunch of holes down the middle of the bridge. I mean, it was obvious that you couldn't take heavy traffic over it at that point. Well, apparently, one of the main bridges where they've been supplying themselves in this area over the Seam River has now got 2 big holes in the middle of it. Not massive, but it will probably slow down them taking heavy trucks over there. They might have to redirect them to another bridge. Shame. They certainly won't be taking a tank over that bridge, put it that way. So it was lovely that they showed Ukraine as well. They had really hit it so very accurately. Thanks for proving they've dialed in their hits perfectly on that bridge. Now they know exactly where they're going to hit it the next time. Thanks. So here we go. Kursk direction. Situation for the morning of the 16th of August. Glushkovo. So, oh, sorry. Writing went small on me. Blow it up again. Here, the enemy is conducting active offensive operations. Moreover, it doesn't just send small groups. They attempt to gain a foothold. Shocking, isn't it? Oh, how could they? So, they attempt to gain a foothold. There we go. The day before yesterday, although the footage appeared on the internet yesterday, they occupied the settlement of Vesnapoi and probably Byakovo. Although there is no evidence of this, I am still drawing that it may be ours, but it is 90% not true. In other words, I'm telling you it's ours, but it's not. I think that they have occupied this village. Since yesterday, Ukrainian armed forces were already actively attacking in the direction of the settlement. Komarovka, Apanasovka. Yeah, that place. Anyway, occupying this line will allow the Ukrainian armed forces to significantly improve the logistics of their own units and further move towards Gushkovo, south of the regional center of the Kursk region of the same name. The enemy is also probing our defenses from the village of Sumy in the Sumy region to hit from an opposite direction. Well, yeah, odds. They're not just going to keep coming from the front, are they? Not if they can hit you from the side as well. So the key points in the Ukrainian armed forces attack in the Glushkovo district, around which everything will revolve, are the bridges across the Seam River. There are 4 of them. Moreover, the most important one of them is located in Glushkovo. Wonder why. The next most important is the Zvanoy and Karij. The 4th is a doublet of bridges across the Snagost and Seam rivers in the area of Komarovka and Kekino. In fact, it is already under the fire control of the Ukrainian armed forces, since it has been in the strike zone of enemy UAVs from the beginning. Oh dear. It's thought that our group is supplied, and through them, by the way, civilians are also being transported. In other words, civilians are clogging up our supply routes. How rude. Gosh, sorry, this writing is so small, I have to keep making it big. So the loss of these bridges would quickly lead to the enemy occupying an entire area of interest south of the river. Based on understanding this, I think you will now realize why the enemy is not interested in Chotkino or other parts of the western part of the Glushkovsky district. They will cut the bridges. Chotkino and everything nearby will be given as a prize. They won't need to cut it off. That won't help them directly. That is why yesterday there was a missile attack launched on these bridges, trying to disable them. Fortunately, it was unsuccessful. You say? You think? We keep our fingers crossed for these guys. A lot can be decided here today or tomorrow, and not only the fate of Glushkovsky district, the fate of the future of our whole Sumy offensive operation is at stake. Oh, guys, were you planning to invade Sumy? They obviously were, weren't they? He's just basically said, yes, we were planning to invade Sumy, and it's now completely been effed up. Oh no! Oh no! Sorry. So yeah, quite clearly they did have an operation to go into Sumy. Oh, that's nice. Somebody's just asked me if I want the last hour and a half of my shift off, which is like delightful. Would you like some friends, Ming? Because would you believe I've got a meeting this morning. Now it is literally just after I sign off, so I could do with signing off a tiny bit early. I'm not going to go like just bye, but I might take him up on that offer in just a minute. So I tell you what, there's been some really good reporting from Russian sources. They are absolutely and utterly unable to keep their mouths shut. Just utterly unable. I find this just because every time Russians totally cock up, they take a video and they go, "Look, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, let's look at the video. Oh no, you're not fine." So anyway, what am I looking at here? A large fire in a so-called children's amusement production facility in Merino. What an absolute pile of nonsense that is. Children's production. Children's equipment. Production of children's equipment. Could they be drones? You technically could call drones, children's equipment. If you think about it, they initially started off as, sort of something that you might buy the kids to entertain them. And now they're, weapons of war. So anyway, whatever happened here, it was a large hangar that was being used for production of something, and it caught fire and the roof completely collapsed. Of course, there is no casualties, but the building does seem to have been completely destroyed. And just send that to Genesis Mum. Because you know how he likes to enjoy a fire with me. Woohoo! You love a fire. Now then. I have. Sorry, I'm just going to bring it back up again because it just disappeared on me. Very annoying, that, isn't it? I have some. I tell you what. One of these days, my thumb is going to hit the right button when I ask it to. It seems to just have a little mind of its own. There we go. So I just have a couple of things that I wanted to list for you, Ming, here as problems. Problems. So here we go. Russia terminated the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities that they signed in 1996 with the other parties to the document. Now, does that mean that they're going to treat the minorities within
I've got a funny story related to that in a bit.
Okay, sorry. I just had to sniff really loudly, so I needed you to talk. That was all. Don't need to blow my nose on the air. So apparently they're going to be treating their national minorities, even worse. I feel as though they haven't really kept up with the framework of this agreement anyway. So sort of abandoning it. But what does that mean? Next to nothing. But it does kind of show a public, we don't give no Fs about anybody but us kind of thing. I know, rude, isn't it? Now then, ordinary Russians are being recruited to dig trenches in the Kursk region, and they're being promised up to 5,000 rubles per day. I tell you what, I bet you them conscript soldiers would prefer to be doing that, just digging trenches for 5,000 rubles a day instead of being a conscript sent to the front line. I wonder if that's why many people just sort of like, also, some employers are promising now up to 371,000 rubles for a 2-month period of trench digging and construction work. Now, most of these vacancies are being posted by construction companies and recruiters of shift workers, definitely not by the MOD. Just incredible. I've got to ask.
So on the shortage of labour, so over at Zagreb TV, one of their favourite hot button issues is illegal immigration into Russia. And they've got a story here about the arrest of a sauerkraut magnate from Nizhny Novgorod.
Sauerkraut?
This lady, sauerkraut, yeah. So this lady runs a sauerkraut business. Her name is Galina Sidorok in Nizhny Novgorod, and she's under house arrest. So why is she under house arrest? Well, apparently she's under investigation in a criminal case opened against her for organizing an illegal immigration network. Apparently, illegal immigrants lived and worked at her company in Nizhny Novgorod under strict guard for 5 months. And in on this large-scale illegal immigration scam was the company's HR manager. But apparently, it was the HR manager who dobbed her in. But what is she doing? She's just trying to find people to work for her business, and she can't get any Russians to do it. So yeah, I mean, what's a sauerkraut magnate going to do in these circumstances, mockers?
Well, that's it. You need workers, otherwise you can't get any work done, don't you? So yeah, what else is she gonna do? I just wonder how, with this massive labour shortage, even with figures like this, whether they can recruit enough people to do this, and where they're going to recruit them from, and who that's going to leave without. Perhaps the sauerkraut business will no longer be viable. So, Rosneft has proposed to reduce taxes for oil companies. Eh? That sounds like nice for oil companies, doesn't it? So, all right when you're a big old oil company. So, apparently, they're going to do this by knocking $3 off transaction costs arising from sanctions per price of a barrel. However, experts seriously doubt the success of this initiative. A $1 discount per barrel would cost the Russian budget 15 billion rubles per month. Do they really want to lose 45 billion rubles out of their possible income every month? Gosh, that would be terrible. Anyway, you'd be glad to know, even though Russia took the salt mines of Solidar, they haven't been able to use them. They haven't been able to, extract enough salt because
you know, everything's fucked. Everything that they occupied is basically fucked. And salt prices have skyrocketed. And who wants bland food? Hey, no. Maybe some of us English, but yeah, salt really expensive now. Manufacturers' selling price increased by 15%, and a further 8% in retail. The reasons for the price increase is the increased cost of transport for repackaged salt, which has to be imported from foreign countries, because guess what? They have a solid ore salt mine and they have no way of extracting salt from it because they just have no way of doing it. Terrible, isn't it? Oh, also they destroyed half the place, yeah. Anyway, prices for milk, cheese, butter and yogurt, ours skyrocket, yeah, are skyrocketing. The largest factories are now raising prices by up to 30% due to, they say, rising global prices for milk fats, an increase in the key rate, and a shortage of personnel. New price lists from the trade company, which was formerly Danone, and 2 other companies will hit the stores today. So apparently from today, if you want anything dairy in Russia, you're going to have to sell your soul or something to afford it. It's just incredible. Now, do you know how many times they have drawn up a protocol for I'm still trying to send 3 messages at once. Top of the hour. Sorry, I have to do this while I'm on, obviously. There we go. Right. Now, yeah, bit more. More than 10,000 protocols have now been drawn up against Russians for speaking out against the war. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, since the beginning of the war, has drawn up more than 10,000 separate reports under the Code of Administrative Offences of the Russian Federation, public actions aimed at discrediting the use of the armed forces of the Russian Federation for apparent anti-war statements and speeches. Whew. The first protocols under this article appeared in March 22, immediately after the adoption of the anti-war action ban. The 10,000th protocol was submitted to the court in the first week of August 2024. Heck of a jubilee, eh? According to data, as at the end of last year, the total amount of fines for this particular criminal activity amounted to 227 million rubles. Pleasant. So that seems to be another way that they're just making money out of people. Seems to be. So it's a bit of a long way round to do it, but can't they just like find them on the spot instead of arresting them and taking them to court and all of that palaver? Anyway, Kazakhstan's Freedom Finance has stopped opening accounts remotely for non-residents. All requests and invitations have been cancelled. Partners have been disconnected from the system. For Russians, this was a particularly convenient way for them to remotely open a account that worked abroad. Shut it down. Oh. Now, oh dear. Due to the shortage of clean yuan. Now, remember the yuan. The Chinese don't want dirty ones. They don't want dirty ones. That is anything that has been tainted by Russian hands and untraceable by the US Treasury. They don't want that. Now, apparently they're having a shortage of clean yuan, and VTB Shanghai began to offer Russian importers to find companies that will receive foreign currency earnings abroad and bring them to the bank for servicing
or simply purchasing yuan from them. So they are literally trying to give Russia ideas as to how to move money around because they're running out of clean yuans to do business with. Now then, how about other money that Russia might have? They've got some cash in the... no, I can't see any requests. Do you see any requests, Ming?
I do, sorry. I was just dealing with it. And I think, oh, yeah, we got Aria up.
Cool. Right. So, no, I see no requests, and that's why I always need a side chick. So, you're my side chick. Sorry. Now, they have a lot of money in frozen rupees in India. However, this has fallen a few $1 million. Indian central bank officials will be in Russia this week to discuss the settlement of the rest of the payment between the countries, the establishment of a reference rupee-ruble exchange rate in order for them to make payments, and to try and reduce the situation of how many frozen rupees they currently have. I kind of see them like big bags of frozen peas. That's whatever I think about when I say frozen rupees. So a government source also said that the frozen peas, which were in the billions a year ago, had now fallen to just a few $1 million, as India has been using the surplus rupees to pay exporters. What happens when they run out? Will India continue to do business with them? On a barter system, perhaps? I don't know. North Korea got goats, didn't they? Oh, if you want chocolate and anything baked, any baked goods in Russia, well, you're going to have to start saving, because their prices have already jumped sharply, and manufacturers have warned that even Belarusian chocolate may become 2.5 times more expensive. Bars of international brands have gone up by up to 40%. And these affect Mars, Twix, Snickers, Milky Way, Dove. I didn't think they made chocolate bars. Kind of soapy. Yeah, anyway. I think it's a different company to what I'm thinking. Korkunov and M&M's chocolate will be going up the most. So there you go. Ooh. Aria, go ahead.
Good morning, Mockers and Ming. Couple of what you were talking about, thoughts and things I wanted to bring up. I had said yesterday pertaining to the rail lines and brought up the increase in taxes on vodka and the fact that they were saying there was going to be shortages of that and other food stuff. It actually surprises me that they've put this into effect this quickly, both from a standpoint of effectiveness, you know, that quickly. And the fact that I thought it was more, a lot of people in the supermarket aren't going to buy it. If you were producing 10 million or importing a total of 10 million bars and 9 million of them were being eaten, right? If you raise it by 30%, you might only have 1 or 2 million people buying the bars now. And, you know, it's going to be less felt. People are going to be complaining about the price increase versus the fact it's not on the shelves and it doesn't exist anymore. And people's reaction to inflation versus it doesn't exist scarcity, right, is very different. I wanted to bring up, I I still maintain a Weibo account to monitor Chinese social media. They're having a field day with this. There are thousands of users making fun of Russia right now, saying Putin, should pledge himself to Xi and just, ask for annexation, and you need to call the Chinese army in to do stuff. So this is not going over well in China. And a lot of the Chinese that till now have been buying the Russian propaganda seem to have taken that a little differently. And it doesn't appear that the Communist Party has either caught on to this yet or cared enough to clamp down on it. Because when they don't like something that's being posted, they tend to clamp down very hard, very quickly. I would, I do wonder how long till we see Chinese chocolate and Chinese milk, right? Products that Chinese citizens won't buy unless they can't afford a better stuff, right? Because of health and safety concerns. If there really is this scarcity, it's going to have to come from somewhere, and I doubt the Russians are going to pay what the Indians or the couple of other options on the table want versus the 1/4 of the price Chinese goods. I mean, I feel bad. I imagine if Russia does not collapse, right, which there's a possibility, but I don't think is necessarily likely. There's a good chance within the next year you're going to see a baby formula scandal in Russia, that some Russian company was importing baby formula from China, and they went through the same thing they've gone through repeatedly over there, right? Which is why if you have money in China and you use baby formula, you buy it from Hong Kong or internationally. You do not buy local formula because thousands of Chinese kids died from it. And the final thing I wanted to bring up real quick.
Just before you do, Harry.
Go ahead.
If you're okay to swap with me, I'm going to jump out because I've just had 2 phone calls from work that I've had to drop. So I better ring them back, I think.
Go for it. If you could get the teleporter monkeys working, I would appreciate that. And I'll take over now. No worries.
We have the lion in control, so I'll sort that out. Right, okay. I'm jumping.
Okay.
See you guys.
Have a great
yeah,
one.
apparently I've got to work. It's really annoying. I know. Terrible.
So,
data mockers, we'll speak in a bit. So meanwhile, I've been reading an interesting story in the Kiev Post. Apparently the Russians are very proud of their electronic warfare counter-drone systems. And they've got one called vulnerabilities, which they unveiled in 2023 at Russia's Army Expo. And the Ukrainians have captured one in Kursk, all packed up in its packaging with its full technical documentation. So that's kind of handy because they can have a really close look at what this thing does. But meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of Ukrainians a bit skeptical about it. Apparently, it's lightweight. It just sticks onto a tank with a magnetic base, so you don't need to actually drill any holes in the tank or anything. And it emits a beam that 30-watt power output that emits a beam that disrupts radio communications in all directions. But there's a Ukrainian military analyst, Alexander Kovalyenko, who thinks it's maybe a bit overstated, describing it as practically useless. So apparently the Russians need 4 of these things on every tank for it to be reasonably effective. And Kovalyenko says there's no way the Russians could produce that number of them. But in the meantime, the Ukrainians get to break it down for a detailed look at its capabilities. Arya, go ahead.
I think it's probably like many of the early cope cages, right? It's meant to reinforce the belief of the guys in there that they're going to survive, or they have an increased chance to survive, which makes them more likely to actually do what they're supposed to be doing, opposed to hanging back, refusing to advance, and firing shells till they run out of shells, you know, and going back to wherever they're stationed. Right. In Western militaries, where we really do, even if it's just for political reasons, care about, you know, civilian military casualties, right? Putting equipment on a tank that is a distraction that makes people artificially feel better, whether it's religious iconography or a fake cope cage, which will not stop anything. Not that some of them don't do stuff, because they have developed at this point cope cages that do have limited uses. Right. The point is to give reinforcement to the people using it. It's the same as in, you know, various conflicts in certain parts of Africa, where warriors will wear tribal fetishes that they believe are going to protect them from the bullets. It doesn't actually protect them from the bullets, but it makes them willing to, you know, charge the enemy, or, you know, risk getting shot. And the same is true with a system like this, right? It may have some limited actual effectiveness, but as you said, they're not going to invest the amount of money necessary in order to bring it up to proper effectiveness. It's not worth it, and they don't have the cost, the capabilities manufacturing, I think, to do that. So it's a placebo, right? They're using it as a tool to give the troops a little bit more confidence in the vehicle. And now that the Ukrainians can show that off, eventually that will leak to the Russian troops. And you're going to have some tank, you know, units that are not happy about that, in the same way as when the information started getting onto Russian Telegram channels that the cope cages weren't doing anything, and it eventually trickled down to the troops. Back to you, Mink.
Yeah, there must. I've often wondered. Just thinking about this, I remember about 6 months ago we saw a video from, I think it was RIA Novosti, where they actually tested flying a drone against a tank equipped with, EW equipment, and the drone literally dropped out of the sky. It looked great, and all the rest of it. So I get what you're saying. It's a placebo effect, psychological boost for the crew to be a little bit more aggressive than they would be otherwise. But the cope cages themselves, I'm thinking there must be some use to them, because even the Israelis use them, right, on their Merkava tanks. So that there's got to be some use to the cope cages. Maybe the Russians just haven't worked out how to do cope cages right, or whatever. I don't know. What do you reckon, Arya?
So with the cope cages, right? And I've seen them on a very limited number of the Israeli vehicles. It's not like it's standardized, which makes me wonder if they're just simply testing if it has any actual tactical use. But my understanding, and I am not an expert on this, is that some of the cope cage designs do have use against certain types of drones being, the munitions the drones were dropping. So early on in the war, if we remember, the drones were just dropping basically grenades, or improvised explosives, right? And I don't mean hand grenades. I mean the grenades that are shot out of 40 millimeter grenade dispensers. And against something like that, which is not designed to take out a tank, but that can go through the hole into the tank, right, from the hatch, or hit one of the pieces of equipment on the top of the tank for targeting or something, that can, do some damage. But if you do have a cope cage, that will stop that. It's not going to stop the more advanced drones and the systems they are now using, to my understanding. It's a lot more about the effect it has on the morale of the troops, right? There are ways to up armor a tank to where it does have a very real effect, right? We've seen the turtle tanks, and while they're hilarious and look like something out of Mad Max or science fiction, or even World War I, right? while they lose their ability to function as a normal tank, that armor is there for a reason, right? That is protecting them against those types of munitions drops. But the cope cages, to my understanding, even the Israeli ones, have very limited practical use. And you have to remember, the Israelis are dealing with very different threats, and the spread of weapons Hamas uses is very different from the spread of weapons the Russians are using, right? Hamas does have some advanced RPG launchers, but if you watch the videos, a lot of the RPG launchers are either very old or stuff that you're going to have to hit with multiple rounds or at weak points on a tank to do anything, right? And the cope cages the Israelis use might have an effect on them. And I'll give one last example. In the Philippines, the name of the city starts with an M. I'm blanking. There was a city that was taken over by an offshoot of ISIS and put under siege by the Philippine army years ago. And the Philippine army was using, I believe, the Russian BTG ones, right? They're old 1950s and 1960s armored personnel carriers, and those things are tin cans, even for the RPG 2s and earlier levels of RPGs. And ISIS in that area had been able to get those early 1960s and 1970s rocket systems, stuff that would not damage an Abrams or even a T-90 and be a threat to it. But to these APCs, they were an extreme threat, and they were blowing them up. So what did the Filipinos do? They strapped wooden planks to the sides of these tanks, and they look silly. You would think it would do nothing, but it was enough where it was able to, the RPG would explode, hitting the piece of wood, and it was enough where the damage would not blow through the actual armor. So there are uses for things like this, but I really do think the majority of the cope cages are either placebo or were put on at a time or by people who don't realize it's placebo, who are getting top-down orders, right? And then a number of them are clearly field modifications. So there were people making it, and we know, like with everything, right? The Earth is round or oval, or but there are still people that think the Earth is flat, right? There are still people that think things do things that they don't actually do. So I'm sure there were a ton of mechanics in the Russian army who haven't seen any footage or any documentation on testing of it that are more than happy to stick it on, thinking it helps them, right? And unless there's an order from the top to stop, it's not going to stop if it's already being done at a base, and it takes a while to correct. Back to you, Ming.
So I've been reading more in Sargrad TV about the complaint. Why haven't the Russians got any organized territorial defense units in the Kursk region? Spontaneous groups jumping up to defend the motherland from the Nazi Ukrainian invaders. And they say, for instance, last year, territorial defense units were created in Belgorod, Bryansk, and Kursk regions. And representatives of the regions reported on the recruitment of volunteers and the partial provisions of weapons. So why haven't we heard anything about the same thing happening in Kursk region now? And the answer apparently is, so they look at a historical precedent. They look at what happened when Dagestan got invaded. Shamil Basayev invaded Kazakhstan back in '99 from Chechnya, and self-defense units were created in Dagestan to resist the onslaught of the Wahhabites. But there was a problem with arming these units, and apparently, so that the word they use here is vigilantes. Do we really want armed vigilantes running around the country? So I suspect this is kind of at the root of all this, why they're not that keen on the concept of territorial defense, citizen soldiers or anything, because if these people were actually running around with anything bigger than a shotgun, they potentially could turn on the state itself. Basically, the kind of argument that pro-gun Americans use, what if my state turns out to be a totalitarian dictatorship? How would I defend myself? Therefore, I need to have the right to bear arms. Well, the Russians are equally conscious of this and don't want their citizens to have the right to bear arms.
That's definitely one of I think a dozen different points on why it hasn't happened. I can think of quite a few more. Right, one is imagine the effect on the Russian psyche. This state is supposed to be the protector of the Russian peoples. The whole war is defending the Russian people from Western aggression and Nazi aggression and the survival of the Slavic peoples and bringing them back to a position of dominance that they believe is rightfully theirs. If Putin cannot maintain security, and there were videos coming out on Telegram of Russian babushkas and leave it. Sorry, my dog was going to try to eat something. And little babushkas, getting blown up. That looks really, really bad, right? There were multiple other reasons. Most of the men are gone. They're either in the army, they're working in factories, they're in Moscow. They're, the guys that are left are older. What, they're going to get all the mailmen and the school teachers together and hand them AK-47s after telling them everything's fine for months, right? The Ukrainians were aware that this could happen. The Ukrainians were aware of what the Russians would do. The Russians were sitting on their asses when this happened to them. The point Ming brought up is great. There's logistics and supply. How do you get those, weapons to them? The training, right? They're already throwing guys into the meat grinder that have just been given a uniform and an AK-47 and told to go to the front. If they're doing that, you think the Volkssturm they're going to get of the local guys are going to do any better? Right? It's not worth it to them. The amount of supplies and resources they're going to expend trying to do it is not worth the tactical advantage of getting it. You have to have a motivated population, right? There's reasons that are pertaining to top-down management. In Ukraine, people were able to self-organize and get ready. There were people training days before the invasion when they knew it was going to happen and getting ready in case it did. The Russians were not like that. Gun ownership's another example of why I would argue. And then there's a dozen other ones, right? That I think are more minor. The numbers of population wise, even of the men and people that are there. The fact the Russians don't want to fortify it, it's very clear, while they're perfectly fine destroying their own cities, to deny the Ukrainians the ability to use them. They don't want to fortify their own city and watch it get destroyed on television, or they would have done it with that one that starts with an S that was just taken. There's enough positions in that city that they could have fortified it after getting the people out and held it at least for several days and stopped up the Ukrainians. They didn't do that. They're afraid of the effect, right? Putin's entire image in Russia, despite the fact that everything he's done is completely opposite, is the protector of the Ruski Mir. And if that fails, it's a lot worse than people dying or him getting caught lying or anything else, because then people lose all faith in the same way they lost all faith in the Soviet Union. So, not that they're going to rebel. but this affects everything, right? It affects the willingness of troops at the front. It affects the factory workers. It affects whether or not people are hiding from conscription, how many people are engaging in sabotage activities. It does not mean they're going to revolt on the street, right? You're talking about a country where you get put in jail for 12 years, and I mean prison, you know, not a country club, for sending a donation to a humanitarian cause in a country you're at war with, right? This is a country where if you speak in a certain language, you get sent to jail. You draw certain colors in a child's picture, you get taken away from your parents. So, you know, I mean, there was a video, it was deeply upsetting. I don't recommend anybody going to watch it. There was an 87-year-old man on a bus in Moscow or St. Petersburg. And, you know, people were talking about Wagner, and he made a comment that they killed babies in Ukraine. So they started beating him up. They filmed it, and then they walked him to the police. And because they didn't film him saying it, the police couldn't arrest him. But they didn't do anything to them about beating him up. And this is a little old man, right? Because he said something they didn't like. This is the mindset, right? And if that stability and that idea, even if it's a complete illusion, gets challenged, people's reality starts falling apart. You look at 1945 Germany, it's very similar, the possibilities as far as people. And that affects how many people are willing to fight, how hard they're willing to fight, and how hard they're willing to work in industry and other sectors. And as we know at this point, wars like this aren't fought with a single tactical victory. It's death by 100 cuts. And that's what they're trying to do to us. And this is another cut. And I think it's a very big one. Back to you, Mink.
Yeah, so Arya, I don't know if this was discussed overnight at all, but I'm still curious about the Wall Street Journal article yesterday on the blowing up of the Nord Stream pipeline. And so the big question I have in my mind about the whole thing is whether it's actually possible to organize a sabotage dive on a pipeline that's 80 meters underwater off a 50-foot sailboat, right? So yesterday evening, I was out sailing. Now, I don't sail on a 50-foot sailboat. I sail on a 36-foot sailboat, right? But it's not a very big difference in sailboat terms, right? In terms of how the thing behaves on the water, all the rest of it. And they're a pretty rocky platform, you know, especially if it's a little bit windy, as it was yesterday evening. Plus, you don't have a lot of room. Now, an 80 meters dive is a dive where you need all sorts of specialized equipment because it's very much at the limit of how far a human can actually dive at all, right? So the maximum a human can dive to, I think, is in the 80 meter to 100 meter range, and you need a trimix bunch of gases to breathe. You need rebreather systems. You need decompression systems. I just simply don't believe. And even if you don't look at issues like, for instance, what the weather was like in the Baltic at the time and all those sorts of things, you know, or how did they anchor? You know, maybe they had a sea anchor and the current was just doing the right thing for what they needed it to do. But even with a sea anchor, right, you need your divers to be able to get back to the boat, and with a sea anchor, you're actually moving. So I don't know. The whole thing just doesn't stack up to me. I've written to a friend of mine who's a very, very experienced diver about all this. I haven't heard back from him yet. Hope to quite soon. And but in the meantime, if anybody else had any further insight on this issue, I'd love to hear it.
I can give you a couple of thoughts, and a little jealous of you, man. Struggling with not covering what thy neighbor has. Sailing is one of the most enjoyable things I think you can do. In my personal opinion, I had the pleasure of doing a lot of sailing as a kid and a teenager over the summers. Haven't gone in years. In any case, I have two ideas specifically, and it appears I've been kicked from the co-host seat, but at the same time, I'm still up as a speaker. This is weird.
You're showing as co-host to me.
Okay, so it's just a glitch on my end. Good. In any case, there were two very easy explanations if having human divers is impossible, right? Which is, I think, part of the issue is we're focusing on, can divers do it? Why does it have to be divers, and why do they have to be human? Right? There are two options that are very easy for what, how it could be done. Excuse me. Both of which we would have no actual knowledge of unless we actually had something monitoring with sonar in the area. And the first is a drone, right? We're able to build drones that go very deep underwater and can do relatively sophisticated tasks. There are tens of thousands of drones currently in the oceans that are going around, ranging from monitoring to various environmental functions. It's not that hard to contemplate that they have some sort of a drone that they sent down with some sort of an arm, or was able to, be jury-rigged to plant something. It is very possible. The second option is a submersible, right? There are tons of different devices that are built. Some are very complex and large and expensive. Some are relatively cheap comparatively, that allow divers and people to go down for, a matter of an hour or a matter of a couple of days underwater. And those types of submersibles normally have some sort of a device, with an arm attached, or some way to deploy things. And it's very possible. I mean, I haven't had enough time to do research into what has come out over the last 48 hours pertaining to this and compare it to what I saw before that. And, there are so many unknown factors. I really don't think we know, but I do think it's very possible, even assuming that there is zero chance of a human diver being able to get to that depth, that some sort of a device was deployed. It's not like conspiracy theory or James Bond stuff. This is very easy to do. Private companies are able to build that technology. Over to you, Ming.
Yeah, but that may be so, Arya. But here's the thing: you wouldn't be able to deploy something like that off a 50-foot yacht because you don't have, for instance, the gantry you'd need to do it.
The drones you could just put off the side, and as far as some of the submersibles, why couldn't you theoretically tow it? I understand you'd be going slow, and if somebody was monitoring you, it might be an issue. But there are other ways to get stuff done like that, right? There also is, we've seen the reports and the things about Russia using subs to cut Swedish and Finnish, internet cables and stuff like that in the past. There's been multiple cases of them operating right off the coast, and they don't know till the last second. There are other ways that could have been brought there, right? And the sub could have just the yacht could have. I'm sorry, apologies. The sailboat could have just been, the people going to physically, monitor it and take control because they didn't want to have a sub doing it after deploying it. Sub comes, picks it up. I mean, there are options. It's not. I would imagine Chuck could speak a lot better to this because, he has knowledge of historical cases like this that have been done. But I know similar things, I mean, not with pipelines, but with underwater operations have been done before during the Cold War. And it's not beyond the realm of possibility, especially with the technological advances. Now, is that what happened? No idea. I don't know. It's probably not, but I'm not going to stop at just saying, okay, sub divers can't get down there. That's the only option, because it's not. Back to you, Mink.
Let's go to Ukrainian Lives Matter and then Karen.
So Chuck and David Brickfield did a section on this. I think they spent about an hour explaining or giving reasons why it basically essentially had to be a sub. And they explained factors that David being a frogman and an engineer, and both of them being knowledgeable about explosives. They talked about the fact that this was a gas pipeline and how long it takes to set up an explosive underwater, including, you know, decompression time and yada yada. But they went into details that factor in, like it would probably take 45 minutes to an hour, I think, to get your explosive devices set up. And, you know, that doing it underwater is more dangerous, a gas pipeline. And so if you recall, if you're so motivated, I believe it was around the time that the guy in Denmark, I think, came up with he pulled out the public records. So it was a few months after the event happened, I think, but he, you know, looking in backward and you know, there should be a recording of that, or maybe one of them knows exactly where to find it. But they explained to include, in particular, the challenging logistics, not just of being a diver going down and setting up some dynamite or something, but all of the other factors involved, and why it almost certainly, they were both convinced that it could not have been, you know, a deep sea, like a nitrox diver off of the Andronica or something like that, but that it almost essentially had to be a submarine assisted operation. But again, you could probably contact Chuck or maybe look for a recording of that session. That's it.
Thanks, Ukrainian Live Matters. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I didn't expect to ever be able to discuss this topic again because I brought it up once, and I guess I was a little bit insensitive how emotional it made people, because Mockers was not on speaking terms with me for several months. And I, you know, no hard feelings. She kind of misunderstood my intent. And I tend to try and dig at the truth of the matter, regardless of what side it benefits. However, I do realize now, and I respect the goal of this forum here is to support Ukraine and Ukrainian independence, and to raise money for projects that will help Ukraine. So I'm going to try and choose my words carefully. I like Chuck's explanation about the small sea boat, and you know, listen to me. And another person that I respect on here is somebody by the name of Marcus Johnson, who does a lot of OSINT spotting, and his opinions made a lot of sense. Now, since I'm non-military and I'm not a sailor, although I've been on boats plenty of times, I'm not a sailor. You know, I'm trying to temper my opinion. But as somebody who loves crime mysteries, okay, one thing you look at, and I've never been in police work either. I just read a lot of murder mysteries and crime mysteries. But one thing you look at is who benefited the most from that pipeline being damaged or destroyed. And I understand the explanation about Russia doing it to point a finger at Ukraine, but the truth of the matter is, I can't think of anybody else that benefited as much as Ukraine itself. Now, as far as my opinion, personal opinion goes, I don't care if they had a hand in destroying it. They're fighting a war and they're doing what needs to be done, and no lives were taken. And so if Ukraine did do it, I don't want to know about it. But if they did, I understand it, and I would have probably have supported them in doing that. There are so many sources. The article I read in the Washington Post was written by somebody that obviously didn't have a maritime background. I'm looking at another report right now on my computer, dated today. Well, yesterday for you folks, it's 8/15/24, and it's from Euronews. And they're still pointing a finger. Now, another person that is pointing a finger at Russia, who I absolutely do not trust, is Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal you have to take with a grain of salt, like any other large newspaper, except that Wall Street Journal is now owned by Rupert Murdoch, who tends to be very conservative and does not favor Ukraine in this war. And while a lot of his opinions have been kept out of the Wall Street Journal, I see them leaking back in, and I don't trust any. I would not trust that account. There are good people that work. As far as the New York Times goes, there was a horrible opinion article by somebody who was a complete vatnik a few days ago. But they turned around and published a very good onto you, saying that Ukraine is winning. And so you have large newspapers that try and print something for everybody.
Can I sort of shorten this a little bit? So basically,
Okay,
your
I'll land
argument,
the plane.
yeah, your argument is that you're using the cui bono argument, to who the good, what the motivations might be behind this particular
And
thing.
if they did it, I don't want to know.
But I actually think that the cui bono argument isn't a very good one, particularly when it comes to interstate things, right? So and there's a reason I think this. Now you say you're a fan of mystery novels. I don't know if you've ever read John le Carré's The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, but I'll give you a quick summary of the plot, right? And unfortunately, there's going to be a spoiler in this, right? So the plot of The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, and obviously it's set in the Cold War, is that British intelligence have a spy very highly placed in East German counterintelligence, right? And this spy of theirs is at risk of being uncovered by the East Germans. So they launch an operation to protect him. And step one in this operation is they plant evidence exposing him as a British agent, right? So that's the first step. They expose the guy they want to protect as being a British agent. Step two is they plant evidence totally exonerating him and framing someone else as being a British agent.
So that the whole process inside East Germany goes through them discovering these 2 stages of planted evidence, right? After which their guy, their spy, emerges completely exonerated and totally safe and in place, right? And if you were to apply the whole cui bono argument to that scenario, you realize immediately that it's completely useless, right? So you quite automatically it'd be reasonable to ask, you know, why would British intelligence plant evidence exposing their agent as as a British agent, right? So I don't know. All these things work on a completely different level. Is the point I'm trying to make?
That sounds, I'll go with that because, and like I said, if I were, well, I'm not going to say anything. We'll go with what you said. That sounds okay.
All right, sorry, go ahead, Daria.
No, Ming, finish it up, and then I'll add my thought. I apologize. Should have waited.
No, do go ahead. Because we've got the order of hands. I don't know if you can see it. I think we've got Ukrainian Lives Matter, then Lexicon, then Rus.
No, my Twitter really has not been liking me over the last couple of days. All I see is Karen's hand up. Karen, I could go down 10 different roads with why I don't think it was Ukraine, but I'm just going to give one point that I think you will agree with and understand. Let's say Ukraine did something like that. If it was to ever get out there, ever, and eventually it will, right? It might take 2 years, it might take 10 years, it might take 50 years, but eventually that information comes out. The repercussions for that would be so catastrophic for Ukraine support-wise that I do not believe it would be worth the risk. That's leaving, again, 10 other major arguments out of, effect here. I don't want to spend the next half an hour giving different reasons. I think that why, either morally or from a tactical standpoint, it doesn't make sense, or that they don't even have the capability at that time to have done it. But I hope that helps. I'll send it back to Ming before we go to anybody else, because I cannot see people. Back to you, Ming.
Yeah, so I think we're going to Ukrainian Lives Matters, then Lexicon, and then Rus.
So what I was going to say is, okay, I took a class at Berkeley Extension on science writing, and you'll never believe this, but you don't even need to have a background in science to do an article for the New York Times on anything related to science. So anything anybody writes, some joker writes in an article in the Times or the Post or something, if they don't have a good knowledge about this, after listening to those two talk, what I got was, this is a very complex procedure and it exceeds, not your level of understanding of diving or boats but all of that, and especially explosives. And the reason a Navy SEAL and a frogman and a military frogman and a military engineer would be good to explain that to you is it's very complex. I'm the adult, but I do remember their discussion. Can't reiterate exactly what they said at all, but I would say if you really want to know, contact David Brickfield. I am not a cat, or Chuck, and ask them for a reiteration or the location, because it's very complex. Just the explosives part is complex, and then doing it 300 meter underwater, so that extends beyond anything that, anything else that you might have read in an article in the Post or the Times, or by Herschel Walker, or is that his name? I can't remember. Seymour, whatever.
Thanks, Ukrainian Lives Matter. Lexicon, go ahead. Welcome up. Lexicon, are you there? Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
I just got it. There was a temporary movement of that damn one. But I just cannot understand for the life of me why someone thinks Ukraine benefited from this, especially in what way. The pipeline was closed. We discussed it at the time. The pipeline, once closed, could not be reopened. The pipeline was closed because America and Germany said absolutely no way. They said this before the war. Schultz said days before, there will be no Nord Stream 2 if Russia does any such invasion. And once it was closed, we discussed technically how you could not reopen given the way these pipelines work. In what way on God's good earth does Ukraine benefit? And right now, in what way has Ukraine benefited from this story? I mean, from the reality of it being blown up, there's zero benefit. We had that done and dusted back at the time, even before somebody dreamed up the story. But how are you saying that Ukraine benefits? I don't get the reasoning here.
I agree, Lexicon. But I think, as I was saying earlier, the who benefits question is a bit pointless anyway in the first place, because
I
there's all.
understand you, but why is somebody saying this? If you understand that there's a pipeline, it's not working, it's been closed. Once it's closed, it can't work. And this story serves in no way except to discredit Ukraine, although it's total nonsense. But I would bet that most of the reading public believes the damn story, did when it came out before, does now when it's come out again, just because it's there in print. Where is the benefit to Ukraine? Because it sure isn't the closing of the pipeline, because the pipeline was already closed and was closed in such a way it could not reopen. That we understood.
Bruce, go ahead.
Yes, two things. We can't mix up who benefits, or rather who benefited from blowing them up, and who benefits from the story. That's what's happening now. Those are two completely different things, and they affect each other in a way that they shouldn't here. Who benefits from the story is, well, it's clickbait and sensationalism, but it's also putting blame. That's completely different. And the story as it is, it's not reasonable. I can't say for sure that that sailing ship didn't have anything to do with it, but I can say for sure it was not the divers from that ship, that boat rather, that went down and blew it up, because it's not possible. These are my home waters. I'm used to that kind of boat. You can't pull an operation like that from that. It needs so much gear that the boat would sink. It can't handle it. And most people analyzing this don't know these waters. The waters in the Baltic Sea behaves different than in the Atlantic Ocean. In the Atlantic Ocean, you usually have wind and waves and swell in the same direction. That doesn't happen in the Baltic Sea. It's so much land masses that that affects the wind by getting warmer and colder in different times of the day compared to the surface of the water, that you always have the swell and the wind in different directions. This makes it completely impossible for a boat like that to stay in one position. Even with an anchor, you would need 2 anchors with lines a mile long and people constantly monitoring them. And still, the swell for such a small boat would bring it up and down, up and down, up and down, because the wavelength is longer than the boat. So the anchors wouldn't stick. The divers' lines would pull up and down, up and down. It's not feasible from a boat like that. So there are so many reasons why it could be divers from a boat like that. But the story still sticks because someone wants it to. And that is completely different from the reasons for for anyone who wanted it to be blown up. We should never mix those two. They are completely different.
Yeah, I totally agree, Ruth. So this is why I go back to my own sailing experience. You know, you just couldn't do it. You know? Especially now, Aria, I get that you're saying it was some sort of submersible as opposed to a diver. But look, the Wall Street Journal story says it was a diver, right? Off a 50-foot
No.
yacht.
That's why I made sure to preface what I said by 0 chance of diver, and this is highly unlikely. I don't think this is what he's saying. Theoretically, it is possible and should not be dismissed. Right? The chance of a diver, I did not believe that to be the case at all, and even possible. I think that was the first thing I said. And that's a very specifically quotes divers, right? Which makes it absurd. If it had said that using some technique underwater, right, it would leave a greater chance for that plausibility. But no, if they're claiming it's divers, wherever they got this story from is a fantasy writer along with J.K. Rowling and George R.R. Martin, right? It's complete BS.
Right, I think, so order of hands, I think it is Joanna next.
Really not. I think I was the last, but I just want to mention that the Russians themselves don't believe this.
Joanna, sorry, we're having a problem hearing you. Your sound's a bit
Yeah,
off.
it's better now? Yeah, I'm
much
sorry.
better.
So I wasn't the next, but I'll be short. The Russians themselves don't buy the story of Wall Street Journal. There were at least 2 articles yesterday. In one, the main political commentator in Kommersant was kind of making fun of Wall Street Journal and also upset that even with this far-fetched story, Zelensky seemed to be like a hero or something like this, and they were not really very happy. And the second was an interview with a professional military diver that went into the technical details of this. And the conclusion was that it's very unlikely, really very unlikely, even if maybe possible for such an operation to have taken place. And also they were kind of upset, and the questions they asked the diver were like, are in Russia persons that are qualified to do this? And the answer was yes. So practically they hinted indirectly to a Russian operation. I'll come back later because there are a lot of hands.
Oh, let's go. Ukrainian Lives Matter, Lexicon, and then Jenny.
Okay, I think that, so diving aside, I mean, they seem to think that it was from a submarine because you'd have stuff there you could get on, blah, blah, nitrogen gases and pressure. But I think the first thing I'm going to do, well, no, not the first thing, let's be real, but you have sparked my interest in reading about deep sea underwater, or well, deep sea explosives. because I think learning more about what it takes to do setting up underwater explosives, I think that's one of the most dangerous jobs considered, which is out of the scope of this conversation. But anyway, I think that would be a good place to try to learn a little bit more about this, is what it takes, especially a gas pipeline. I guess I'm a little wired again, but yeah, so read about, regardless of what kind of ship and this and that, what would it take to get an explosive set long? How long does it take? What does it take to get, what would it take from an explosives perspective to get that pipeline blown up?
Lexicon, go ahead.
Yes, I just wonder if anyone has answered the question, how in any way in this world does Ukraine benefit? And I don't understand why we permit that to come up. So I believe that we've dismissed so many times the benefit to Ukraine, and in addition, I agree that there's actually three things going on. How was it done? But the other two are, what's the benefit of the pipeline being blown up, and what's the benefit of the story that Ukraine blew up the pipeline? And both of those two questions, I mean, I think we ourselves have heard plenty of our experts. There are other issues as well, as photographic evidence of the presence of the Russian submarines, but which we know Denmark or Sweden has got hundreds of photos and they simply can't be released. But the fact that they have them is known. But in the fact that it was closed, the fact that it was closed in a permanent fashion and could not be reopened, and the fact that damage was done, the CO2 damage done to the atmosphere to an ally, Sweden, and the fact that the story benefits only someone who wants to cast aspersions on Ukraine for both their intention and stupidity that it would involve, to at any rate, and not to mention the internal dissension and so on that it purports to to report upon. I just something's wrong with my brain here, but I have never seen any benefit to Ukraine any place except for someone so short-sighted as to think, oh, the pipeline's gone now, when the pipeline was already gone in the sense that it could not be reopened. And all the forces in control of it were unable to open it and had no wish to open it, aside from someday in dreamland Russia, which was not in a position to do it. I just cannot see any benefit except Russia. I cannot see any capability except Russia, given the circumstances we've all had described to us. I just can't see why we would have this view come back again, that there's any benefit to Ukraine whatsoever.
Thanks, Lexicon. Let's see. So where are we at? We're at Jenny, then Joanna, Karen, and then Ruth.
So the only benefit I can see is the fact that I didn't realize it was like a permanent shutdown of the pipeline. What I understood, it was temporary, and they were waiting for parts because it was something that had broken, and they were waiting for parts. Then the sanctions came in, and they could no longer get the parts, and so I never heard that it was permanently shut down, because that was one of the major pipelines going to Germany. And
Jenny, your sound's breaking
yeah,
up a
I'm
bit.
on a bus. That's why I'm on my way home from a medical visit. But what I was gonna say is, as unlikely, this is like completely unlikely scenario. And I'm reminded of the phrase, the odds of cow jumping through my kitchen window are very small, but they're not zero. And I think that I have a bigger shot at a chicken killing me or a cow jumping through my kitchen window than this being pulled off. just saying thank you.
Moo. Can you guys hear me? Can I get?
We can.
Okay, good. So in another piece of news I saw this morning when I woke up, that New Zealand has agreed to extradite the famous Vladnik internet pirate and a big fan of the MriyaReport, apparently, Kim.com, back to the United States for trial. So I thought that was quite comical and worth bringing up for a second. I had something else, but I'm not doing as well this morning as I had thought I was. So when I remember it again, I'll go back to it. Back to you, Ming.
Yeah, so I'm curious what the current status is on that, because I haven't seen anything about him being put on a plane back to the States or anything. And he has tweeted that, so Kim.com has tweeted that he has a plan. What his plan is, we don't know yet. But yeah, I think that'd be rather fun. Maybe he's going to be the new Julian Assange hanging out in the Russian embassy in Christchurch or something like that. We'll have to wait and see. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, thank you. Still on the Nord Stream. So basically, this new storm in a glass of water started in Germany with an article and supposed investigation that found a suspect, Volodymyr Z. That's how it was published by Deutsche Welle. It's not Zelensky. They have given his full name, but Volodymyr Z. It's kind of hinting at somebody. And also, I wanted to speak about the context of this because we tend to forget things when they are back in the past. It happened the same day that the Baltic pipeline was inaugurated to deliver gas from Norway to Poland. So basically, if we are thinking it was the Russians, maybe they wanted to signal to the world, look what we can do. And it's not a simple task. Actually, there were 3 explosions in 3 different places, kilometers away. One during the night, the other during the afternoon. So it wasn't a simple task, and it's kind of impossible to do it with a small yacht like Andromeda, which was like 50 feet, 15 meters with a deck, and without any things that will help such operation like a compressor on board or things like this. And the last thing I wanted to say, it happened also during the successful Kharkiv offensive in Ukraine, when all the news were full of this success of the swift offensive by Ukrainian forces, and the fact that they managed to free quite a lot of land. I'm wondering with what we can compare it right now, and also in the context of news about the failed mobilization in Russia. So if you want to change, to make a shift in the information space, you have to come with big news, isn't it? So yeah, I just wanted to add this. I've said all these before, but I think it's worth repeating those.
Yeah, personally, I think the much more interesting story here around this whole thing is how this story ended up in the Wall Street Journal. But of course, we may never know. Journalists aren't allowed to reveal their sources, but maybe one day we'll know, because that, I suspect, is the red herring. How did they manage to get this story in the Wall Street Journal? I think it'll be a bit like that thing we saw a few months back. What's that guy's name? That pro-Russian guy who had a famous background, I think, as a kind of whistleblower in the Vietnam era, who published some story from an unnamed source of his, where he very obviously made a translation error from Russian because it was probably machine translated into English by his Russian contact, but he wasn't aware that his source was probably a Russian. I think it would be one of those kind of stories we may not know. Sorry, who was next? Is Aria, your co-host? You don't need to put your hand up.
Just to let you know, Ming, I don't want to have to send you a message and then distract you from talking to let you know I've got something to pipe in. But you are correct. If it was important, I could jump in. So there's a joke which has some truth to it pertaining to journalists in Israel, right? That whenever a journalist is behind on a story or doesn't have anything real, he asks his cab driver, what his thoughts are on something, and the cab driver tells him because they all have an opinion. And then it's, local unknown, source, security source, unmarked. And it's some dude that they, were talking to at the bar or the falafel shop, because they have nothing else. And I'm convinced this was a case of some dude's friend, some dude was reading off a sketchy website and called or emailed the guy who runs the website, and that's a source. It's some dude somewhere, or it might even be somebody who went to them, right? And it's not hard to find a single person and corrupt them and pay them a little bit of money to go to a newspaper and tell them you believe something happened, even, especially if you have some level of credibility and you just say you want to be anonymous, and it's no skin off the guy's back to do. People do this all the time. People lie. It's a major issue. And if somebody has a personal relationship with a reporter, they can manipulate, right? So, or the reporter themselves has a bias. But to me, this sounds like something that they pulled off of, out of imagination land and decided it sounded like a good story. We can say it's an anonymous person. We're at the point where even large news conglomerates can, libel or make up stories or distort information. And then all they have to do is come out a couple days later and just say, oh, we were wrong about that, and it moves on. There's no longer repercussions for credibility or viewership when it comes to these types of things in the same manner. It happens all the time. So to me, this sounded like somebody needed a story, or somebody believed a bad source and decided to write about it and did a little bit more investigation and went with it. And whoever was in charge of the editors at the New York Times decided either it's good clickbait and screw it, or they believed it enough where they decided to run with it. Whichever way it is, right? Whether it's due to ignorance or malice, this is not the first or last time the New York Times is going to come out with a horrific story. Their coverage, for instance, of Israel is complete garbage. I know of several other conflict zones and areas around the world. It's completely biased and garbage. So this does not surprise me in the least bit at all. It really doesn't. Back to you, Ming.
Yeah, so we've just in the back channel, and thanks also Zdenka for alerting me to this. We've just put out on our Spotify Chuck Forrest segment from yesterday evening. So this is on too late for me to listen to, where he talks all about the Nord Stream and the Wall Street Journal story. I haven't had a chance to listen to that myself, but I've popped it in the nest. If you wanted to listen to it on Spotify, it's the second post in the nest. So I think it's Ukrainian Lives Matter, then Rus, then Ioanna.
Yeah, I think what I was going to say is I think it was Seymour Hersh or whatever Pulitzer Prize winning journalist who first came out with the story that why it was Ukraine based on an unknown source. And I wanted to mention that my renter is intelligent, studied physics and different things in Berkeley and yada yada. But a Trump fan. So, I mean, how many points off is that? I don't know. But anyway, he bid onto that piece of information because it was by a reliable source. And so that was actually, Seymour said it was the United States, which I could care less, but my point is just how those kinds of things are enough to influence people, even if they're intelligent enough to know better, whatever. But yeah, so he bought that because it fit his narrative and was, even though it wasn't a quality piece, it was written by somebody who had credentials. No source, no listed source, but that's it. That's all I wanted to say on that.
The Twitter is really doing well today. The mic is was not responding to me. I don't know if Ming is also having issues with clicking it. On that note, my time here is about up. I will be dropping in a minute or two, and we will leave you in the capable hands of, I believe, James and Tim. Who should be able to give you some updates and take you through the next 3 hours. So, thank you to everybody who's been with Megan Mockers for the last 3 hours and with me for the last hour. And I will be dropping down now. And please remember, you are listening to the MriyaReport. We are a 24/7 news and information space on the war in Ukraine and other interconnected matters. And please make sure to take a look at our fundraiser if you haven't already at the top. It's some very important stuff. Getting some documentary work done and helping spread some more awareness to people who actually matter and have the ability to make some choices and decisions that actually affect us. So with that, I wish everybody a great rest of their day and goodbye.
Thanks, Aria. Good to co-host with you. So, Joanna, go ahead.
Yeah, I have just some news from Russia because I like to check the news.
Joanna, I'm having a problem hearing you, although I can see your mic's unmuted.
It's okay now?
May I hear her?
Yeah, so some news from Russia. First, there is a major power cut in Primorsky Krai. This is a region to the east of Russia, close to Japan and South Korea. And because of this, also the trains do not work. And the second nice news from Russia is that they resumed the imports of gasoline from Belarus because, Russia needs to import gasoline right now. And I think this is quite funny.
Well, thank you very much for that, and let's just keep going with the hands at this point. And I see Karen as the only hand. I hope I'm sorry, Roos, you're next. Roos, go ahead.
Well, to finish off Nord Stream, the motive behind the explosions have always been interesting. I don't really see that Russians benefited much from it either. I think we're going to find a motive one day, but I don't think it was anything we've discussed that much yet. Maybe it was insurance fraud attempt to it, or it was just someone practicing blowing pipes up, see if they could do it. We simply don't know yet, because as it's just impossible to believe that Ukraine would do it. It wouldn't benefit them, and no one else either. So we can't pinpoint it to anyone by motive. One day we'll find out.
May I speak
Well,
now? I've been waiting for a while.
yeah, I know. I'll just be really quick and say it doesn't matter. Almost doesn't matter who really did it, because it's the after story that is having legs here. The story about what it means and all of this is it's hard to see who does benefit, but it's whoever can pin whatever they're accusing them of on the side that they want to pin it to. And so I think there is a lot to be said for Russia having done it just for the purpose of having this done. Because the US, I'll tell you, Biden sure got up there and he said, no way about the pipeline. So it's like, oh, then he must have destroyed it. Well, it does not follow that you blow something up that's already closed down. It just doesn't follow. But in a crafty, make your own truth environment that we live in, we hear all kinds of stuff that really are not true, but they fit a narrative. And who has been able to serve up those narratives again and again? Well, Tim could tell us more, but Karen, why don't we go ahead and go to you and have at it.
Thank you. I'll just tie this up. There is one thing that really puzzles me. Chuck Fair is an expert, and his opinion is very. He has a very educated opinion. He makes sense, and I cannot understand why people like him, more people like him, have not been speaking out and writing letters to the editor, because in a journalistic environment where everybody is trying to get their side of the story in, it would make sense to give people like Chuck some airtime on in both the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post. I mean, there are other people who could. He's not the only expert that came out of the Navy, but it should be a Navy SEAL. And so that's what I think would be good to press for, is to have people who actually have some military experience to write rebuttals. And I don't see the rebuttals coming. And I think that is why the story is getting so much airtime. However, there is one other detail I'll share. Now, this is from CBS. It is not from the Washington Post. CBS is not owned by Rupert Murdoch or anybody that would be really, well, come to think of it, I'm not sure who owns CBS right now, but to my knowledge, and I will check that out. This is what I think brought the whole story back up. German prosecutors, I'm reading from CBS website, have issued an arrest warrant for a Ukrainian man over the 2022 sabotage of the Nord Stream gas pipeline, German media reported Wednesday, with Polish prosecutors confirming that they had received the warrant. Now, that sounds crazy. Like I said, why is Germany issuing an arrest warrant? And it makes me wonder if some kind of splinter group, like Al-Qaeda obviously didn't do it, because if Al-Qaeda had done it, they'd be claiming that they did it. But so whoever is doing it is not trying to draw attention to a certain group of people. you know, that is outside of the government. If it was a group outside of any government, they've tried to cover their tracks. But I would like to hear a speculation on what the German prosecutors are basing this arrest warrant on, because that just sounds, well, it sounds crazy. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Karen. Will, you know, we don't know what is on their mind. We don't know what evidence they have, and evidence of what do they have, and what exactly are the charges. I think that that we are not outside the realm of possibility that there are distractions being put out there for this. We don't know if they are further misleading certain people that they want to mislead. We just don't know what the case is until the case actually comes above board. You know what I'm saying? That until the story is out there, it's spelled out, and it will go to court. Right at this point, they're pursuing someone. The pursuit of someone could be quite a while. And sometimes you want to follow leads that are false because you don't want to go near the truth. This is a thing, but I wouldn't know what, where, or why we'd want to speculate about this story. I think the goings on in Ukraine are really important ones, and so I want us to focus on those things. The Nord Stream, I guess here's the bottom line for me. In a way, we all benefited from the fact that we, in our side, all benefited from this pipeline not being operational. You know, and not being operational now or in the future. There's some benefit to that. So, okay, you can hang it on me now if you want, because I benefited. So have a lot of other people. Who did it? Don't know. We've heard so many different stories. I still like Chuck did it, but you know, he's not really. No, he didn't do it. I just don't believe that at all. And there's a lot of other ones I don't believe, and I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if it's a Ukrainian or whether it was Russian, who, you know, may well have done it, because what did they have to lose? They had not already lost. They already didn't have an open pipeline, and they were hearing America and Germany saying, hell no, maybe the United States a little bit more stridently, because at the time, Biden was really strident about that. He was like, no. And so I would, you know, he could have been suspect number one, although he probably would have sent a younger person to do that. So you know, but is he the guy? I don't know. Anyways, we don't know. We don't know what's coming up. We'll find out in time. But until then, I think the reasons why are not our primary concern. Part of talking points are that they're talking points and they take up time, and they distract us from the fact that Russia has lost a piece of land, and they cannot seem to retake it at this point. And so it really is destroying a lot of Russian narratives about how powerful they are. And, you know, that there's no chance, there's just no chance that Ukraine can win, when in fact, what we see is that there's a whole world of possibilities for them, including winning outright. The destruction of Russia is not easy, but it's pretty far along, is what we're seeing when we look at different indicators. So I think we stick with those stories as they come up about, you know, as news comes up about what's going on with Nord Stream and prosecution of people for it. We'll pay attention to it then. I really want to get back to talking about where we are with Ukraine and their path to victory. So hello, Tim Sennett, and good to see you early. Not my usual time to co-host, but I've always wanted to go around the clock and do just about all the hours that I can do in terms of what time is it in a certain place. So that here I am fulfilling a wish, strange wish.
Fantastic. Very good morning to you, James. I do hope you've had your coffee. A very rare treat to be co-hosting with you. It's always such a pleasure. I thought I would add my 2 cents on Nord Stream. My starting point for this was that is that, well, Russia did it. And I believe this for, well, a number of reasons. I believe this because Russia said they didn't. I believe this because Russia put her disinformation machine to work to try and convince the world that she didn't do it. So you think about these morons like Seymour Hersh putting out Russian, obviously Russian-sponsored stories, etc., etc. Another reason is, of course, capability. Like who could have done that without anybody noticing? US, UK, couple of European navies, maybe. Germans probably could have done it. French probably could have done it. And the Russians, whose ships designed specifically to support underwater operations were spotted both doing reconnaissance earlier on and in the vicinity at the time of the sabotage. Russia's. Could you mount this operation from a rented yacht? No, you couldn't. That's just ridiculous. I'm sure Chuck covered this at some length. In terms of the reasoning behind this, well, to me, it's about face saving. So no gas had flowed through Nord Stream 2 for some time because Russia unilaterally switched it off to try and weaponize European energy to ensure that, to damage European support for Ukraine, put political pressure on Europe. And they wanted an excuse. They wanted to be able to do that without looking like an unreliable energy supplier. So what do? They blew up the pipeline. And that was the end of that. So yeah, that's kind of my take on it. I've not seen. I mean, I don't know. The starting point for me, James, is always Russia is very, very carefully trying to convince the world that they didn't do it, and that tells us everything we need to know. And by the way, Viacom owns CBS.
Tim, good points, all of them. So Russia being the major calamity in the world, they're going to do calamity things. This would be one of the low-cost things, relatively speaking, because it really didn't reduce what they wanted to do, which is to continue to have more money to run their war with. And there was no cost in that sense because it was already off. There wasn't any benefit to be had from the pipeline, but to use the pipeline as an information war tool, that makes sense to me. Why would you pick on that one? Well, it's got flair. It definitely has flair. It's got legs. Seymour Hersh may actually have been in contact with an ex or currently active intelligence agent in the United States who really is not working for the United States. That would not be unheard of. So he may have gotten his sources that way and got hooked on writing major stories that have been significant, and that may be at this point hard or impossible to turn down that role of continuing to do this. So all those things, well, we don't know about those things, really. That's the bottom line. We don't know which way is up in terms of those theories. It doesn't serve us, though, I think, to dwell on this any longer. At this point, there'll be other points, and it will all be about sorting out the post cause, right? That there isn't anything to say anymore, I don't think, usefully until somebody steps forward and convincingly admits to doing it themselves. There's been so many different accusations, and you have to at some point go with what are all, as you did, what are all the facts that we know about the case, and really what fits the case best, because you have to start with facts in these sort of things. Stick to the facts that you know, and then what really fits that best. And at this point, it's a little unclear, but we have a pretty good idea about who is most likely to have done it. And thank you. You've made a good case for it. in short order, so no need to go over it again. But yep. So I've been out, Tim, for a bit. I've been out enjoying nature, far away from, well, at least many humans, and it was good. And I'm back, so I tried to keep up, but at some point I saw that I had over 2,000 messages, and I was like, "Huh, I'm not, Tim. I'm never going to catch up. I will be ever behind. You guys may come up behind me again and pass me again as the world turns. I am so far behind in this. So I hope that you know more about the world than I do, in particular about what's exploding in Russia."
Fantastic. So there's a number of snippets out this morning. So at the moment, it's all eyes on Kursk, which is another reason why we should maybe be slightly, slightly frowny about the fact that everybody suddenly started making an enormous fuss about Nord Stream 2, something that was done and dusted an awfully long time ago. What are they trying to do? Maybe stop us talking about what's going on in Kursk. That's just my suspicion. Things currently happening. The Ukrainian occupation of Kursk seems to be taking on a rather permanent flavor. So General Syrsky, who is the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, has said that a military administration will be set up to govern Kursk. He said that we are moving forward in the Kursk region. A military commandant's office has been created, which will ensure order and the needs of the local population. So I think it's quite telling that there is local population remaining. What does that tell us about the attitudes of Russian civilians towards Ukrainian forces? Well, the ones who actually live close to Ukraine seem to believe, superficially at least, that Ukrainian forces are going to treat them with kindness, respect, etc., that is due to civilians in war. Now, this is against a backdrop of widespread evacuation. So states of emergency have been declared in other parts of Kursk Oblast, as well as in the Belgorod area. There have been widespread evacuations, with some estimates putting the number of evacuees from the Russian side as high as 70,000. Or sorry, I say some estimates. What I really should say is Russian official figures. Now, I had a chat with Joanna about this a few days ago. There's a number of ways you can interpret that, right? Is this Russia trying to is this Russia overestimating the number of evacuees because they want to send some kind of message into the information space about state capacity, etc., etc.? I think that's legitimate. That's legitimate theory. Is this Russian underestimating the number of, understating rather the number of evacuees because they want to message that it's not that serious? Maybe. I mean, I can kind of see advantages and disadvantages to that. Being a reasonable sort of chap, I'm going to come down in the middle and say the Russian figures are probably broadly accurate because there's both positive and negative information impacts to both lies. So anyway, Russians are evacuating people. There's been some speculation about this, particularly some worry about the fact of these evacuations. What does this actually mean for Russia's battle plan? And something that's come up quite a lot is that, is Russia planning on doing something spectacularly destructive in Kursk Oblast, and they're getting their own civilians out the way? Now, there was talk of all sorts of things. There was talk of, massive airstrikes, and, the phrase carpet bombing was used, which is, of course, not. I don't think it's a phrase that any Air Force officers would use. They would tend to say area bombing. And in any case, there's basically only one country in the world that's capable of area bombing these days, and that's the United States. Russia most certainly isn't. So There was also talk of the possibility of WMDs of some kind, nuclear strikes to get rid of the Ukrainian formations occupying Kursk. I think both of these things are highly unlikely. Number one is that Russia cannot bring that kind of offensive air power to bear. Number two, Russia, I don't think, is going to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine, never mind in Russia. Now, the other reason is that it's perfectly normal to evacuate civilians from an area where you're going to have a fight, right? You can be the most cautious military forces in the world. You know, let's say there was a three-way battle between the United States, the UK, and Israel. Three of the forces that probably take the laws of armed conflict the most seriously of any in the world. And there were a whole bunch of civilians living in a village that they were fighting over. Those civilians are just all going to get killed, right? It's not a place you want to be. So if you want to avoid civilian casualties, then you evacuate people. That's just what you do. It doesn't matter how cleanly the Ukrainians are going to fight. Doesn't matter how dirtily the Russians are going to fight. It's a good idea to get rid of civilians from a place you're going to fight over, because otherwise loads and loads and loads of them will die. So seems pretty rational to me for Russians to be evacuating civilians. I don't think it tells us anything about the upcoming battle, other than the fact that there's probably going to be one. So that's kind of what's going on in Kursk. And the other things of note, President Zelensky has announced full control over the town of Sujar, which has a population of 5,000 people, and also contains a great deal of infrastructure pumping gas in the vicinity, in the general direction of Europe. So countries that are still buying Russian gas that is flowing through Ukraine, oddly, include Slovakia, Hungary, and Austria. So the usual crowd of vatniks and peaceniks. Now, in terms of how the war is going, well, in terms of how the operation is going, the Russians are starting to react to this. So we have seen reports of the Russians pulling formations off the line in Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast and redirecting them towards Kursk. We have seen Russian reports of counterattacks along the line, particularly at Ivanivka near Pokrovsk, and Ukraine have reported large-scale captures of prisoners in the Kursk Oblast. That's kind of it, right? That's the updates I've got on what's going on in Kursk. It comes as absolutely no surprise to me, James, that everybody wants to talk about something else, because it doesn't seem to be going particularly well for the Russians there.
Well, I noticed that that Zelensky is not talking about Nord Stream. I find that interesting, and the fact that he's really focused on getting reports from General Syrskyi, and these things are coming in apparently fast and furious, a couple times a day at least. He's getting the news about what's going on, so he's fully focused on that and the rest of the rest of Ukraine, really. And well, that's not really part of Ukraine, except Ukraine just is borrowing it for a bit. Anyways, so I see also that there's still plenty of strikes going on around there. Ukraine is really not stopped in any meaningful ways that I see, attacking Russia. So I would say this is going pretty well. For all the things I can think of, the reasons why they do it. And I haven't looked at today's numbers yet, but I'm suspecting that we're going to see just the same kind of thing, that, things are going apace, if you will. Yeah, let's see. Eliminate personnel, 1,330. Oh, that's above the average. So, yeah, things are going on. And, blowing up tanks, 12. 35 armored vehicles, 59 artillery systems. This is really quite a day, actually, Tim. Maybe not in any way a record breaker, but the fact that this just keeps going on is sort of best of both worlds, because this is where they're on the offensive, and in many places still defending. And the points where they're defending, they definitely have an advantage, of the defensive advantage, and they are taking full advantage of it. So this makes me think about just time marching forward, as it will. And it is going to be November soon, and then this peace plan is going to come out. And I think this is where the best explanation of what's going on in Kursk lies, is that there's a bit of land to trade now, among other things. And I think also this has been sort of a forward operating base for Ukraine, and we don't know exactly the whole of what may be going on, but this is all to the good. So, and then I'm just wondering too, had we seen any disbursements of major packages this week? I believe I saw something with a 150 million or something like that, which seemed pretty meager to make an announcement about, but I saw that. And well, anyway, you don't need to keep me up with the news. I will catch up, but I just find it fascinating that amongst all of the very interesting tactical things that are going on and how Russia is trying to cope with this, there is also these strategic things going on that they don't seem to have any response ready for, except to possibly just say, no, we're not going to take your deal. And I think that's what they're going to come down to in November when they get offered the deal. And from then on, it will just be a matter of time before I think they take the deal, because it's not going to go any better than it has so far. And at this rate, something, certainly they won't run out of Russians in a couple months. There's no worry or risk of that happening. But they're running out of willing Russians really, really quickly. And I think as people see this inside of Russia, it's going to go harder and harder for them. So I'm anxious to get to the future, because I see from November forward, many things are going to happen in November that will be turning points for what happens in Ukraine. But going forward, it just looks like dimmer chances for Russia, especially as Ukraine's allies pick up the pace of creating weapons and munitions. So, and hopefully the U.S. says, okay, it is time to surge everything now, because the political race is closer than we'd like. So we cannot take any chances. This is something, Tim, that is, if anything kept me up at night, that would be it. That worry that they're not going to be able to get stuff out quickly enough in case things go badly in the U.S. Because I would not want a thing left on the ground that belongs in Ukraine at that point.
Absolutely, James. I mean, it's all eyes on Uncle Sam for the next couple of months, I guess, and we'll of course be covering that from a Ukrainian perspective here on MriyaReport. So do stay tuned. Never mind the other media organizations. We've got the best election coverage right here, courtesy of our American political nerds. So in terms of aid, there has been quite a major announcement from the Germans in the last couple of days. So this is from General Christian Freuding, who is basically he's kind of Germany's military liaison to Ukraine, basically. So the Wehrmacht's office in Kiev, I think he's like that. Whether it's actually in Kiev or not, I'm not exactly sure. But he's announced a number of interesting things. So on the artillery front, there will be 12 PZH-2000s, which is a German self-propelled gun, and 4 Susannas. Susanna is a Slovak self-propelled gun. I don't know why the Germans have got those, but apparently they have. Air defense-wise, and this is quite interesting, 4 Iris-T systems. Now, Iris-T is a ground-based air defense missile system based on the Aster 15 and Aster 30s, I think. Let me Google that because I'm going to I'm going to, I may have got this wrong. So, oh no, it's not. I beg your pardon. It's based on AIM 2000, which is a different missile. I do beg your pardon. It's SAMP-T that is based on Aster 30. So Iris-T is a very effective, very modern kind of short to medium range surface to air missile system. They're getting 4 of them, 4 new systems. They're also getting 10 Gepards, which is a kind of gun-based armored anti-aircraft gun. So it's got 2 35mm cannons. We've all seen them. They're very good at shooting down helicopters, drones, that sort of thing. So they provide kind of unit level air defense coverage with a gun-based system. So very versatile, very effective, but fairly short range. Another issue they're having with Gepard is the ammunition is fairly rare, right? So you remember about 2 years ago, we had this problem where the Swiss, who were the only country still making 35mm ammunition for the Gepard, refused to supply it to Germany, to supply it to Ukraine. So there was this stuffy, and in the end, Germany just opened their own factory and started producing it themselves. So 10 more Gepards going. There's going to be drones of various types. There is going to be 30 Leopard 1 A5s, so 30 new Leopards, Leopard 1. So that's the older iteration of the Leopard tank. 400 MRAPs, so mine-resistant, ambush-protected vehicles. Those are the big 4-wheel drive things that have got the hardened cabin and V-shaped hull. You all know the type. Lots of other German stuff. I'm sorry, I'm not a German speaker. So Zetros, Tankfahrzeug. I'm sorry, I don't know what any of this stuff is. Lots of off-road vehicles, pickup trucks, minivans, that sort of thing. And a medizinische Ausrüstung, and I don't know what that is either. Anyway, lots of German stuff. So some exciting stuff in there, James, and some stuff that I can't translate. Yeah, this is to be delivered by the end of 2024. And the interesting thing about the Germans when it comes to Ukraine aid is when they say they're going to give something to Ukraine, that thing usually arrives, right? So there's a bit of a say-do gap when it comes to Ukraine aid. Some countries are a lot better than others. Germany is one of the best ones. So I can't remember the figures off the top of my head, but something like 80% of everything Germany promises Ukraine actually gets. Now, there are a number of very good reasons for the say-do gap. So, some of them will be not good reasons. So for some, in some instances, it'll just be an issue of state capacity or some politician running his mouth off or whatever. And for whatever reason, the thing doesn't arrive because it's, not well organized enough, or the country changed their mind or whatever. So there's plenty of disgraceful reasons for the say-do gap, but there's also plenty of legitimate reasons, right? So you think about, let's say the US is retiring a particular light vehicle, and they say, well, we've got 2,000 of these things. The Ukrainians can have them when we retire them. So there's a promise. These vehicles don't get retired until February 2025. So that immediately creates a say-do gap for no other reason than they're just not available to give to the Ukrainians yet. And there's a number of reasons a bit like that. So there are various reasons for this, but the Germans tend not to suffer from this disease too badly. So when the Germans say something, it does generally happen. So that's the big Ukraine aid news I've got. Lots of spiffy German stuff. Soon to be in its natural habitat on the Ukrainian steppe, killing Russians.
Woohoo! I'm happy to hear that. Well, I am really actually delighted, and a lot of it sounds very apropos for going cross country in Russia. So timely and definitely applicable. But I see Katinka is here, and let's go. Katinka, hello and welcome.
Okay, we have to try it. I hear everything double at the moment. Can you understand me, or do you have everything double?
You're a
It's
little
good.
muffled. We can
Okay, I
understand.
go out and come in again because this is horrible.
Oh no, you're understandable. Oh, okay. We'll wait for Katinka to come back in.
Well, yeah, and I know that the U.S. has got some advantage. We've got a lot of things sitting, waiting, and those things should not take so long if they're sitting and waiting, except to not clog up the supply line. But I don't think that's the case. Well, anyways, glad to hear of the German kit, and I hope it's going to. Well, of course, it'll prove effective. I'm sure it will. So, and I really liked that there is that much air defense in it that's portable. So it's going to be awfully hard to get the Ukrainians out of Kursk, is what I'm thinking as a result of these and other things. And I'm so happy to hear this change. I'm thinking about just even a month ago, pre this, it was difficult to see the pattern changing. We saw slow, very incremental, movement by the Russians forward and taking Ukraine little teeny bits at a time. And we saw also the very great attrition of Russian forces. And then, of course, we knew in the background, without getting regular reports of it, what that must mean for Ukrainian forces. And so it was pretty different then. And now that this has changed, I can't help but think about all the other places where perhaps such moves are possible. And what I'm thinking is that Russian leaders are going, geez, there's other places where this is possible. We'll actually have to put troops in force in those places. And at a time when it's harder to find anybody. And we're finding out also about the willingness and quality of the guard, the home guard, that is, not really up to it. And I can't blame them for not wanting to do it. Who would want to do what they're doing? I would not, for sure. But Katinka, let's try again. I'm going to close my mic first, and then there should be no open mics other than yours. And then I think that'll be the best sound.
Yeah, much better. But I think it has been my app. I've had to reboot because I closed Twitter and still I heard MriyaReport. So I just wanted to translate some things. Tim said it has been medical stuff. So what's the last thing? And before it has been also something for rescue. And then I searched the list and wanted to translate the rest, but I haven't found the list. I have only found the total list on our security or defense ministry, and it's a very long list, but it's all the stuff. So medical things twice, so we don't forget the non-military aspect. And I just wanted to say it comes regularly, and that's the point. We can be proud, and we still shouting free the Taurus. Thanks.
Let's not stop that. Go ahead, Tim.
Yep, free the Taurus. No mention of Taurus on here, which is very, very frustrating. I've managed to work out. It turns out you can translate things using the internet. This is really quite amazing. It's the wonders of modern technology. Anyway, so I've got the one of the problems was it was an infographic, right? It wasn't just text. So the stuff that's in German, logistical support. Including Zetros, which is a tanker, lorries of various types, and vehicles of various types, including off-road pickups and minivans, medical support, including medical a medical equipment, and a Feldlazarett, which I think means field hospital in German. Am I right, Katinka?
Yes.
Fantastic. German military terminology is amazing. I've got this. Whenever I see German vehicles in particular, whenever they come up, I have this little fantasy in my head of the moment when they named the tank. So the tank was a British invention, so we got to name it in English, and it was called a tank in English because we wanted to cover up what we were actually building. And so we gave it a code name that made it sound like some kind of water container. So it became a tank. And kind of imagining like the Germans naming it, like a room full of generals going, well, what shall we call this? The British, they call it a tank, yeah? And the reply is, nein, we will call it Panzerkampfwagen, an armored struggle car. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Yeah, okay, laugh react. I like that. Okay, so 40 of those armored struggle cars, 30 armored struggle cars going to Ukraine, as well as 400 MRAPs vehicles, which is a lot. The exciting bit is, of course, the 4 Iris-T systems and the 10 Gepards, as well as missiles for the Iris-T. So helping to close the air defense gap. Now, it's been a wee while. I mean, you think about when President Zelensky particularly started making a lot of noise about air defense. This was kind of early 2024, right? And now they've had a number of new Patriots either pledged or delivered. They've got F-16 starting to come in. I don't know. I'm feeling a little more heartened these days, James. I've had a miserable 2024. You're very, very frustrating, but I'm feeling a little bit better now. What do you reckon, James?
I reckon that at 10 a month, there will be adequate air attack capacity to at least support some bits of on the ground advances, pardon me. And I think that it will be probably not in Kursk that they'll probably first use them. It's possible, but I don't think so. I think they'll go in a different direction. And regarding other things, especially ammunition, if it starts to come in as we projected, it should be coming in, I don't know, from here until, well, I cannot see when they're going to stop producing these things in abundance. And if that actually turns out to be the case, then it might be that if even if the United States does stop providing aid again, which would be a disaster, it will not be the disaster it was the first time because there's going to be other things. And what we saw last time this happened was that, in fact, it was a devastating blow. It was a strategic blow to Ukraine to have the aid cut. It didn't mean that they lost the war or anything close to it. They didn't even win, Russians didn't even win a major land battle that, could justify the rate of death that they've experienced. So if things continue as they are, then we could see that the attrition rate could go up again. We just don't know how much. One of the things we're not seeing is any concentration of troops that would make it simpler to destroy Russians. That would be ideal if they would stand in lines in squares or even circles, because that's a circular error thing with explodey things. Really would be best if they stood in circles. They're not going to. But nonetheless, the drone war is just really kicking in at this point is another aspect of this that I'm liking. And I don't see how that is ever going to reverse. Well, I guess Russia could kick up production as well, but I guess I'm just not seeing that happening as easily. And they're more pressed than Ukraine is for parts and supplies as well. So I think those are all good signs. And then we have not, maybe this was news that came in while I was checked out, but I've not seen any news about Ukrainians having missiles ready, but I'm looking forward to that date. That'll be another thing. I don't know if they'll be more important than the drones, the long range drone capacity that they've got, because that has been able to really mass force in a low tech way, relatively low tech way, that beats all the other really expensive things like using missiles. So I'm not sure if it'll be more important, but there are times when time to target is absolutely critical. And where that is the case, where they're trying to scramble fighters to get them up off the ground so that Ukraine doesn't destroy them on the ground, or situations like that, I think it's really going to come in. But I suspect that's a couple months off still, um, even though they're going at a great pace, I'm sure, in developing these things. So we'll just see. So, and other than that, the rest of the world is looking in. We've got Venezuela. We've got Bangladesh kind of things going on. There have been a lot of kind of noises of war. So that, I think, unfortunately, is a benefit to Russia. But at the same time, we've seen other places rumored to go completely ballistic at any moment. And in some of those cases, we've not seen that. We've seen a much more measured kind of assault back and forth. So, yeah, I hate to say in the middle of war, it looks promising, but it looks as if there are some conditions that are going to continue to get better for Ukraine. So I'm hopeful as well. 2024 will probably end on an up note, that's for sure, for Ukraine. But I see that I have talked so long, I've probably stunned Tim into just sleep, probably. Or, but let's see. Now, apparently not quite. I'll try harder next time. Katinka, hello and welcome again. And what's up now?
I just want to talk about the IRIS-Ts or ISTSM. The problem is Germany just ordered 8. And if I counted correct, we already gave 6. So it's not a lot in the pipeline if my numbers are read correct, and this worries me a little bit.
Thank you very much, Katinka. I was going to ask James, are we expecting another rerun of the dramas in the Congress regarding the next block of funding?
It's a really good question. I'm expecting them. It's all going to depend on the totality of the vote, who's actually sitting in office. But I think that if I was going to call him Putin, if Trump is in, then I don't think there'll be any more aid. And this idea that there's some kind of interim thing that could happen. The promise of this last supplemental was supposed to be that this lasts through the election. It was recognized as such, delivered as such, and after one of the longest kind of ground battles by phone callers, right? I mean, this was one of the things that really brought it about, that and realization that some Christians in Ukraine, occupied Ukraine in particular, were being abused by Russians, and that is one of the reasons why things changed. But it was also very clearly the case that in the minds of many Americans, Ukraine is the right war to win for Ukraine. And that look of being against Ukraine doesn't help them at the margins. It helps them within their own party. It solidifies their base, if you will, but it doesn't do much to pick up any new voters. So all those things together, and the fact that really the initiative is again back on Mike Johnson in this term to do anything, it just seems most unlikely for all the reasons. He can stop with just saying, yeah, we agreed this was going to last through the election, so let's make sure it lasts through the election. They got plenty of stuff they haven't received yet, and all of that would be true. So I'm not looking for anything in the short term now. And if yes, well, if Trump gets in, then I'm not looking for anything ever again, frankly, although there's still going to be a lot of pressure on him internally. He now has the superpower of, if he does it presidentially, then there's nothing that he can do wrong, which is ridiculous. But this is our nation now. It is made up of ridiculous things and ridiculous systems where there is basically no law for the United States president. As long as they do it from the presidential office, it's going to be legitimate. Now, Biden isn't going to do this, but this is one of the things I'd hoped was that maybe he would say, well, okay, we were trying to win this war. It would be completely in keeping with that goal for me to do more. And I see that there are things that I can do under the auspices given to me. I'm going to go ahead and do them. Now, that's possibility. And at that time, then I would expect the Supreme Court to do some other crazy thing that would say everybody except Biden is what we meant in terms of the new law. And they would come back with something to hit him with. That's my cynical thinking about it. So I don't see an advantage much to Biden doing that. I don't think that there's enough time for that to play out in the courts, perhaps, but the courts have done things I've never thought that they do. So I'm not sure about that. So will it happen again? If it's split. Okay, so it's a Democratic presidency, and maybe one or the other parts of Congress are. There you go. I was about to substitute the wrong word, Republican, and the other is Democrat. Then you really got a split there. That is when there will be a tremendous amount of pressure put on the system to deliver aid. And of course, it's going to split along party lines. And this time around, we're expecting that there will be as many Republicans, or very nearly so, as there were last round, but very few of them will be not MAGA. They have been clearing the party of weaklings, is I think what they'd say. And that means that it would be a much larger struggle to get any aid through. And I think in the political conditions of 24 this year, it's been the case that it was good because we've got this election coming up. We have to look good. So therefore, we'll do something. We've already won a major battle by delaying aid. Let's not stop it. Because there really is no political advantage to us and it may hurt us. So, sure, we'll send them aid, 7 months too late after many, many Ukrainians have died. So I think there is a strong case that it's a do or die election for aid to Ukraine in the future, is what I'd say. If it is split, then I think the question is would the new president, Democratic president, use their new superpowers to do something that Congress doesn't like? They have to, they have the powers of the purse, so to speak, to spend. That is their job. If they're not doing it, then what? Well, in the presidential role, the president could, in fact, deliver a bunch of things to Ukraine, have declared war on Russia, which sounds crazy, I know, and I don't think it's likely. He could then get a lot of things moved over there, and then he would have a certain amount of time to back out of that if he wanted to. Now, could he back out and say, "Oops, I'm leaving all the equipment behind"? That's also sounds ridiculous. So I think he's the Democratic president, let's say, would have a hard time with that. So I'm just trying to see through any path to the Republicans again agreeing to another aid package. It doesn't seem likely unless it's a very, very small aid package. That might be the conditions that make it possible again. So I'm going on a bit long though, Tim.
Sure thing. Thank you very much. I know Michael has something he'd like to say here, but just before we just before we go there, do we have any indication of how much of the authorized aid package from earlier on this year is actually spent and how much is left? Like, do we know when this, when this particular circus needs to happen again?
That's a really good question. They were talking about at least 8 billion getting out by essentially election day, which I think still leaves some unknown amount, but tens of billions still, I think, to be spent or delivered, I should say. So it's a really good question. And I guess I have seen some information indicating it's even less than that, like maybe another 12, but I am not clear because I do not keep up with the, day-to-day spending, which would actually be useful at a time like this. But well, back to you, Tim. Maybe you've got a follow.
I really don't. It was just idle curiosity. And also because I've been asked this before and I really don't know, right? You would have to look at the high level authorization, go back through a whole bunch of pledges by the White House and then kind of add them up, right? But then you're left with the question of when are these things actually applied to the account, right? When they're delivered or when they're pledged? Again, there are answers to these questions, but I just don't know them. Thank you very much for that, James. Let's go to Michael, please. Michael, lovely to see you up.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, and the other thing you have to keep in mind is this Defense Department has not demonstrated its ability to do basic accounting. So even what they release, they'll go back and they'll backward reverse and say, oh, we revalued this and we revalued that and accounting error. So you have to kind of factor in that there's a bit of a monopoly card effect going on as far as the aid is coming out of the Defense Department. And that's unfortunate. And that adds to a real lack of transparency as far as what's being gone out. I'd like to add, James, I respectfully disagree with you as far as two things. One, the lion's share of any aid package is going to happen in the December timeframe, and that's going to happen as a result of whatever happens in the election. You see very big pieces of legislation, funding and the like happen. One of the best pieces of legislation that happened was the Defense Authorization Act that happened in the middle of December last year, after elections, after politics, and it's when Democrats and Republicans came together and said, the president cannot unilaterally withdraw from NATO without a 2/3 vote or a separate bill through Congress. That was spearheaded by Marco Rubio, who, by the way, was a Republican. He was considered a vice presidential nominee. And so I think that's what's going to happen. Also, I want to let you know, I fundamentally disagree with what you say about MAGA and the Republican Party. And I have lots and lots of evidence that I have to it. So I would caution you against doing broad brushes. The candidate in Maryland, Larry Hogan, who may go there, has nothing to do with MAGA whatsoever. The candidate that's running for the Senate in Pennsylvania is not MAGA. In fact, he was the anti-MAGA candidate, and Dr. Oz was the nominee. And because the MAGA candidate lost, that's why you have a non-MAGA candidate now. In Wisconsin, in recent primaries, the MAGA candidates got completely wiped out. People are tired in many regions, especially in the Midwest, of a lot of the stolen election nonsense. I'll grant you that there are some areas that are happening, but I think you just need to take everything with a grain of salt, with all due respect. If Donald Trump loses, the Republican Party in 90 days will be completely different.
Thanks, Michael. I'm not going to argue with you about the details because you may well be right. But my sense was certainly where I live, we're getting more of that. And I think there are other places where we're getting more of that. So I want to be wrong. Really, I'm a bit of a doomsayer on this. Because I think that's where the party wants to go, the party leadership, wants to go. I wish that it were otherwise. I wish they wanted to go in a different direction, but they are very clearly going in this, America First, aka America First World War II kind of vision of the world, and it's ugly. I hope that I am completely wrong, Michael.
Yeah, and I would say with all due respect, you are wrong. The loudest elements are not the biggest elements. And, that's why people like Dave McCormick are quiet. And that's why you have people like Carrie Lake is going to get completely blown out. And when there's a postmortem done, this happened in 2022, where 14% of Republicans voted against MAGA candidates, and that's why you do not have a Republican Senate in 2022, is because you had MAGA candidates lose in places like Pennsylvania and Arizona. And that's going to happen again. There is a fight, no doubt, and there are very, very loud, and that because loud and clicks, you know, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes in the world, who is a single member of Congress who has never passed a piece of meaningful legislation in her life, they get a lot of attention, especially on social media. But I would just caution, social media and the loudest elements are not the ones that are wielding the power. They're not the ones that are writing the checks, and they're not the ones that are going to be in charge once Donald Trump loses in November.
Here. I hope it's all true. And you know, just to be clear, I was not clear about what I think is the window closing. The window closing can involve anything potentially before Biden leaves office. After that, then it's pretty dark if it is not a Democrat in the presidency. So, and then will they change their mind somehow? I don't know. Will they have a different speaker? That's a really big question. I'm still looking at things rather darkly, and I could be mistaken, and I'm hoping I am. But Armadillo.
Never underestimate the American people and what happens in an election, James. That's all I'll say. I have trust in you, and I have trust in my fellow citizens.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I hope you're right about our collective wisdom to pick leadership. That's what we really count on, is the electorate to make a good decision. So, anyways, let's go on to Armadillo, and we'll come back. And don't go anywhere, please, Michael.
Hey, good. Well, morning. It's almost morning here in Texas. And good afternoon to you and those of you in Europe, and I guess it's probably good evening where Will is. He's not. I don't see him on here yet, but oh wait, or maybe no. Anyway, so yeah, are we focused on American politics? Is that the topic this morning, or do we want to talk about some Ukraine stuff?
We were talking about aid from America mainly, and what's the shape of that? What's the likelihood of it under different political circumstances was where we were heading into. And Michael brought up a good correction to my kind of doomsaying about the likelihood of it. And indeed, there is a window open in December.
I will say, I'll touch briefly on politics, and then I'll try to shift gears more so into the Ukraine, not into the topic of Ukraine, because we don't call it the Ukraine, we call it Ukraine, right? Sorry if that came out a little bit off. One interesting note I saw just the other day. Now, it was reported by CNN, so if you like CNN, or some people have a bias against CNN, but anyway, disaffected voters who were not didn't really care for either candidate, which I mean, like, I would probably put myself in that category. More of the disaffected voters are leaning now toward Kamala Harris by about a third is the stat. I think it's at 33% percentage points. But I think that is a better situation for Ukraine, just because, I mean, you guys made the point that if Donald Trump Donald Trump's already come out and said where he's at, right? And which is very concerning. I want to, unfortunately, I feel like you have to take the man at his word. Not, some people will say, oh, once he gets in the Oval Office, he'll do something different. I don't buy that personally. But anyway, shifting over into what's going on in Kursk, did you guys hear these reports of yet another convoy? Up to literally hundreds of Russian troops were hit, and then yet another convoy ambush. Has anybody else heard reports of that in the last 7 or 8 hours?
I have not seen
Or is
it. I guess I wouldn't be surprised, but I've not seen it. Tim, have you seen that?
I've not, I'm afraid. Maybe Bruce has something to say on this.
Yes, I saw something this morning, and I tried to follow it, but I couldn't get it from a reliable source. But let me see here. Near Rylsk, a column annihilated with hundreds of dead soldiers. Well, from Igor Toshko.
Yeah, that's what I believe that's what I saw, and I think War Monitor 3 reported that as well. Now I don't know where those guys are all plugged in, but both of those sources are, the high majority of the time they are accurate in what they report. So I think that's I would just say it seems like another day of good news that the good news seems to be continuing, and I just I'm thrilled. I don't want to become overly hopeful. I don't want to assume that everything's falling apart. The other interesting thing, though, and where I think things are falling apart for Russia is their rail network. I hear and see story after story of difficulties and derailments and sabotage of locomotives, and I mean every bit of that is good news. All right, so I'm actually gonna have to jump off here in a moment, but I just checking in, wanted to say just a few things, say hi to you guys, and have a wonderful day, and Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. Yep, glory to the heroes. Well, let's see here. We've got Roos and Michael. So let's go. Let's see who spoke last. Let's go to Roos first, then to Michael.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I agree that those sources are more oftenly right than wrong, but when they are right, I can usually follow it one step further and find their sources. I couldn't this time. So I sent it to Mockers in hope she could find a better source than I, but she didn't take it up, so I guess she didn't either. So I'm a bit skeptic, actually.
Well, we'll have to wait for more reliable news. Perhaps Michael has it. Michael.
I can't hear Michael. Is that a me problem?
I'm glad you said it too. I cannot hear you either, Michael. Maybe you've got another mic to open. Row.
Oh dear, Michael, if you can hear us, my friend, we can't hear you. So drop down, come straight back up again. You're very welcome. While we're waiting for Michael, I just had a brief comment on the railways. This is something we've noticed, and it's kind of it's a bit of a perfect storm for Russia, right? Because it sits at the junction of a number of weaknesses that they have. So there's their overall reliance on rail logistics. Now, Russian military logistics is a little bit lo-fi anyway. So where NATO standard logistics in a NATO standard army would be highly mechanized, highly palletized, very, very efficient. Although some soldiers waiting for resupply may dispute that assessment of efficiency. But anyway, it's highly mechanized, highly palletized. The Russian one is kind of the Russian system is kind of more of a big blokes picking up heavy things and moving them over there by hand sort of operation. Very heavily reliant on rail, as I said. The the rule of thumb is that the Russian army can't operate more than 50 miles away from a railway. So they do this. They take rail logistics. Well, they're reliant on rail logistics. Their railway system has been suffering due to a chronic lack of investment, as well as little things keep getting in the way. So one of them was a weakness we identified very early on here on MriyaReport, which is that Russia does not make ball bearings. So Russia has to import ball bearings, probably from China, and so this makes it quite difficult for Russia to fix basically anything that moves, and the railways are no exception. So this shortage is affecting their ability to operate railways as well as a number of other systems of transport. Now, there is a theory floating around that one of the reasons that the Ukrainians went for Sujar is because there's a railway station there, and this would give them access to certain systems related to the Russian military railway. Now, I'll leave that to the Peter Hedleys of this world to dissect a little, but it's certainly an interesting theory. So, yeah, railways are crucially important. Railways are suffering greatly. They're kind of a pinch point for Russia anyway, but they're also, fairly vulnerable if you think about it. It's not particularly difficult to sabotage a railway. It's very difficult to guard a railway because it's a long, thin thing. So yeah, it's something that I've heard about as well. Something that the railway chaps keep an eye on. Yeah, watch this space, I guess. See, we've got Michael coming back up. Michael, welcome back.
Thanks, Tim. My second, and thank you for that. And yeah, it sounds like it's a factor, but we don't know yet. But my second question is, now that they are in Kursk, and that is like 1991 Russia, 1991 border of Russia proper. I don't think that the one thing that interests me that I don't think gets enough emphasis is that there's all these threats about red lines, right? And the Russian nuclear doctrine says that they can use it to protect their homeland. But the thing about this is that under their doctrine, that has been triggered since September of 2022 because Putin said, had that grand crazy ceremony where he said, "Oh, these 4 oblasts are ours and they're ours forever. They're Russian territory." And he goes to all the schools and changes all the maps and the like. So the territory that the Ukrainians in Russian legal, according to the Russian law, is no different than where they're fighting on the 4 oblasts that they illegally annexed. So I'm wondering, has there been any consideration that any nuclear threat really doesn't have as much ground legally in Russian law or not?
I don't know where Russian law stands on this exactly, but you've identified where Russian rhetoric stands on this very precisely. There is this idea that Russia will respond with overwhelming nuclear blah 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 as soon as somebody invades Russia. Well, it's not just 2022, right? Russia annexed Crimea formally in 2014, right? And Ukraine has been busily attacking Crimea since pretty much the beginning of the war, right? So it's not like it's not like this was suddenly crossed when they annexed the 4 oblasts to the north. Now, this is pretty much a symptom of, in my opinion, it's a symptom of Russian kind of Russian strategic flexibility. So Russia has not made any coherent war aims clear, right? So Russia has very vague war aims. So kind of denazification, demilitarization, blah 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 blah. These can mean everything and nothing, right? Now, one of the advantages of this is that if you don't make your war aims clear, then you don't lock yourself into certain victory conditions. So Russia at any point, for no reason, can simply declare this a success and go home, right? So they can say, well, Russia's been successfully denazified. Ukraine's been successfully denazified and pacified and demilitarized, and now we're just going home, except maybe Crimea, but whatever. So like they could open, they could just declare themselves the winner and go home. Now, I think that's part of the reason for their vagueness when it comes to victory conditions. It's also, I mean, another reason for that vagueness is, of course, the very, very shaky moral basis for their invasion in the first place. Or when I say very, very shaky, I mean non-existent, right? They've conditioned they've depended their invasion upon a series of things that are demonstrably untrue and that Russia doesn't even believe, right? So this idea of legitimate interests and security concerns and NATO expansion and blah, 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 they're all bollocks. And Russia doesn't even believe them, right? So Russia has repeatedly affirmed in treaty the right of Ukraine specifically to ally however she wishes, and Ukraine hasn't even joined NATO. So it's all nonsense. So another reason is that if they don't have clear war aims, they don't really have to take a firm position on anything, and they can just kind of rhetoricize everything away and muddy the waters and keep things really vague and blah, 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 blah. So it serves their interests really well in that regard. Where it doesn't serve their interests is, of course, when they're actually serious about something. So they've kept everything so vague, and they make so many empty threats so frequently that any red line they do put forward is just immediately dismissed as nonsense. So they find themselves unable to take a firm position on anything. Now, I don't know exactly what Russia's nuclear posture is, except really weird and belligerent. And nuclear posture is, it's an important part of the operation of nuclear weapons, because it's how you deter, it's how you grapple with your friends as well as your enemies. And there's a number of different nuclear postures. So the French, for example, have a very, very aggressive nuclear posture, right? Their nuclear posture is basically, as soon as a foreign soldier sets foot in France, that's it. His country's toast, right? That's French nuclear posture. British nuclear posture is we don't have one. So nobody knows the conditions upon which the UK will launch, in which the UK will launch nuclear weapons, except a handful of people in the whole country. So like the Prime Minister, the Ministry of Defense, First Sea Lord, Chief of Defense Staff, the King. Like that's probably it. So it's designed to keep the enemy guessing, and it's deliberately ambiguous. Don't know what the US does. I think the US follows this kind of escalatory series of escalatory responses. I think the US nuclear posture and doctrine is very, very complicated, but I won't pretend to understand it. So I don't understand it, so I won't pretend to. But I don't really know what Russia's is, except it seems to be an awful lot of bullshit. So an awful lot of saber rattling, look how big and scary we are, from kind of indirect channels of state, like those idiot propagandists who do that silly talk show. And then that kind of reduces the credibility of any threat or any policy that the Kremlin actually puts forward officially. Now, this in and of itself could be a posture, right? It's kind of, if you think about the UK follows ambiguity, Russia follows like really, really, really complicated ambiguity. Maybe, I don't know. Another interpretation is they just don't have a clue what they're doing and they're making empty threats as usual. I mean, I have a sneaky suspicion we probably shouldn't make it more complicated than it actually is. So I'm inclined to believe that version. But yeah, I think that's a very good point, Michael. There's there's a phrase in Russian, which is China's final warning, which means a threat that carries no real consequences. And I think it's very interesting that that's a Russian phrase. James, any thoughts on this?
I know everything I need to know about our nuclear posture, and that is that all of our nukes have recently been updated. I know that we still have our triad of nuclear capacity, and I know that at some point in the past we've been willing to use nukes in military situations to great effect, and I would expect that the only thing that really is going to make us use it is going to be something nuclear in nature. And so I think we're a ways off from seeing any use of it. But if that first strike is necessary, if there is a detection that there is enough real threats, signaled that it would be better to go first, then I suspect that's what we would do, is go first, and that would be devastating for the world. So I hope that we never get there. Um, we have so much capacity without our nuclear triad that we don't generally have to go there. Even if there was a small thing, that the first promise was that we would do things non-nuclear to the aggressor, and that they might find that just as disturbing as if we had gone nuclear. But so, and otherwise, other nuclear postures. Well, I think about Israel, who doesn't have any, but they've got some, and that they, I think, are willing and ready and able, and I suspect they keep everything that they've got in tip-top condition. So I'm just speaking of the things I feel like I have some sense of. Otherwise, I have no idea what it would take for others, except if Washington said, it's go time, guys. Here's some coordinates for you, then that might enjoin the French into nuclear war, just as an example of coordinated action from the Allies. If it came to that, that might be the signal more than any other, not necessarily from the United States, but from NATO Central Command, for example. So, but based on the agreement, prearranged agreement about what conditions would trigger these things. And that would be something decided up front by civilians, and there would be agreement between those civilian leaders and military. And I suspect that NATO leadership and all of the, and I'm thinking about Keir Starmer because he's the newest guy sort of to come into this, and I bet he's learned a lot about this very topic. He would be a great speaker here on MriyaReport if he could actually talk about it, which of course he can't, because these are the toppest of secrets. But anyways, Tim, that's kind of all I know is we're ready. If the day comes, it would be a very sad day for the world,